HarperCollins presents I Will Ruin You by Linwood Barclay, read by George Newbern and Jonathan McLean. For Neetha. 1. Richard. I was steering my students through a discussion on morality and hope in Cormac McCarthy's novel The Road, getting bogged down in a debate over whether the reader needed to know what had brought about the apocalyptic conditions depicted in the book. When I happened to glance out the window and see, running across the staff parking lot, a young man wearing a vest that appeared to be loaded with sticks of dynamite. "I just want to know what caused it," Eldon Delton had said just moments earlier. He was one of the brightest 11th grade kids in the entire school, but definitely a literalist. This English class wasn't his favorite. His passions were science and computers. And in all likelihood, he'd one day be the next Bill Gates, because it was all subjective. There weren't always right and wrong answers. You couldn't break the story down into zeros and ones. The same book could be fantastic to one person and a pile of crap to another. And that didn't sit well with Eldon. He liked absolutes. He continued, "Did life on Earth end because of an asteroid? Was there a nuclear bomb? Vampires? Zombies? He never says." "Oh, God, Elmo, not zombies," said Olivia Comer, 2 aisles over, demonstrating what a huge favor Eldon's parents did him, giving him a name that could be twisted into a puppet's. "If it was zombies, they'd still be running around trying to eat people. They wouldn't just disappear. And not everything has to be The Walking Dead or The Last of Us." "I was only saying as an example," Eldon said. I stepped in, waving the tattered paperback of the novel in my hand. The book wasn't part of the official curriculum. Most everything board approved was out of date, or so stripped of anything contentious that you couldn't engage the kids. If I could get away with the late McCarthy's The Road, I'd move on to Toni Morrison. I'd gathered up as many weathered copies from used bookshops as I could find. Some of the kids read online editions they'd either bought or borrowed through the library. I said, "I get Eldon's point. When they made this into a movie, they provided an explanation, and we can debate whether that was necessary, but I don't think McCarthy believed it mattered why it happened. What mattered was that it did. He wanted to explore what happens after, to explore what limits people would go to in order to survive when civilization collapses." "Like eating people," said Andrew, who visibly shuddered. "That part really freaked me out. The cannibals, and that scene with the baby." "Maybe you shouldn't be such a wuss," Eldon said. "Hey," I said sharply, giving him a look. Everyone was supposed to be able to express their feelings in this class without being judged, and Andrew Canaan could be a convenient target. He was on the small side for a 15-year-old. I kept hoping he'd hit a growth spurt that would make him less of a potential target for bullies, or even smartasses like Eldon. He was sensitive, bright, and several years of homeschooling had left him, at least in my judgment, ill-prepared for social interactions with the other kids. But his math and reading skills were top-notch. Full marks to his mom, who had been his teacher until tough economic times sent her back into the workforce. "The cannibal stuff is no worse than lots of other things in books and TV," Eldon said defensively. "Should McCarthy have left that out?" I asked Andrew. He considered the question. "No, I'm not saying that. It made me sick to read it, but it's the thing I most remember, so I guess that means it worked." "I think it's a love story," said Emma Katzenbach, who had amazingly decided to look up from her phone for a second. She had it down in her lap where she thought it would somehow escape my notice. "There's no love story," said Eldon, rolling his eyes. "Not that kind of love story," she shot back. "It's a father-son love story." "Emma's on to something," I said. And it was then that something outside caught my eye. A man, for a brief moment I thought he was in his mid-teens, but looking at him for a full second persuaded me he was probably as old as 20, was crossing the parking lot running between geography teacher Nancy Holcomb's green Hyundai and the 3-year-old Lexus SUV that belonged to our principal, Trent Wakely. He was decked out in camo pants, unlaced combat boots, and an olive green vest with multiple pockets. Tucked into them vertically were items that looked like thick cigars, but cigars weren't generally flat red in color. I was certainly no demolitions expert, but I'd seen enough movies and TV shows to know what dynamite looked like. The man was striding toward the school's west end, but only one arm was moving back and forth. His right hand was held close to his body in a fist, as though he had it wrapped around something. The first thing I thought of was the set of double doors our visitor was probably headed for. They often did not latch properly. Students and even some staff were known to prop them open with a brown rubber doorstop or wood shim so they could sneak outside for a smoke and still be able to get back into the building. None of my students had looked out the window and noticed him. Barely 2 seconds had gone by since I'd responded to Emma's comment. "I hadn't thought of that," said Marion Gilchrist, who always took a seat right at the front of the class, not so much because she was particularly studious, but because she wore glasses thicker than hockey rink ice. I said as calmly as I could, but unable to keep the edge out of my voice, "I'm going to the office, Eldon. Close the shades. Marion, you lock the door behind me. Block it with as many desks as you can." The kids blinked, glanced at each other. A couple of them were forming questions. "What's going— Why— Now," I said. And because Emma already had a phone secreted in her hand, I pointed and said firmly, "Emma, 911. She looked at me blankly, as though asking what it was she was supposed to say when her 911 call was answered. "Armed intruder," I said. There wasn't time for specifics, and then I bolted from the room, slamming the door shut behind me, trusting the kids would do as I'd said, and start building a barricade. Not a bad plan to keep a gunman out of the room, but would it be enough to save them from an explosion? The West End doors were at the far end of the corridor, which in the 15-plus years I had worked at Lodge High School here in Milford had never looked longer. The hallway was a mile-long tunnel stretching out in front of me. I needed to get to those doors before that man with the explosives strapped to his body. I ran flat out, shouting as I went, "Lockdown! Lockdown!" I sped past classroom doors, open and closed, lessons underway. Jerry Hillier, door open, droning on in front of his calculus class. The students in Rhonda Flynn's chemistry class, visible behind the door window, conducting God knows what kind of experiments. Social studies teacher Preston Hindle, visible for a millisecond through the small pane of glass, no doubt trying his hardest to turn his kids into well-rounded citizens. I heard doors closing behind me. We'd done the drills. You think it will never happen, but no, it might, and yet, despite that, no one had fixed that fucking door. Par for the course for our caretaker, Ronnie Grant. Not everyone remembered our emergency procedures. Instead of closing her door, Rhonda stepped out into the hall and called out after me. "Is this for real or just a Somewhere someone wiser shouted, "Get inside!" My route took me past the office. As I flew by, I caught a glimpse of our principal, Trent, and shouted, "Lockdown!" one more time. The double doors with a steel pillar in the center were 30 feet away. From this distance, they didn't appear to line up, which told me the door on the right was not securely latched. Shit. 20 feet away. And then suddenly there he was, in the window of the right door, pulling it open wide with his left hand, his right hand still clenched around something, and stepping into the school. I hit the brakes. We were practically face to face. It's possible I startled him as much as he scared me. He clearly wasn't expecting to encounter anyone, what with classes in session. I said, "Stop." He looked at me and blinked a couple of times. And that was when it hit me. "I know you." I struggled for a second to come up with a name. "Mark," I said. "Hey, Mr. B," he said. It was what most of the kids called me, short for Mr. Boyle. Mark LeDrew. He'd been in a couple of my classes when he attended Lodge. First time was way back in 9th grade, an English class, Then, in senior year, an American literature course he never read a single book for. He was a kind of benign fuck-up, the kid who never remembered to bring a pen to an exam, who forgot to double-check that his locker was actually locked. It had to be 3 or 4 years since he'd left. I wasn't even sure he'd earned a diploma, so it was unlikely he'd gone off to UConn or Yale, a tech school maybe. Or, judging by his garb, he'd been living in the Michigan woods with a survivalist cult intent on overthrowing the government. Firmly and calmly, I said, "You have to leave the school, Mark. You can't come in here." He swallowed. His eyes danced. "I've got something to do," he said. "No." The half-open door had come to rest on his back. He tucked his free hand into his pocket, an oddly casual gesture considering the circumstances. I kept looking at his right fist held close to his body. His thumb was holding something down. I could make out the edge of what appeared to be a red button. My guess was a wire led from that to the 4 sticks of dynamite tucked into the front of his vest. 2 on his right side, 2 on his left, and if he let up pressure on that button, they would detonate. "I've got a list," Mark said. His head bobbed up and down ever so slightly, like his brain was keeping time to some unseen rhythm. "A list?" "I know who I have to get." He appeared to be thinking, strategizing. "Need to get them in one room together. I can only do this once." I understood. You didn't get a second chance to lift your thumb off that button. "Who do you have to get, Mark?" "That wicked Willow, Fat Sally, and the fucking lawnmower man most of all." I was guessing he meant Herb Willow and maybe Sally Berwick, a guidance counselor. The lawnmower man reference made no sense to me other than being the title to a horror movie or two. Herb was a long-time staff member. Taught, among other things, physics and computer science. Oversaw the school's chess club, which had been dead for years but came back to life after that Netflix series made chess cool again. I'd seen Herb in the staff room this morning, but tended not to engage. Any conversation with Herb meant listening to his latest list of grievances. "Mark," I said calmly, "you can't come in here. You're a threat to others and especially to yourself. It's against the rules." Like you had to tell someone that strapping dynamite to your body was not allowed? Mark slowly shook his head. "I don't want to hurt you, Mr. B, or anybody else, but I will if I have to. Maybe you can help. Get everyone together in one room. Then you can leave and evacuate the school. Might get messy." "What I'll do is arrange a meeting," I said. "But without that." I nodded at his dynamite vest. "Don't want anyone getting hurt, especially you, Mark. What you've got rigged up there, it's kind of game over for everyone, yourself included." Was I getting through it all? He seemed to be looking right through me. "We get that shit off you? Then we'll have a sit-down, I promise." It was not a promise I likely could keep. If Mark didn't blow us up, didn't kill Herb or me or any of the other staff or students, he'd be arrested faster than kids fleeing a classroom when the bell rang. But first we need to get the right people here, deactivate that. "They ruined my life," he said. "Mr. Willow, the perv." Was that one person or two? What I did know was Herb Willow was my least favorite colleague. Grumpy, lazy, irritable, griping endlessly about thick-as-a-brick students, clueless parents, and an out-of-touch administration. One time he wanted an inquiry into who wasn't rinsing out the coffee cups. He should have walked away from the profession years ago, but hung on, I believed, out of pure meanness. I could recall Trent in brief moments of unprofessionalism, expressing a desire to be rid of him. "Mark," I said gently, "this button you're holding? You let go of that and the dynamite goes off, right?" "You catch on fast." "Is there a delay? If you let go, do we have time to get the vest off you? Throw it out into the yard?" "A couple seconds, maybe," he said. "Can you break the connection? You let go and nothing happens? Is there like a wire I can cut or anything?" "Not really." I wondered whether I should just run, try to make it around the corner, down another hall, get some shielding from the blast. So just talk to me. Tell me why you want to do this.
Mr. Willow said I couldn't find my ass in a dark room.
Mr. Willow doesn't know shit, I said. I sensed something going on behind me, but was afraid to look over my shoulder for fear Mark would notice. Maybe the cops were here, although I'd heard no sirens, no soft footsteps of a SWAT team coming from some other direction. If there was one, I hoped to God they'd see what we were up against before someone took a shot.
I got to where I believed him, Mark said. I've been a fuck-up since I left here. So I want to tell him he was right, that he called it, made it happen. Said I had a head full of porridge, said he had pieces of wood in his garage, smarter than me.
I felt a rage boiling up inside me for Herb Willow. Don't let one asshole bring you down, I said, trying not to look at the dynamite, but directly into Mark's eyes. I thought about Bonnie. I wondered how long it would be before word of what was happening here would spread across town to the school where my wife was a principal. I imagined her running out to her car now. I thought about Rachel and how much I loved her. Wondered whether I would ever see my daughter again. Love. There are people who love you, Mark. You might not think so right now, but I bet everything I've got on it. Your friends, your parents, That brought a reaction, a small laugh.
Yeah, like they give a fuck, he said. Especially my dad.
Then I had a memory about Mark. You remember Lydia, I asked? Lydia Trimble? An oddball, Lodge High's Carrie, an outcast from a poor family. Withdrawn, dressed in hand-me-downs, a target for adolescent tormentors. A couple of tall boys cornered Lydia one day, dangling her backpack in the air where she couldn't reach it, telling her to jump for it. I was set to intervene when Mark LeDrew beat me to it, grabbing one of Lydia's tormentors by the hair and bashing his head into a locker almost hard enough to knock him out, then turning to the other asshole and telling him to return Lydia's backpack to her. Eyes wide with fear, he did so. But Mark wasn't done.
Tell her you're sorry.
Sorry, the guy had mumbled, and then a second demand.
Tell her she looks really nice today.
While his friend was still massaging his head, the kid said,
You look nice today.
Now fuck off, Mark said, and the two assholes took off. I related the story. Mark nodded, remembering.
I thought you were going to expel me.
I'd forgotten the part where he realized I'd witnessed the altercation. All I'd done was mouth the word go and let him get away with it. That's who you are, I told Mark. You're that guy who stood up for Lydia. Not some guy ready to blow up the school and himself. Be that other guy. I don't know that I'd ever seen such sadness in someone's face. If it weren't for his dynamite vest, I would have taken him into my arms, hugged him. His eyes, which only a moment earlier seemed vacant, now glistened, as though he were about to cry. He took his left hand from his pocket and wiped away a tear from his left cheek. There was a second one trickling down his right cheek. I hoped he didn't reflexively wipe it away with his right hand, taking his thumb off the button in the process. Mark, he looked away. Mark, listen to me. Look at me. He did. I want you to walk out into the middle of the yard, away from the building and the cars. And I'm going to call the police and tell them to get their bomb disposal guys here so they can get that thing off you safely. Hear what I'm saying? There was something in his eyes. He was really looking at me for once. His chin started to quiver.
I don't think I know how to stop it, he said.
That's why we're going to call in the experts. You're going to let them do their thing. You're going to be a hero. You're going to keep anyone from getting hurt. You just keep your thumb on that button, and when the cavalry get here, they'll figure it out. But I need you to start moving away from the school now. Are we good? Mine or not. Great. I stepped closer and held the door for him so he didn't have to push it with his body. It's going to be okay, I said.
I'm sorry, he said, his voice little more than a whisper. I didn't know what else to do.
He turned around.
That way? He asked.
looking out toward the athletic field and the track that ran around it. Yeah, one step at a time. Go right out to the middle. Mark took one last glance at me over his shoulder, and as he took another step, said, "Okay." And that was when his right foot landed on the long lace that was dangling from his left boot, and he stumbled forward. As he headed into his trip, he threw out both hands in front of him, instinctively to break his fall. I said, "Oh, shit." I had half a second to turn away and run before the deafening blast.
2. Billy Finster was kicking back on the turquoise leather couch, legs on the coffee table next to a half-open bag of Cheetos. He had a TV remote in one hand and a can of Sapporo in the other, flipping through the channels so quickly the widescreen television was a relentless blur. He put the remote down long enough to reach into the Cheetos bag, stuffed a few in his mouth, wiped his fingers on his threadbare Hartford Whalers sweatshirt to get rid of the orange dust, and saw that he had landed on a station that ran game shows from decades past. It was an episode of the $100,000 Pyramid, old enough that Dick Clark was hosting. Billy stopped flipping. Some long-forgotten celebrity was rattling off a list of things to her contestant partner. A frog's skin, a pine tree. The contestant had come up with things that are shiny and things that are smooth, but was missing the obvious, things that are green. So Billy decided to offer some assistance. "Snot!" he shouted at the screen. "Gangrene!" "Who the fuck are you shouting at?" Billy didn't have to turn around to know who it was. His wife Lucy, halfway down the stairs to the basement rec room. She was lollipop thin, with streaked blonde hair, ripped jeans, and a blue blouse adorned with sparkles, having changed out of her pale green hospital cafeteria uniform. "Pyramid," he said. "Who's it's here?" she said, making it sound like she'd spotted mouse droppings. Billy tilted his head back, shouted, "Stuart, downstairs!" Stuart Betts waited for her to come back to the top of the stairs before heading down. "Nice to see you, Lucy," he said obsequiously as she passed, barely mumbling a reply. Stuart beelined it to the bar fridge in the corner of the room, next to the Fast and Furious movie poster, and helped himself to a beer. His fashion sense mirrored Billy's. Sweats, oversized sneakers, but instead of a Hartford Whalers shirt, he was wearing the Boston Bruins. The two of them, with their similar wardrobes, paunches, and shoulder-length black hair, could have passed for brothers. Stuart pulled back the tab on the beer and stood in front of Billy. "Do I look funny?" "You always look funny." "No, I mean, like, I got something on me, or bird shit in my hair? 'Cause Lucy gave me a look." "She just thinks you're an asshole." He held out the bag of Cheetos to Stuart. But as Stuart reached for some, Billy suddenly pulled the bag back. "Too slow," he said. Stuart sat. Billy picked up the remote again, bailed on Pyramid, and resumed flipping through channels at light speed. Stuart's eyes widened as he watched the channels flash by. "You're giving me a seizure," he said and sniffed. Billy kept flipping. "Blow your fucking nose. You're like a 3-year-old. Stuart brought out the tattered remains of a tissue from his pocket and asked, "Shipment come in okay today?" Eyes fixed on the screen, Billy said, "Right where it was supposed to be. They're coming later to pick it up." "Psycho bitch and butthead? Call them that to their faces and they'll stick your dick into a pencil sharpener." "Hey, they're your nicknames. I never even met them." Stuart sniffed again, wiped his nose, and tucked the tattered tissue back into his pants. "You should introduce me. Cut me in." "Told you, it's between me and them." "I could help. Like stand guard or something. Be part of your security detail. Find other hiding spots." He gave Billy a sad puppy face. "I could use a scratch." Billy replied with a dismissive grunt. "Fine. You don't want to mix business with friendship, whatever." Stuart dug into his pocket and brought out a joint. Billy shook his head. "Take that outside. Lucy don't want the house smelling like a skunk's ass. Bad enough letting you in." When's the last time you did a wash? Ran out of quarters this week. And why's Lucy all pissy with me? You're creeping her out, looking her up and down, staring at her tits. Bullshit, Stewart said defensively. She's barely got any. Billy tossed the remote right at Stewart's face, catching him in the eye. Fuck, Stewart said, putting his hand over his eye, rubbing it. Not cool, Billy said. Sorry. I'm just saying. Didn't mean anything by it. Billy went back to channel surfing, oblivious to the short, hateful glare from his friend. He'd flipped past something that caught his eye, went back to a station. It was the Fox affiliate up in Hartford. A woman, mic in hand, was standing out front of an institutional-looking building. Across the bottom, the words, "School bombing averted. 1 dead." Fuck, Billy said, thumbing up the volume. Some dude just blew himself up. Could have been much worse, the woman said. The would-be bomber, a former student whose motivations remain unclear at this time, ended up taking his own life, perhaps accidentally, but not before threatening to come into the school and kill an undetermined number of people. Police said, "That's my school," Billy said, leaning forward, as though that would give him a better view. "Lodge. That's where I went." A headshot of Mark LeDrew appeared in the corner of the screen with his name below. "You know him?" Stewart asked. "Shut up. Want to hear this." Stewart, almost giggling, asked, "They got pictures of him after he was blowed up?" Billy, shaking his head, raised a silencing palm. Was met at the door by one or more of the teachers, who engaged Mr. LeDrew in conversation long enough, police say, to somehow talk him out of setting off an explosive device he had strapped to his chest. But when he started walking away from the school, the device detonated, killing the man and injuring. "Yeah, I don't think I knew that guy. Probably a few years behind me. What's he look like to you, 20, 22? Crawly thing at the bottom said he was 21. So I'm 4 years older. I'd have just missed him. He'd have been some pimply-faced pipsqueak coming in as I was leaving. Over there, bottom shelf, my yearbooks, grab 'em." Stewart put down his beer, went to the shelf, located the books, and pulled one out. "Which year?" "Bring them all. He might be—" "Oh, shit, what do you know?" Billy's eyes were back on the TV. It was a long shot of several school staff members milling around near the main doors talking with police officials. Clearly, this was as close as the news crew was allowed to get. "From here we can see teachers and administrators from Lodge High, including some of the staff we believe stood up to the bomber and persuaded him not to come into the school." There was a close-up shot of a cluster of staff members, one wearing a bloodied sport jacket, bandages applied to his neck and forehead. "Him," Billy said, pointing at the screen. "That son of a bitch." Stewart, now sitting cross-legged on the floor, leafing through the pages of one of the yearbooks, hunting for the man who'd blown himself up, said, "What? Who?" He looked at the television. "Would have thought they'd have gotten rid of him by now. I couldn't have been the only one." The reporter was on camera again, wrapping up the report, and then the newscast went to weather. "What are you talking about?" "The guy. Remember me telling you about when I was on the wrestling team?" It was no surprise to Stewart that Billy might have some wrestling in his past. How many times had his so-called friend put him in a headlock and driven his knuckles into the top of his skull? That could really fucking hurt. "Maybe," Stewart said. "Tell me again." "He's the fucking fondler," he said, pointing at the screen, although the scene of people out front of the school was over. Stewart started turning the yearbook pages more quickly. "God, everybody looks like a dweeb." He scanned a page, turned it, scanned another. "Okay, sports teams, football, hockey, here we go, wrestling." "Don't even know if I got my picture took. Wasn't on the team long." "What was his name?" "Dick Grabber," Billy said. "No, seriously, what? Hang on, I found his picture." Billy was slowly shaking his head from side to side, looking at the television as though the news item were still running while Stewart studied the yearbook photo. "So now he's all over the news like a big fucking hero. He looked at Stuart and grinned. I could sure set them straight on that.
3. Richard. It's a bit like a sixth sense, I suppose, knowing you're being watched without actually seeing who's doing the watching. That was the feeling in the minutes before I woke up on Friday morning. Something was there, some kind of presence, taking me in, checking me out. I opened my eyes. I was right. Only inches from my face was a nose that belonged to my 7-year-old daughter, Rachel. The other half of the bed was empty. Bonnie'd probably already been up an hour, slipped out without waking me. I'd slept in the last 3 mornings because it had taken me so long to finally nod off. And even when I finally did, I kept waking up after seeing bits and pieces of Mark LeDrew flying through the air. "Hi, honey," I said. "It worked," Rachel said, eyeing me through her glasses. "I was sending you a message from my brain to your brain to wake up." "I'll be darned," I said, raising my head from the pillow. "You have a rare gift." Her face brightened. "You got me something?" "Not that kind of gift. A talent." She looked only mildly disappointed. "I was also reading your dreams." I had to hope she was not as skilled at that as she was at sending me a wake-up call. No 7-year-old should be able to see what was in my head. "You were dreaming about cheeseburgers," she said. "You sure you're not just reading your own dreams?" She smiled. "I can read mine, too." "Have you read your mom's this morning?" Rachel's smile cracked. "No." I shouldn't even have asked. It was an underhanded way to try to find out where I stood this morning, and it wasn't fair to drag Rachel into it. "But Mom did say you should take the weekend off and not go back to school until Monday, and I concur." "Concur?" I said. Her parents were both educators, so I shouldn't have been surprised. Rachel used, on occasion, a more broad vocabulary. A glance at the bedside table clock told me it was closing in on 8. "Get ready for school," I said, and Rachel departed. Bonnie and I had kept her out of her second-grade class Tuesday and Wednesday, worried there might be some kind of fallout from the events of Monday, that maybe some reporters would show up at her school, attempt to ask her questions about what her father had been through. Bonnie, an elementary school principal, not at the one Rachel attended, had taken a couple of days herself, but returned to work yesterday, leaving me on my own. I'd walked Rachel to school yesterday. I didn't want to let her out of my sight right now, and even before Monday's incident, we'd been worried about Rachel crossing the street, what with all the truck traffic lately. I think it's fair to say she was almost as reluctant to let me out of her sight. She'd almost lost her father 4 days ago, and attempts to shield her from what had happened had been fruitless. That first night, she had slept between Bonnie and me, afraid something might happen to either one of us by morning. Trouble was, I was the one waking up in a cold sweat, startling her and Bonnie. So the next night, she went back to her own room. I decided not to wait until Monday to return to Lodge High. I'd tidied up the boat that sat on a trailer in our driveway, searched through some old boxes in the garage, and thrown out 3 bags worth of stuff, gone through the fridge, and pitched anything that was past its expiry date. I needed people to talk to, even if the one thing they were going to want to talk about was the one thing I didn't want to talk about. I went into the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. I had small bandages on the left side of my neck and forehead. I'd been hit by shattered glass that had blown out of the double doors when Mark LeDrew's dynamite vest went off. It could have been worse. I mean, for me. It couldn't have been worse for Mark. It was a wonder I hadn't ended up dead, or at the very least, blind. When Mark tripped, he was facing away from me, and so was his explosive vest. Investigators determined that only one of the sticks detonated. Mark's reputation as a fuck-up extended to his skills at wiring a bomb. But still, one stick packed a punch, blowing him to bits and sending shockwaves out in all directions. I had already started to turn away when the glass panels in the door shattered, sending shards my way. I showered, keeping the water off the bandages as much as possible, shaved and dressed, and threw on a sport jacket, which amounted to my school uniform. It was not, needless to say, the same one I'd been wearing Monday. That bloody jacket had been taken by the forensic team.
and even if they ever offered to return it, I didn't want it. It was not going to the dry cleaners. When I got to the kitchen, Bonnie was sitting at the table sipping her coffee and pretending to read the news on her iPad. She would normally have left for work by now, but was clearly waiting to see me before departing. She barely looked up. "Hey," I said. "You're really going back today?" Not a question, more of a statement of disapproval. I grabbed a cup and went to the coffee maker. "Back on the horse and all that?" "You don't have to be a hero. You've proved that." I didn't hear anything praiseworthy in that, more like exasperation. According to Bonnie, this was my failing. A recidivist rescuer. I'm not saying she was wrong. I had a history that predated my encounter with Mark LeDrew. She continued, "I'm not saying don't go back. I just thought it's Friday. Go back Monday. Then it's a whole week. You heard what Marta said. It's like when cops are involved in a traumatic incident. They take more time before returning to duty, and they're trained for this kind of thing. They'd probably go for counseling, too." Marta Harper, a detective with the Milford Police, was Bonnie's sister, and one of the first on the scene after LeDrew died. She'd been to the house a couple of times since the event, once in an official capacity, and once as a concerned sister-in-law. She'd also been able to tell me a little more about what LeDrew had been up to since leaving Lodge High. He never did get his diploma, despite efforts by our principal, Trent, to steer him into courses he'd be able to, if not ace, pass. His first job was at a fast food franchise, and he was fired from that for being belligerent with customers. He got a job at the city's roads department for 6 months, until he was laid off due to budget cutbacks. After that, he worked for a quarry up around Naugatuck. That would have been where he became familiar with dynamite, and it was believed he'd stolen the 4 sticks from there at some point, maybe even after he'd left, and studied online videos to figure out how to make his own device. After he was fired from the quarry for consistent lateness, he had a series of other gigs: stocking shelves on the midnight shift at a local supermarket, loading and unloading trucks at Home Depot. But Mark didn't follow directions well, didn't anticipate what needed to be done next, lacked an ability to focus on whatever task was at hand. He lived with his parents, and when he was between jobs, he spent most of his time in the basement watching slasher movies like the Saw and Hostel franchises. He'd become depressed by all accounts, and had taken to writing online posts about how the world had screwed him over, how everybody was desperate for him to fail, that perverts and pedophiles were running amok. And one of these days he was going to find a way to settle some scores. He did not, in any of his diatribes, mention by name anyone he sought revenge against. I hadn't set foot in Lodge High since the police, Marta among them, finished questioning me at the school Monday and the paramedics tended to my injuries. Bonnie feared my return would be traumatic, and there was no reason to doubt that. I sure as hell had been traumatized. I spent the balance of Monday in a state of shock. I had a hard time telling the police exactly what had happened. The blast had jumbled my recollection. Trent was able to fill in some of the details. I hadn't been wrong when I sensed someone was behind me, watching my interaction with LeDrew. My principal was just inside the school office doors, and while he hadn't heard all of the conversation, he got the general drift. Maybe the most surprising thing was, Trent had been prepared to take action. And thank Christ he hadn't. School shootings had become so widespread that Trent, contrary to the board's wishes and without their knowledge, had kept a handgun locked in the bottom drawer of his desk. When many on the far right had suggested arming teachers, Trent, a centrist, had never been one to immediately dismiss the idea. But I'd had no idea he kept a weapon on the premises, or that he had gotten it from his desk and was preparing to use it on Mark LeDrew. In one of our conversations since the incident, Trent had come by the house to see me on Tuesday. He told me he'd been taking the gun back and forth between home and the school for the better part of 2 years. He said he'd considered shooting LeDrew, but wasn't sure he could hit him while missing me. Had he managed a clean shot, LeDrew would have only been a few inches from me when his thumb came off the button instead of several feet. We came under a nationwide media spotlight. CNN, NBC, an entire alphabet of networks had wanted to interview me. but I turned down all requests, referring them to Trent. This is what he told Anderson Cooper over a Zoom link. It was a horrible, horrible thing, no question. Our hearts go out to that young man's family and what they must be going through now. But it could have been much worse. If it were not for the brave actions of teacher Richard Boyle, for his quick thinking, for the calm manner in which he handled the situation, I shudder to think what might have happened. Our school got off lucky that day. God was watching out for us. I didn't know Trent to be a religious man, and doubted that LeDrew family felt the same way about our Heavenly Father. I'd done my best to relate to the police what Mark had said to me about Herb Willow, some unkind words about our guidance counselor, Sally Berwick, and the cryptic reference to a character from a science fiction horror film which made no sense to any of us. The lawnmower reference didn't sound all that ominous, although I had a memory of a scene in a Stephen King novel where a policeman got run over by one. What little Mark had said about Herb sounded credible. I'd heard him badmouth kids to their faces and behind their backs. Were Herb's insults a self-fulfilling prophecy? Even without Herb's negativity, Mark LeDrew wasn't destined to become a rocket scientist. Looking back, it was hard not to think he'd had a learning disability or psychological issue no one bothered to diagnose. Mark's grudge against Sally was less clear, but from what I'd heard, she'd followed Herb's trail of breadcrumbs, steering the kid down a career path that didn't require a genius-level IQ. But unlike Herb, Sally was well-intentioned. She'd have done what she believed was best for Mark. Bonnie, bringing me back to the present, said, "I could take today off. They'd understand. Mitch could take the lead." Her vice principal. "We could pull Rachel from school, take the boat up to the lake, find a place to stay, and make a long weekend of it." This was a generous offer, considering how things were between Bonnie and me. It had been building for a while. She blamed my parents, both long gone, whom I never seemed capable of pleasing despite my best efforts. Said I kept looking for approval from others, going beyond what anyone would reasonably expect. It was pure dime store psychology, but I was willing to concede there might be something to it. The evidence was overwhelming. Sending money to my down-on-his-luck cousin without talking it over with Bonnie first. Disappearing on a Saturday afternoon to help an inept, handicapped neighbor repair a busted fence when I was supposed to be taking Rachel to the movies. Inviting a troubled student to drop by the house to talk and being unable to find my wallet after she left. I had to cancel all my cards. "You can't get every kitten out of every tree," Bonnie liked to tell me. It's not like Bonnie wasn't kind and generous and empathetic. She was all those things, just not to a fault. She wouldn't have been an effective principal without those qualities, but she understood we all have limits, and that we have to tend to our own before overextending ourselves, and she was having a particularly hard time with what I'd done Monday. "You could have locked your door, called the police, stayed with your kids," she'd said, "but you ran toward the danger. We could have lost you. You're not James Bond. You're not Jason Bourne. You're not even my sister. You're a goddamn high school English teacher." The best excuse I could come up with? It seemed like a good idea at the time. And at some level, she knew, had she been in the same situation, she might have done the same thing. Run to that door and try to stop a kid with a bomb from getting into the building. But even acknowledging that, she couldn't shake the fact that she had nearly lost me. No matter how much my supposedly selfless actions annoyed her, I know she didn't want that. Rachel had picked up on the tension between us, and not just in the last few days. She'd overheard the arguments, particularly after I sent $3,000 to my cousin Stan when he got fired from his meatpacking job in Duluth. I'd told him it was a one-time thing, and I'd stuck to that. But that hadn't made Bonnie any happier. So Bonnie, coming up with the idea of taking off today for a long weekend, was a nice conciliatory gesture. But I shook my head. If I don't walk back into that school today, I don't know whether I'll be able to do it Monday. She looked at me for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, then," she said. We usually left for work at the same time. Bonnie would get into her Mitsubishi crossover, usually taking Rachel and dropping her off at her school along the way, and I'd get into my Subaru Forester, which was parked closer to the street, because the boat, a 16-footer with a 50-horsepower Merc outboard bolted to the transom, sat on its trailer up close to the garage. As I was getting into my car, Jack Marshall, our next-door neighbor, was coming out his front door and heading for his van. He'd been to the house after the incident to offer congratulations/condolences/thanks, and his wife, Jill, yes, that's right, Jack and Jill, sent over cherry pie, because nothing helps you get past witnessing someone blow up, like pastry. Okay, that's dickish. People meant well and didn't know what to say. I mean, what would I have said to someone in the same situation? Jack offered a thumbs up just as a fully loaded dump truck rumbled down the street and past our houses. Jack gave it a scornful, disapproving shake of the head. There'd been a regular stream of trucks going by lately. The excavation for some new apartment complex a few streets over was underway, and the trucks loaded with fill had been a regular thing of late. Rachel hopped into Bonnie's car, and I got behind the wheel of mine. Once we were both on the street, pointed in different directions, we usually glanced in our rearview mirrors and waved to each other. Bonnie did not wave this morning. I had sent a text to Trent the night before to let him know I was coming back today. "Use the main door," he wrote back. "West entrance, still being repaired." Even if that hadn't been the case, I wouldn't have been entering the school that way. I'd be avoiding that set of doors for as long as possible. Maybe forever. For more mornings than I could count, I'd pulled into this staff parking lot, but today felt like a first time. This was not the same school I'd entered 1,000 times before. I'd almost died here. I'd watched someone die here. I pulled into my spot, killed the engine, hit the button to retract my seatbelt, and went to reach for the door handle. And I began to shake.
4. I appreciate this is a difficult time for you, but I do have a few more things I need to go over, Detective Marta Harper said, standing at the front door of the LeDrew residence, a modest bungalow in the northeast part of Milford on a tree-lined street. She had been met at the door by Angus LeDrew, a skinny, pale man in his 50s, with thin wisps of hair over a liver-spotted head and shoulders weighed down by invisible cinder blocks. "We've told you people everything," he said wearily. "Is it them?" said a woman's voice from inside the house. "The TV people?" Over his shoulder, he said, "No, the police." His wife, Fiona, was as thin as he was, but with features as brittle and delicate as faded, dried flowers. She viewed Marta through dead eyes. "Oh," she said. "It's just," Angus said, "we have an appointment shortly." He opened the door wider and allowed the detective to enter the living room. Everyone took a seat. Marta noticed both of them were unexpectedly dressed up for how early it was. Angus was in a white shirt and tie minus a jacket, and Fiona was in a black knee-length dress with a small gold necklace draped around her neck. The detective wondered whether the funeral for their son was this morning. As if reading her mind, Fiona said, "We buried our boy yesterday." Angus, grim-faced, added, "What was left of him?" Fiona visibly winced. Marta was well aware that their son's remains had been scattered far and wide by the blast. She didn't have to ask whether they'd opted for a closed casket. Fiona said, "No one came to the funeral. Not his friends, not his cousins, not one person came." "My brother," Angus said. "You forgot he was there." He looked at the detective. "He drove all the way down from Syracuse. But his wife, she stayed home." He mouthed the word bitch. "But no one else," his wife said. "Mark was a good boy. People should have come and paid their respects. My son didn't hurt a soul. He was never really going to hurt anybody. Did anyone at that school die other than my son? Did they?" Marta sat there solemnly and let them talk. "He just wanted to talk to people," Angus said. "That's what the teacher said. He told you people Mark wanted to set a few things straight, that's all." "We've had to take the phone off the hook," his wife said. "Hateful calls, awful people, saying terrible things about us." Marta thought it was time for a question. "Did your son discuss problems he had with anyone at Lodge? Students or staff?" Angus shook his head. "He didn't say anything to me. And it's been a long time since he was there. Don't see what the point was in going back after all this time. You have to move on. If you have a problem, you deal with it. You don't let it fester over time." Marta looked to Fiona. "He had a hard time there," she said. "He was a very gifted boy, just not in an academic way. The school should have tried harder to understand him, you know? Tried to figure out his needs." "Needs," Angus said, coming close to rolling his eyes. "So he didn't discuss any grievances with specific teachers?" Mr. Boyle said he made mention of a couple during their conversation. Angus shook his head. "That man. I won't say his name." "Why's that, Mr. LeDrew?" "He should have done something. All he was worried about was saving his own skin. Making my son walk away first before getting him to blow himself up." Marta didn't feel disclosing that Richard Boyle was her brother-in-law was the right move at this time. But she couldn't stop herself from saying, "Mr. Boyle worked very hard to de-escalate the situation. It's tragic what happened to your son, but it would have been worse had more people been involved." She decided to move on to something else. "What do either of you know about how Mark came into possession of dynamite?" "I had no idea," Angus said. "He worked for a few months for Jason Quarries," Fiona said. "They sometimes used dynamite. I can't think of any other place he got it. When did he leave that job?" Fiona looked to her husband for an answer. "About 8 months ago," he said. "So it's possible he was hiding explosives here all that time?" Fiona paled. "I don't know. Out in the garage, maybe?" "You're just assuming he stole that stuff from the quarry," Angus said. "Like he was a thief or something. He might have bought it legit somewhere, you don't know." "Would that make it better?" Marta couldn't help but ask. "Because the real issue would seem to be what he intended to do with it. We looked at his computer history. He watched a lot of videos on how to build a bomb." "What do you want from us?" Fiona asked, her voice breaking. "Tell me, what do you want us to do?" "Admit we're terrible parents? Is that what you'd like? Well, I won't do that. I loved Mark, and I did my best by him." Marta noted that she hadn't said "we." "It's not all on us. You need to go back to that school. You need to talk to those teachers, like that Mr. Willow. He was hard on Mark, I know that much." "He was probably trying to toughen him up," Angus said. "God knows the boy could have benefited from it. Needed some direction. That Mr. Wakely, the principal, he was decent enough, trying to steer Mark toward more mechanical things he'd be good at, but you know what it's like these days. The school system's only worried about pushing kids through. Make it the next person's problem." Trent Wakely had been ready to take their son down if he'd had a clean shot, Marta thought. Angus's face flushed. "But it's the one who watched him die. He's the one you gotta talk to." Back to Richard Boyle. "He was right there. He could have done something. Nobody heard the whole conversation. There's only his word about what was said between them. He talked my boy into walking away and blowing himself up to save his own ass." Detective Marta Harper got to her feet. "Thank you for your time. Again, I'm very sorry for your loss." On her way back to her car, she saw what the LeDrews' next appointment was. A deep blue Jaguar sedan pulled into the driveway, a silver-haired man behind the wheel. Marta was pretty sure she recognized him, a hotshot lawyer from New York. She'd seen him on the news, usually defending the indefensible. As he got out of the car, he walked to the end of the driveway, shot one quick look at Marta, then looked down the street as though waiting for someone else to arrive. Seconds later, a TV news van turned the corner, rose slowly up the street, and parked across the end of the driveway. "Oh, great," the detective said under her breath.
5. Richard. Get it together, I told myself. You can do this. Sitting behind the wheel of my car in the school parking lot, I couldn't move. I thought I was ready, that I could come back, but now I was drowning in doubt. More than once since Monday, I'd considered never coming back, asking for a transfer to another school, maybe quitting the profession. Even after setting aside fears that someday another nutcase would stroll in, armed perhaps with an assault rifle instead of a bomb, as had happened in so many other schools across the nation. Teaching for a living had more than its share of drawbacks. The pay was mediocre, although teachers in Connecticut were compensated better than in some other states. You took work home almost every night, marking, preparing lessons. Budgets were always being cut back. One day you found you were out of chalk, or there was no toilet paper in the bathrooms. Textbooks hadn't been updated since the Carter administration. Older schools had no air conditioning. You sweltered in the months before and after summer. As supportive as most parents were, it was the hypercritical, impossible-to-please ones that wore you down. Everything you said, everything you taught, your private life, it was all under the microscope like never before. You'd run into a parent at the liquor store doing something as innocent as buying a bottle of Smirnoff, and suddenly you were an educator who might have a drinking problem. Everyone's phone was a camera, so you never knew when your actions were being captured on video. And when they were, it was often out of context. I'd learned that lesson in a big way a few years ago. And so many issues that today's kids were going to come face to face with. Racism, diversity, gender identity, sexism were now third-rail topics. You touched on them at your peril. Teachers weren't the only ones feeling the stress either. The kids were dealing with way more than previous generations. Experimenting with drugs and alcohol and sex, sure. That had always been the case. But they were under increasing pressure from home to do well, to make something of themselves. Flunk one exam and you were led to believe you'd thrown away your future. They were being bullied and shamed online. They were sucked into a social media vortex that was leading to depression. They were anorexic, or they ate too much. They were shamed for what they did and didn't do. And they, too, had to wonder whether this was the day someone would want to come into their school and kill them. Not the sort of shit Beaver and Wally had to deal with when they left home in the morning. You wanted to help these kids, but more often than not couldn't find the support they most needed. Asking the powers that be for a few extra bucks for a kid with emotional problems or a learning disability could be like asking for a ticket to the moon. And Christ, don't get me started on all the disputes over masks and the horrors of virtual learning during the pandemic. I never wanted to go through anything like that again. But here was a crazy thing. In spite of all this, or maybe even partly because of it, I loved the job. I loved the kids. I loved the challenges. I loved that you never went home at the end of the day without a story. A high school was a living, breathing organism where you could never predict what was going to happen. A high school was a small city filled with stories of tragedy and heartbreak, success and inspiration. What kept me going was the possibility that, even if it didn't happen every day, you were lucky if it happened once a month, you might have an actual impact on someone's life. Help them find the thing they loved. Make them look at something in a way they never had before. Maybe, just maybe, you open their eyes for a moment. If I walked away, I wouldn't have the opportunity to do that. And frankly, I didn't know what else I would have done. I didn't want to walk away. I didn't want what happened to me on Monday to defeat me. I could do this. My panic attack in the parking lot shouldn't have surprised me. While I hadn't had any formal counseling or therapy since the incident, not yet anyway, Marta had had plenty to tell me when we had a private moment. "You think you're okay, but you're not," she'd said. "Your view of the world will change. Things you could slough off in the past may seem like a big deal. You may have a degree of paranoia. You'll worry all the time about Bonnie and Rachel, more about them than yourself. Don't beat yourself up if you feel overwhelmed, like you can't handle things like you used to. At least for a while. You're fragile, even if you don't want to admit it." I suspect she told Bonnie all of this too, although Bonnie'd probably already figured it out. Before deciding to go into teaching and ultimately moving up to running a school, Bonnie had considered following her older sister into law enforcement. She went so far as to attend a police training academy in Bridgeport before deciding it wasn't for her. But she learned a few tricks that had served her well, including once breaking up a fight between two students, one of whom had a knife. This hadn't happened at her elementary school, but at one of her first teaching gigs in a high school. A shot of that kind of courage was what I needed right now. When I had faced Mark LeDrew, I hadn't had time to think about my actions. Now I had too much time to think. I took a deep breath and got out of the car, walked at a steady pace toward the front door, pulled it open, entered the building. Holy shit. There must have been 100 kids there, standing in the main hall applauding and cheering as I entered. A banner strung above them that read, "We love you, Mr. B." Among them were various members of the staff, and right up front, Trent, who had a big grin on his face as he brought his hands together. I stood there, dumbfounded. And I'd like to say I was able to hold back the tears, but I couldn't. I was overwhelmed. The stress of the last 4 days erupted in the form of racking sobs. The crowd pushed forward and surrounded me. Everyone offering hugs, patting me on the back, squeezing me, saying things like, "You're the best," and "We love you," and "You saved us." That went on for a couple of minutes. My heart felt like it would burst. Trent waved a hand in the air and said loudly, "Okay, everybody, if you can give me a moment." The crowd quieted. When there were only a few murmurs, Trent said, "Mr. Boyle, on behalf of the staff and students at Lodge High School, we want to say a heartfelt thank you. Without your courage, without your sense of duty and decency, we might be in a very different place today, a place we don't even want to imagine. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and to show my own personal appreciation, I'm springing for coffee today." Laughter. Someone handed him a mug and passed it along to me. I wiped away some tears before taking it in my hand, took a sip, grimaced, and said, "Even worse than usual." Another wave of laughter. I handed the mug off to someone, and Trent gave me a hug and a handshake. His was the first, but not the last. One kid after another came up to put their arms around me, and plenty of them were crying too. This whole exercise was a tension release for all of us. One girl whose dad managed a Home Depot put a $100 gift card in my hand. "I can't take that," I said. "He said you have to." A grade 9 boy handed me a pastry box tied up with string. "Cupcakes," he said. A 10th grade student in a wheelchair rolled herself up to me, took my hand in both of hers, and squeezed it. "My parents love you," she said, her voice breaking. I leaned over and gave her a hug. I felt I needed to say something to the assembled crowd. I raised my hands, palms down, signaling everyone to hush. "Look, this is all very kind of you. I think—" I stopped, needing another second to pull myself together. I continued, "I think everyone here, all of you, deserve a lot of credit. The love in this school, it doesn't matter what comes our way, the way we feel about each other, that will always get us through the good times and the bad." One kid shouted, "You're a badass, Mr. B." I smiled, shrugged. What happened Monday will be with us a long time. Forever for me, I guess. What I want to say is I wish things had gone differently. I wish I could have helped Mark LeDrew. I feel like I failed him. Someone said, "You didn't fail us." "Okay, well," I said, forcing a smile. "We should all get to class, and I need to find a drinkable cup of coffee." As the kids and most of the teachers drifted away, 2 staff members stayed. The first was Sally Berwick. She'd no doubt been told that Mark LeDrew had her on his mental list. She put her arms around me and began to weep. "It's okay," I said, patting her back. "It's okay." Her body trembled. She hung on for about 20 seconds, stepped back, wiped the tears from her eyes, and, looking slightly embarrassed, whispered, "Sorry."
With that, she went off to class, leaving just one staff member who wanted to say something. Herb Willow. Round-shouldered, balding, a pair of wire-rimmed glasses hanging off the end of his nose. He stepped forward and extended a hand. No hugs from Herb, but that was okay. A handshake would suffice. I took his clammy hand into mine, and he gripped it hard. Locked onto it so that he could pull me in close to him. He put his mouth close to my ear and whispered, "I know you told the cops it was all my fault, you motherfucker. Don't think for a minute that I'm gonna forget that."
6. Billy Finster was in the garage out back of his house tinkering with the blue 1980 Camaro, the front end precariously propped up on jacks so he could work on the engine from the underside if he needed to. Not that he would have had a clue what to do once he got down there. The car had been sitting this way, front end up, ass end down, for the better part of 2 years, ever since he bought it off a guy in Stamford for $3,000. Dude had said it needed a bit of work, which turned out to mean doesn't run worth a shit. But Billy'd always loved that vintage of Camaro and figured even though he didn't know the first thing about car repair, he could learn a few of the fundamentals and get the thing running one of these days. And to that end, he had invested a fair chunk of change in recent weeks. A carpenter was only as good as his tools, right? Well, the same maxim surely had to apply to people who refurbished classic vehicles. So Billy had bought a high-torque pneumatic wrench, an air hammer, a wide variety of ratchets and extenders, specialty tools to check a car's suspension and front-end alignment, buffers and polishers, even some new shelving. Lots of stuff. Lucy had said it was like buying a high-end computer for a horse. It could be the best one on the market, but the horse was never, ever going to be able to do so much as check its email. Pissed Billy off when she talked that way. She'd popped into the garage to tell him she was going in for an afternoon shift at the Bridgeport Hospital cafeteria where she worked. She usually had Friday off, but someone had booked off sick and she was going to cover. An entire shift of overtime. "I'm off," she said. "Get some beer and some Dorito things." "I'm not going to the fucking grocery store. I'm going to work." "On your way back," he said. "And not some cheap-ass beer. Good stuff. We've got the money." "You've got the money," she said. Jesus. This again, he thought. Lucy was as bad as Stuart, wanting him to share the wealth. What did they think this was, socialism? Billy dug a couple of 20s from his pocket and slapped them into her open palm. She turned and headed for her car. "You going to say thank you?" She shot him a middle finger over her shoulder. Seconds later, she was behind the wheel of her Kia and gone. He had the hood up on the Camaro, looking at the engine like it was the Sphinx. The air cleaner had been removed and was sitting on a nearby bench, exposing the carburetor. Billy, guided by a handbook on this particular model, had taken it apart and cleaned it more than once. He'd installed a new battery, changed the points and plugs, but still hadn't been able to get the damn engine to turn over. He heard tires crunching on gravel. Maybe Lucy'd come back, wanting more money so she could get some of that soy milk shit she liked, or, God forbid, a pack of cut-up veggie sticks. He hoped it wasn't Stuart. He needed a break from his friend today. Stuart was starting to be like that tiny dog Chester in the Looney Tunes cartoons, the one always running in front of the big dog, Spike, asking, "What do you want to do now, Spike? You want to play ball? You want to chase cars?" And Spike takes a swipe at him, knocking him off his paws. There were times Billy wondered if Stuart's parents dropped him on his head a lot when he was little. He spent half his time laughing at online videos of people walking into poles, stepping out into traffic, getting bit in the nuts by pit bulls. The side door opened before he could get to it, and it wasn't Lucy or Stuart, although it was a man and a woman standing there silhouetted in the afternoon sun. Andrea and Gerhard, or better known, at least in Billy's head, as Psycho Bitch and Butthead. Gerhard, 30-ish, short and stocky and bald, looked like he would be the tougher of the two, coming in at 250 pounds, with a hint of a snake tattoo coming up from under his shirt collar. Big beefy arms under a shirt that was a size too small for him. But it was the woman who always set Billy's teeth on edge. Thin and wiry, probably close to 40, black eyes set against a dry, wrinkled face, with stringy hair that hung down below her shoulders, she struck Billy as someone who'd spent too much time catching rays on a beach or a prison workout yard. She had a small scar on her right cheek, and one eye never seemed to open the whole way, like she was squinting. This was not a scheduled pickup day. They'd been here this past Monday, so he had nothing for them today. He'd be taking their next shipment off the plane in 3 days. "Hey, guys," he said, moving toward them and extending a hand. "Sup? This is kind of unexpected. Want a beer or something?" Billy pointed a thumb over his shoulder at a mini-fridge resting atop the workbench. "Corona?" "Not a social call, Billy," said Gerhard, like it ever was. These two had always been pure business. "Where's our stuff? Here's your money, now fuck off." Andrea was looking at him with those dead eyes, Billy half expecting them to blink vertically like some half-human, half-reptile thing in a horror movie. She said simply, "Billy?" He nodded. She asked, "You ever eat Raisin Bran?" "What?" "You know, Raisin Bran. Those flakes, they got raisins in them. You ever eat them for breakfast?" The fuck, he thought. There was a reason he thought of her as psycho bitch, asking shit that made no sense. "Maybe. I don't know. I guess I've eaten it." "Remember the song? A Jingle Like." She sang it, 2 scoops of juicy raisins in every box of Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Billy just looked at her. Andrea took a step closer as she continued with her story. Gerhard smiled. "When I was like 14, I thought, is there really 2 scoops in every box? So I buy one, empty it out on the kitchen table, and pick out all the raisins, every last fucking one." Andrea grinned. "Guess what I found?" Billy shook his head. "There was like 1 3/4 scoops. What do you think of that?" Billy shrugged and said, "I guess it would depend on how they define a scoop, like, what's a scoop? A cup? Half a cup? Or—" "I know what a fucking scoop is," Andrea said. "It's a scoop. Like those little shovel light things at the bargain bin store. And this didn't have 2 of them. So I put all that shit back in the box and take it back to the store and tell them I want my money back because they ripped me off. And this dipshit store manager basically tells me to fuck off. So what did I do?" She turned her head, posing the question to her partner. Gerhard put his index finger to his temple. "Tire iron." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Billy asked. Gerhard said, "You Raisin Brand us." What?" "We did the inventory," Gerhard said. "You came up short." "I don't understand," Billy said. "We're short flizzies," Gerhard said. "Our southern friends, they told us what they sent. We looked at how much we got, and we found what you might call discrepancy." "Guys, come on," Billy said pleadingly. "You saying I dipped into the shipment? There's no way. You treat me fair and square, pay me good, I'm not going to mess with that. What's supposedly missing?" Gerhard said, "It's not supposedly missing. Andrea, do we supposedly think it's missing, or do we know it's missing?" Andrea said, "We know. I never even peeked inside a shipment. I don't know what's in there and don't want to know what's in there. What the fuck are flizzies?" Although Billy was playing dumb, a role to which anyone who knew him would say he was well suited, he did know what flizzies were because on one visit Gerhard had a free pack in his hand, like he'd been sampling his own merchandise. Powerful little pills that looked like candy, that were disguised as candy, and were often packaged to look like candy, but they were not candy. They were, in fact, tablets of fentanyl. A wonderfully potent synthetic opioid that could make all your pain go away. That had been manufactured to the highest standards in a Tijuana lab, put in a carry-on bag, flown to a small regional airport south of Hartford that handled international flights, and retrieved discreetly by Billy the baggage handler. Billy, pointing to a 6-foot-wide, floor-to-ceiling set of lockers along the back wall next to the workbench, said, "I bring it back, it goes right in there, and that stays locked all that time." Andrea asked, "Who else uses this garage?" "Nobody." "You've got a wife. You saying she never comes out here?" "Yeah, sure, sometimes, but Lucy doesn't have the locker key." "Lucy," Andrea said. "Yeah, but I got the only key. Lucy's working all the time anyway at the hospital." "She a nurse or a doctor?" Gerhard asked. "Cafeteria." It was true about Lucy not having her own key, although there were times, Billy thought but did not say out loud, when he left his full set of keys by the front door or next to his bed, or didn't know where the fuck they were. He was always calling out to Lucy, asking if she'd seen them. But that didn't mean she'd ever used the key. "Kids?" Andrea asked. "You got kids coming in here, thinking they could eat that shit?" "No kids around here. All we got is some nosy old lady next door." Gerhard said, "People snooping around here at night." "Why would anyone be snooping?" "No one knows what's in here. Anyone broke in, they'd steal my tools, and nobody's touched those. I keep the garage doors locked whenever I'm not around." "The airport den?" Andrea asked. "You leaving our shit unattended before you bring it back?" "No way. Never let it out of my sight once I pick it up. When I know it's a flight with your stuff, I'm the first one there to unload." Andrea looked at the Camaro. "You got friends that help you work on this piece of shit?" Billy blinked. "Nope, nobody." Although, he thought, Stuart was often here. But what she'd asked was there ever anyone who helped? And Stuart was about as helpful as a rash on your nuts. He'd open up a folding lawn chair, the one with the disintegrating webbing, half his butt hanging through the seat, watching Billy work on the Camaro. But did Stuart even know where he stashed the stuff? That it was in the locker? If he did, would Stuart be dumb enough to rip him off if he could somehow get his key when he wasn't looking? Shit. Billy, trying not to sound nervous, offered an alternate theory. "Could be someone's dipping into your product before the bag goes on the plane." Andrea acted as though she hadn't heard, instead focused on a small box with thick red and black wires leading from it. At the end of each wire was a set of metal alligator clips with rubber-coated handles. "This some kind of sex thing?" she asked. "Biggest fucking nipple clamps I ever saw." That's a portable car battery charger, like jumper cables, but you don't need the other car." Andrea gazed upon the gadget thoughtfully, picking up the handles and squeezing them so that the clips opened and closed like tiny raptor jaws with jagged teeth. "So I clip these things to a battery and hit this button, and it sends a charge?" Billy nodded. Andrea looked at Gerhard and gave him a knowing nod. Gerhard came up behind Billy and pinned his arms. "The fuck, man?" Andrea moved close to Billy, set the charger and the cables on the trunk of the Camaro, then started to roll up the front of his Whaler sweatshirt until it cleared his nipples. She bunched it at the top so it wouldn't come back down. "Cut it out!" Billy said. "Fucking cut it out!" Next, she picked up the 2 cables and rubbed the clips over each of his nipples. "So if I hooked these up and hit the switch, what would happen, Billy?" "It could fucking kill me," he said, starting to whimper. "I swear, honest, I didn't take your shit, I didn't!" Andrea opened the clip in her left hand that was attached to the black cable and hooked it onto Billy's right nipple. Billy screamed as blood trickled down his chest. She continued to brush his left nipple with the other clip while Gerhard spoke. "Here's how it is, Billy. You're going to have to compensate us for our loss, which works out to about what we've paid you so far." "Please, please, please," he whispered, looking at the clip in Andrea's hand. I don't have that money anymore. I've spent it on stuff for the shop." "Is that our problem?" Gerhard asked Andrea. "That is not our problem," she replied. "There you have it," Gerhard said. "You pick up the next shipment on Monday. When we come for it, we can settle up." With that, Andrea dropped the second cable to the floor, leaving the first one still attached, and she and Gerhard exited the garage. Billy, struggling to catch his breath, tears running down his cheeks, freed himself from the clamp and slowly dropped to the floor.
7. Richard. My second class back was the same group of kids I'd been with when I saw Mark LeDrew crossing the school parking lot. I knew it was unlikely we'd pick up where we left off, talking about the road. When I walked in, they were all standing beside their desks and saluting, big grins on their faces. Not all were in attendance, however. Some parents had not sent their kids back yet. I was guessing some never would, that they'd send their kids to different schools, maybe private ones. But you had to wonder whether any school, or mall, or church, or nightclub, or grocery store was immune when there were so many nutcases out there. I'd spent so much time telling the police what had happened when I confronted LeDrew that I'd heard very little about what transpired in my classroom after I'd run down the hall in a bid to block his entry. I should point out there'd been some whispering that I'd abandoned my kids at the worst possible time, and maybe there was something to that. But in the moment, I did what I'd hoped would be in the interests of everyone. We'd never know how things might have played out if I'd stayed put. Emma Katzenbach, the girl with the phone welded to her palm, had done as I'd instructed and immediately called 911. Told the dispatcher a shooter was coming into the school, even though that had been an assumption on her part. An easy one to make, given that I had said armed intruder. The dispatcher kept her on the line, asking for more details, but not only did Emma not have any, she could barely hear because the other kids had started shoving desks toward the door to barricade it. The shades had been drawn by Eldon and another student, and then everyone huddled below the window in case there was a shooter and bullets started coming through the glass. Then they waited to hear shots, waited to hear people screaming in the halls, waited to hear sirens. Most of them started texting or phoning their parents at work or home. Emma hung up on the 911 dispatcher so that she could call her mother. Finally, there was the sound of Mark LeDrew's bomb going off. Everyone in the class had screamed. They'd been steeling themselves to hear gunfire, a single shot at least. But the explosion came as a surprise. A bomb? A fucking bomb? Was the entire school going to blow up? Should they clear the door and make a run for it, pull back the shades, break glass, and escape through the windows? But within a minute or two of the blast, Trent went on the PA system and told everyone to stay where they were. The situation, he said, appeared to have reached a resolution, but the lockdown would continue until they got an all-clear from the police. That was the worst time, Eldon said, wondering if there was going to be more bombs or shooting or what. The weird thing was we were all kind of freaking out at first, but we were all calm at the same time, you know? I nodded. They had plenty of questions for me, some of them about the most grisly details, but I dodged most of them. You know the basics, I said. It's not easy for me to talk about. I hope you get that. They did. Eldon said, They fired Mr. Grant, the caretaker. He's not fired, Emma said. He's on some kind of suspension. That's what my mom said. He kept meaning to fix the latch on that door but never got around to it. I think he should be fired. If we'd have been killed, it would have been all his fault. I didn't want to get into it. I made one vain attempt to talk about our current reading project, but the bell was going to ring in 2 minutes, so I don't know why I bothered. I assigned no homework and wished everyone a good weekend. On Monday, I warned them we were going to get back to work. Tests and essays, I told them. Lots and lots of them. The most homework in the history of homework. No one looked particularly worried. I noticed there was one student who hadn't said a word the entire period. As he was exiting the class, head down, I called to him. "Andrew," I said. Andrew Keenan stopped and turned. "Yes, Mr. B," he said. "Got a second?" "You want me to close the door?" he asked. "No, leave it open." "You were pretty quiet. You okay?" "I guess," he said, taking a few steps toward my desk. "This is my first day back, too." I nodded. "There's quite a few kids. Still haven't returned." "My parents didn't want me to come back, but neither of them could get off work today, and they didn't want me to stay home alone." "At 15? I promised them I'd text them every hour." "Okay," I said. "It's going to take a while for everything to feel back to normal." "When are we going to be reading a different book?" "You don't like The Road?" He thought for a moment. "I'll finish it, but are there any happy books?" A wave of guilt washed over me. Maybe, given the current state of things, there were better choices than the apocalypse. I thought a moment. How about happy and funny? Sure. I didn't want to overwhelm him with a list. Go to the library and find Carl Hyacin. I spelled the last name for him. He writes for grown-ups and young adults. See if they have Hoot. Andrew said he would. I was at my desk, trying to focus on lesson planning for the coming week, when there was a soft rapping at my open door. I looked up and saw Sally Berwick. "Got a minute?" she asked. I nodded and waved her in. I got up, and the two of us sat sideways in student desks, across from each other, almost knee to knee. "I just wanted to be sure about something," she said. "He really said my name? You heard him say he was coming for me?" I wasn't going to tell her LeDrew had referred to her as Fat Sally, although I had told that to the police. But she was the only Sally on staff, and she tended to fit the description. "Yes," I said. She nodded solemnly, as if this confirmation was what she was waiting to hear. "I'm quitting," she said, just like that. Maybe that's not something you should decide right now. Give it some time." "I can't do this anymore. I'm clearly not good at what I do. I thought I was helping that boy." "You are good at what you do. I bet you did everything you could for him." No, I didn't. I believed what I'd been told by others, that he had intellectual limitations. But I should have judged him on my own, found out what made him tick. I had a sense things at home were not good, that he wasn't close to his father, who was distant, critical. Maybe I could have steered him towards something that would have suited him, but still presented a challenge, instead of underestimating him the way others had. Then maybe he wouldn't have become so angry about how we failed him, how I failed him. Sally dug her fingernails into her palms. "It's not that I'm scared some other student is going to come in here and hunt us all down. I don't think lightning will strike twice like that. But I don't want to fail any more kids." I took her hand in mine, pried open her fingers to get a better grip. "I don't know anyone in this school who cares about kids more than you do." She smiled sadly at me. "They need someone in the billing department where my husband works. I don't have a lot of experience, but they said I'll get the hang of it really fast, and the job's there if I want it. I put in enough years that I'll get a good chunk of my teacher's pension." "If you think that's what's best." "Every day now feels like a gift. We have a bit of money set aside, so we think we'll do some traveling, too. I've always wanted to go to London. Have you been to London?" I nodded. "You'll love it." I let go of her hand. "I want to see Buckingham Palace." She grinned. "Maybe the king will invite us in for tea." "I'll call ahead, set something up." She gave me another smile. "What about you? You staying?" I shrugged. "I guess. I'm otherwise unemployable." "Has it changed you?" I considered the question. "I don't think I know yet, but I'll tell you this. I'm ready for my life to get back to normal." I thought of something I wanted to ask her. Did Mark ever mention anything about a lawnmower man? Sally pushed her lips out, thinking. Wasn't that a horror movie? I remember our son watching something like that. Yeah, but did he ever refer to an actual person that way? Maybe it was something he wanted to be, like getting a job with a landscaping company. I held her hand again and gave it a brief squeeze. Enjoy your new life.
8. Herb Willow waited outside the principal's office, wondering why he'd been summoned. The office secretary, Belinda, said Trent had been having private chats with all the staff, that it was no big deal, but Herb was worried it was something more than that. Herb would describe himself as a glass-half-empty kind of person, always expecting the worst, and most of the time life did not disappoint. The door opened. "Come in, Herb, have a seat," Trent said, guiding Herb to a chair across from his desk. "How are you doing?" "I'm fine," he said flatly. Trent said, "That's good, that's terrific. Just taking some time to talk to everybody one-on-one to see how they're doing, if there's anything I can help you with." "I'm fine. And more specifically to tell you that the board is offering counseling sessions to anyone who feels they would benefit." "Are they now?" "Sometimes in the immediate aftermath of a traumatic incident, people think they can handle it, but then as time sets in, they start feeling the effects. Nightmares, flashbacks, stuff like that, PTSD. "Oh. The thing is, I figured what happened might have affected you more than some of the others. Not that we aren't all shook up about it." "I'm not following." Trent sighed. "Well, Herb, as you know, you were a likely target." "You're referring to what Mark LeDrew is alleged to have said before he blew himself up?" "Alleged?" Herb nodded. "Yes, alleged." "I don't think what Mark said is in dispute." "Did you hear what he said?" "I was around the corner, not quite close enough to hear the entire conversation between Richard and Mark." "So you didn't hear it," Herb said. "We've only got one person's word." Trent was quiet for a moment, moving his tongue around the inside of his cheek before he said, "So what are you saying? That Richard fabricated the conversation?" "Well, either Mark said those things to try to assassinate my character, or he never said them at all, and Richard Boyle made it all up for the same purpose." Trent said nothing. "Have you any idea what I've been put through the last few days? Police have interrogated me, as if I were a criminal. I have been persecuted. People are whispering behind my back. Did I try to blow up this school? Did I threaten to kill anybody? No. But the way they came at me, you'd think I had." "So, Mark was lying?" "If he said those things, yes. Or Richard is lying." Herb shrugged as though the answer was obvious. "Why would Richard do that?" "He doesn't respect me. Never has. Doesn't value the contribution I make to this school." Trent said, "So in the midst of a crisis, in a life-or-death moment, Richard Boyle decided this was his big chance to cast you, of all people, in a negative light. He didn't have to come up with it in the moment. He could have thought of it after." Trent took a moment to collect his thoughts. "Herb, let me lay it out for you. I not only believe Mark said those things and that Richard retold them accurately, I believe what Mark said was true. I've heard how you talk to your students. You puff yourself up by putting them down. You went too far with Mark LeDrew. Actions have consequences. I'm not saying it's your fault he came here intending to kill us all, but it's possible you lit the match." Herb stood. "If you speak to me in this manner again, question my professionalism, I'll want my union rep with me. Maybe even a lawyer." Trent sighed. The meeting was over. Herb turned and walked out of the office. Herb held himself together until he got back to his classroom. His heart was hammering in his chest. Droplets of sweat were beading up on his forehead. Once there, he closed the door, dropped into the chair, and flattened his palms on his desk until he had his breathing under control. Another panic attack. God knows if there was anyone who could have benefited from those counseling sessions, it was him. He'd been on an emotional razor's edge since learning what Mark LeDrew had said. Couldn't sleep, couldn't focus, nearly ran a red light the day before. But talking to somebody, spilling his guts to some school board shrink would amount to an admission of culpability, wouldn't it? Better to put up a good front that he had nothing to be concerned about. Tough it out. But Jesus Christ on a cracker, he could have died Monday. If it hadn't been for that son of a bitch Richard, Herb might have finished his day in as many pieces as LeDrew did. Hard to get your head around. My God, he thought. What would have become of Margaret? Okay, sure. Maybe he'd been a little rough on the kid back in the day, but hadn't his intention always been to make the boy shape up, make him tougher, mold him into someone better than he was? Of course. That was why Herb Willow had said those things. That was his story, and he was sticking to it. His intention was not to humiliate, but motivate. Everyone had their own teaching style. Some coddled. But not Herb, not a chance. The way you got these dumbass kids to learn things was to badger them, shame them. You were doing them a favor whether they appreciated it or not. Years later, once they'd made something of themselves, they'd thank you. But he had to tell Trent that Boyle had been lying. The politically correct, touchy-feely admin types would never understand his methods. And let's face it, the LeDrew kid really had been dumber than a bag of hammers. But it did give Herb pause. How many other current and former students had he spoken to this way? He'd have to modify his approach. If he had to baby them, mollycoddle them to keep the powers that be happy, well, fine. That's what he would do. Principles be damned. If Boyle had any sense of decency, he would have kept quiet about what LeDrew had said. What was the point? There was nothing any teacher might have done that would justify LeDrew's intentions. Why even bring it up? What a way to treat a colleague. Later, on hall patrol, a mundane task that fell to all teachers to make sure there were no strangers in the school walking around like some beat cop, Herb spotted a student sitting on the floor back up against the locker, a book propped on his raised knees, a phone on the floor next to him. "Hey," Herb said, "you can't sit in the hall. Don't you have a class?" "I've got a free period," the student said. Herb recognized him. Andrew Keenan. Or Kanan, or something. Yeah, Andrew Kanan. Kind of a weird kid. Withdrawn, awkward. "Go read in the library or the cafeteria," Herb said. "Someone could trip over you here. You're a hazard." "I'm sitting here in case someone with a gun or a bomb comes in. I'm close to a door." He pointed to a double set that opened onto the back field. "I'll be able to make a quick getaway." "What if someone comes in through that door? You'll be the first person he sees." Andrew's face dropped, like he hadn't thought of that. Dumb kid, Herb thought. Herb asked, "What are you reading?" "The Road," he said. "That's that one about the dad and his son and the end of the world?" "Yeah." He hadn't read the book, but was familiar with the late author's reputation. Herb couldn't recall seeing it on any approved reading list. "Reading it for fun?" It wasn't a sarcastic question. Kids, and plenty of adults, loved apocalyptic storylines. Couldn't get enough of them. Herb could remember, when he was barely 10 years old, being transfixed by a TV movie called The Day After that depicted the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. He was unable to stop thinking about it for days and wanted to see it again, but almost no one had a VCR in those days. You couldn't record stuff. "It's for Mr. Boyle's class," Andrew said. "Oh," Herb said. "Mr. Boyle. Any good?" Andrew shrugged. "It's creepy." "What's so creepy about it?" Like civilization is totally wiped out, and it's about how they survive. People do some really awful things, like eating each other. Andrew put the book into his backpack and picked up his phone. I have to text my mom every hour. Okay, Herb said. He waited while Andrew typed a short note and hit the send button. So this book sounds pretty troubling. Yeah. Did you ask to be excused from reading it? Because if it's upsetting to you, if it triggers certain anxieties, you could get an exemption. It's not right, Mr. Boyle, making you read something that upsets you. The boy considered that. I didn't know you can get out of stuff you don't like. Well, you can't do it with everything. A lot of us don't like math, but that doesn't mean we don't have to take it. But if something upsets you on an emotional level, something that's very subjective, then sometimes a case can be made for being excused from studying it. Like, let's say you had family in your past who were killed in the Holocaust. You might feel uncomfortable reading Elie Wiesel's Night. Who? Doesn't matter, just making a point. Herb sighed. Okay. Andrew tucked his phone into his pocket and turned to leave. Hey, Herb said. Andrew stopped. Waited. You might want to talk to your parents about it. About what? The book. If it's objectionable in some way, they might want to know. Just a thought. He smiled and added, You didn't hear it from me. 9. Stuart! Billy shouted. He banged on the door with his fist. Stuart, open up! Stuart lived in a second-floor unit of a low-rent motel in Milford. Most of the rentals were long-term, with only a few on the first floor available for transients who needed a place to stay for a couple of days, or certain types of businesswomen and their clients who might only need a room for an hour or two. Billy was hitting the door hard enough that some neighbors had popped their heads out to see what the fuss was about. It wasn't unusual for the police to drop by, always good for breaking the monotony. But this was some regular guy making a racket, looking pretty pissed, and it was better not to get in the way of someone like that, so they closed their doors after taking a quick peek. Billy heard a chain slide back, and then the door opened. What the fuck? Stuart said, a video game controller in his hand. I had my buds in and couldn't hear. Billy put a hand on Stuart's chest and shoved him back into the room. He tripped on his own feet and landed on his back on the unmade double bed. The game controller hit the floor. Jesus, Stuart said. Need a word, Billy said, closing the door behind him and turning off the TV where Stuart had been virtually wandering some dark alley, shooting one person after another. This was, at least by this motel standards, one of the nicer units. The bedroom area was up front by the door, while a small nook with a table and 4 chairs, a small fridge, and a cooktop took up the back. This, plus a bathroom, was home sweet home for Stuart. He got himself sitting on the end of the bed while Billy paced back and forth, his face flushed. Stuart said, You look like you're going to have a heart attack or something. You got blood on your shirt. Billy stopped pacing and pointed a finger at him. You need to be 100% straight with me here. About what? Psycho bitch and butthead paid me a visit, and not on a pickup day. So? They're saying I stole from them. Did you? Stuart asked. I look like I got a death wish? Look at this! He lifted up his shirt to reveal a large purple bruise and a bandage taped over the right side of his chest. Nipple was practically hanging off. Fuck, Stuart said. How did they... There wasn't time to finish the question. Billy grabbed him by the shirt, threw him down on the floor, and sat on his stomach, straddling him with his legs, pinning his arms. Billy, get the fuck... Billy released one arm and grabbed Stuart's jaw so he could stop his head from moving and fixed his glare on him. You gotta be straight with me like never before. If you took it, if you admit it right now, without my having to beat the truth out of you, then okay, we'll figure out how to handle it. Say you didn't know it was there, something. Then you give me the money to pay them back, make things right. Billy, I didn't take... Do not fucking lie to me! This is your one chance, Stewart. Maybe one time, when I was asleep or something, you took my key and opened the locker and helped yourself to just a little of what was in there. Didn't think I'd notice. Didn't think they'd notice. You're my fucking friend, Stewart said, taking a swing with his free arm at Billy's face and missing. Make that ex-friend, Jesus! And then Stewart started to weep. Oh, shit, Billy said, getting off his friend and standing. He extended a hand to help him up. Fuck you, Stewart said, and found his own way up. I'm losing my mind here, man. I'm sorry. Stewart walked to a far corner of the room, and now it was his turn to point. Listen, if I had taken any of your shit, I'd have been within my rights to do it. You always freeze me out. He sniffed, took a tissue from his pocket, and wiped his nose. I could have helped you with it, helped you hide stuff, done whatever you needed, but no! That's not how you treat friends. He opened his arms wide to indicate his residence. Look at this shithole! How do you sleep at night in your nice house with your nice wife you can fuck whenever you want, knowing this is how I live? He shook his head. And then accusing me of ripping you off? I didn't do it. I didn't touch your shit. Billy hung his head. Okay. He found a chair and sat. I gotta pay them back. Where do I find that kind of money? I don't make this right, they'll fucking kill me. They've got you in place. They need you. Billy shook his head. They'll find someone else. Another guy at another airport. Bring it in by truck, FedEx it, whatever. I got a good thing going here, and I'm going to lose it if I don't find out what happened to that shipment. Maybe somebody dipped into it before it got put on the plane, Stewart said, his voice softening. They say no. Who else knows what you're holding for them? Nobody. Stewart gave him a look, like maybe Billy knew but wasn't willing to admit it. What? Billy said. It's not for me to say. No way. No fucking way. Lucy wouldn't do that. Stewart nodded. Of course not. You're right. She wouldn't. Billy bit his lip and looked away.
10. Richard. The day was over, and I was heading for the parking lot when I ran into Trent in the hall. You got 5? He asked. I followed him to his office. He had his suit jacket off and his sleeves rolled up. Not a look he adopted very often, but a sign that it had been as long a day for him as it had been for me. New watch? I asked. It had a blue face with white numbers and a brown leather band. I caught a glimpse of the name Timex on the face. He glanced at it, rolled his eyes, and said, Yeah, the battery on the last one died. Classic Trent. It was easier to buy a cheap new watch than take a dead one someplace to have a battery replaced. As long as I'd known him, I'd rarely seen him fix anything. He wasn't mechanically minded, and more than that, he couldn't be bothered. Toaster broken? Don't try to determine what's wrong with it. Pitch it and get a new one. Your stick vacuum won't suck because it's clogged? Replace it. It drove his wife Melanie crazy. At least he hasn't replaced me yet, she'd said on more than one occasion. He'd already told me about the available counseling services, so I didn't know what this meeting was about. He asked Belinda to hold his calls for the next few minutes, then waved me to come around to his side of the desk. I stood at his shoulder as he dropped into this chair and opened a browser on his computer screen. Guessing you haven't seen this, he said. Seen what? Noon News. He was on one of the local TV news sites. Trent clicked on an item. What is it? I asked. Oh, hell, he said. Before he could show me the news item, we had to wait for one ad to finish and another to start. As soon as he was allowed to skip the rest of the ad, he did so. I saw a familiar face. It was one of the news reporters who'd been here Monday. She was standing on the street in front of a house I did not recognize. Whose house? Trent raised a hand to quiet me. The reporter said, Angus and Fiona LeDrew buried their son yesterday, but their ordeal is far from over.
Their boy, Mark, died tragically on Monday at Lodge High School, and his parents want to know why." "Boy," I said. "While they acknowledge Mark came to the school with an explosive device which subsequently detonated, no one else was harmed. They believe Mark could have survived if greater care had been taken in dealing with the situation." Then Mark's parents were on screen, sitting in their living room, the mother dabbing at tears on her cheek. The husband's head bowed as he spoke. "We want to know what that teacher who talked to Mark said exactly. Whether he told him the best thing to do was take his own life, to go ahead and blow himself up outside the school to save others. Why weren't the police called? Why wasn't there a bomb specialist there? Why aren't teachers trained to deal with these kinds of situations?" Back out in front of the house, the reporter summed up. "The LeDrews have launched a multi-million-dollar suit against the teacher, Richard Boyle, the school's administration, and the quarry where their son once worked, where it is believed he acquired the dynamite. This is Lorraine Wilders reporting." Trent stopped the video and swiveled around in his chair to look at me. A bird could have flown into my mouth. "I know," Trent said. "It's nuts. I got him to change his mind. He tripped on his goddamn bootlaces and let go of the button. They didn't cover this shit when I went to teachers' college." "That's what you'll tell them, the lawyers, everyone. I've got to call into the board now. Maybe you sit down for an interview or something, for TV. Make people understand you deserve to have a school named after you, not get sued." I was numb. Trent said, "They'll try to make something out of the fact that no one else really saw or heard what happened. There's a couple of cameras, one just above the door that looks out onto the schoolyard, and another at the other end of the hall that looks down toward the west entrance. But none of the surveillance footage really shows that very well, and they don't pick up sound. They can't prove their allegations. You were around the corner. You were ready to take a shot. You must have heard something." Trent shrugged. "Not much. But it's irrelevant. Trust me, this suit isn't going anywhere. You probably got a case of your own you could file against the LeDrews. You've got to live with that trauma for God knows how many years." "Why would they do this?" "Well, money, first of all. And look, they're probably blaming themselves, not knowing how distressed he was, not knowing he was making a bomb. They need to find someone else to lay this off on, putting the blame on you, the school, the quarry, to take some of the pressure off them." He paused. "I know a little about him, the father. He wasn't much of a presence in Mark's life, distant, uninvolved. Maybe this is his way of coping with the guilt over that, going after everyone else." I had no more words. I turned and walked out of Trent's office and left the building. Once in the car, I texted Bonnie, asked her to call. But she had the same job Trent did, so she could be in a staff meeting or dealing with a parent or putting out some other kind of fire. There was always something. I went straight home. Depending on what after-school activities we might be involved in, Bonnie and I usually weren't back at the house until around 5. So when Rachel finished school, she went to Mrs. Tibaldi's place, one street over. Mrs. Tibaldi ran a home daycare, so she had 5 kids through the day, then took on another 4 school-age children once school was out, supervising them until their parents came to fetch them. It was only 4, and I could have picked up Rachel early, but I needed time to think about this latest development. I was getting out of the car when someone called to me. "Mr. Boyle?" I spun around. There was a young man standing there. Mid to late 20s, I was guessing. Jeans and a sweatshirt, ball cap. As a teacher, you were always a minor celebrity in your own town. Former students spotting you, wanting to say hello after not seeing you for years. Maybe that's what this was. Or just as likely, it was someone who recognized me from the news and wanted to offer some words of congratulations or gratitude. If that was the case, he clearly hadn't heard the latest. "Yes," I said. "Mr. Boyle from Lodge High?" I nodded. "Remember me?" he asked. A former student. Sometimes you knew who they were, but just as often you couldn't place them. Given this young man's age, he'd probably graduated from Lodge within the last decade. I was struggling to recognize him. "I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage," I said, smiling apologetically. He smiled and said, "Billy Finster." I was rifling through a mental Rolodex trying to place the name. Finster. The name registered faintly.
I didn't think he'd been a student of mine, but you couldn't remember all of them. Well, Bonnie could. She was amazing that way. 500 students in her school, and she could probably name 450 of them. For me, it was a little harder. Right, I said, nodding slowly. I remember the name, but you've probably changed a lot since you graduated. I grinned. You've grown up. I guess, he said. So you're the big hero now. Saw it on the news. Yeah, well, it's been quite a week. Listen, it was nice. I need to talk to you about something, he said. Maybe another time, I said, glancing at the house and then my watch to suggest I might have some pressing engagement. But thanks for saying hello. I really think you're going to want to hear what I have to say, he said. It's time to have a talk about what you did to me.
11.
How much longer?
The girl asked. Her name was Allison. She was 10 years old and in the 4th grade, and she was sitting in the office of Principal Bonnie Harper, who, instead of being at her desk, was in one of the 2 other chairs, huddling in close with the young girl so they could talk face to face.
I hope not long,
Bonnie said.
Your aunt lives up in Hartford, so it could take a while for her to get here, but I'll stay with you until she does, no matter how long.
Allison nodded.
Do you know why my mom didn't come home last night? I had to get ready for school all by myself today.
Bonnie certainly knew some of it. The details were sketchy, but from what her sister Marta, who was investigating the case, had told her, Allison's mother, Charisse Fowler, had been found dead in an alley around the corner from the bar where she'd last been seen. The bartender had tried to talk her into taking a cab or an Uber home, as she'd given every indication of being high in addition to drunk. She waved him off and departed. Her body had been discovered shortly before noon by a sanitation crew coming through to empty trash bins. Paramedics and police were called, but there was nothing they could do. The woman had been dead for several hours. And while the results of an autopsy were pending, Marta, who had come to the school when she learned the dead woman's daughter was a pupil here, had said she would not be surprised to learn it was a fentanyl overdose. It was the second such incident they'd seen that week, according to Marta, who told her fentanyl was 50 times stronger than heroin, 100 times stronger than morphine. Too much of that shit, and it was game over. The only backup contact in the girl's school file was for an aunt named Louise, who lived up in Hartford. Allison's father had vanished from the scene shortly after her birth, and Charisse had been raising the child, if you could call her haphazard parenting that, on her own. Bonnie and Allison's teacher were well aware her home situation was not ideal, perilous, in fact, and they had, as they were obliged to do, notified the authorities on more than one occasion. Allison had been removed from the home a couple of times and placed locally, and last year had spent a month living up in Hartford attending a different school while Charisse did a stint in rehab. Allison frequently came to school without breakfast, wearing clothes that had not been laundered in weeks. She often made her own lunch before leaving home, a peanut butter sandwich, and it had broken Bonnie's heart that she had to ask her if she could make something different in the morning, like a jam sandwich, because 2 of the kids in Allison's class had peanut allergies and the parents had complained. Bonnie could remember Allison's cheerful accommodation.
Oh, okay. I can make a sandwich with marshmallow fluff.
Fortunately, the school had a breakfast program in place for less fortunate children, and the child was able to get something to eat even if nothing had been provided for her at home. Bonnie always made sure there was something left for Allison. But this was a girl who needed much more than something in her stomach. She needed a stable home environment, and that was something Bonnie could not provide. When Allison, sitting there in the office, asked Bonnie whether she knew what had happened, why she was not able to head home like she did every other day, Bonnie was unsure how much to say.
Your mother had a problem today, so that's why we want you to stay here until your aunt arrives. My aunt works till 5, I think, Allison said. It's a long drive to get here, especially if there's traffic. I think maybe she's able to get off early today, so... Bonnie glanced at her watch. I'm betting she'll be here within the hour. Allison nodded thoughtfully. Then, as if asking what the weather would be like tomorrow, she said, Is my mom dead? Bonnie said, What makes you ask that, Allison? The girl looked at her with large, soulful eyes. She has problems. I know, honey. I had to go live with Aunt Louise last year while she got better. I remember. Sometimes she stops taking the drugs, Allison said plainly. But then she starts doing them again. I tell her not to, but she doesn't listen to me. That's good advice. But sometimes people won't do what's best for themselves. I make dinner for her and do the dishes when she's out of it. I make good hot dogs. They're easy. I just boil them. That's good of you to look after her. Allison nodded. Like you did what you had to do. I'm scared she won't get better. Yeah. So is that what happened? Bonnie said, I think that whatever your mother's situation is, it's something your aunt would want to discuss with you. Allison considered that, then slowly shook her head from side to side. You're the principal, so it's like you're an official person. Bonnie leaned in closer. You're right, Allison. Your mom. You asked if she had died. I'm afraid she has. I'm so sorry. Allison looked away for a moment, unable to meet Bonnie's eyes. Even though your mother had a lot of problems, she did something pretty remarkable. She brought up a wonderful, caring young girl. Anyone who could do that is pretty special. Just like you. Allison went very quiet. They sat there, knees almost touching, neither of them saying a word for several seconds. I wish there were something I could say or do to make it better, Bonnie said. It's okay, Allison said. It's okay if you want to cry. God, this kid, Bonnie thought.
12. Richard. What do you mean, Billy? What did I do? We were still standing at the end of the driveway. He glanced at the bandages still on my neck and forehead. Lucky you didn't get your head blown clean off, huh? Billy, what can I help you with? He took a few steps over to my car, propped himself up on the back end, and crossed his arms. You're saying you really don't remember? Sorry, I'm at a loss here. Did you have classes with me? Because honestly, I don't remember. I'm sorry, I see a lot of students over the years. And that was the truth. I was as sure as I could be. I'd never had Billy Finster in my homeroom or any of my English classes. Gym class, he said. I shook my head, not understanding. I didn't teach gym, never have. Oh yeah? He said. Then why is your picture in my yearbook doing just that? What picture? What are you talking about? There's a picture of you in the wrestling team. I thought back. There was something in what he said that triggered a memory. A teacher had been on leave a while back when his wife became seriously ill. What the hell was his name? Reynolds, right. Anson Reynolds. Taught physical education at Lodge. Was off for the better part of a month. Someone was hired part-time to cover his classes, but his extracurriculars were divvied out among existing staff. I'd been asked to be among those to oversee the wrestling team. I didn't know a damn thing about wrestling, but I gave it my best shot. And I didn't have to be an expert to oversee the team's practices. I remember, I said. I didn't teach phys ed, but yeah, I took on some part-time coaching of the wrestling team, after school, when another teacher was away. Yeah, right. Bingo, he said, making a gun out of his fingers and firing a shot my way. More memories started flooding back. I supervised a few matches when other schools came to Lodge for events. And when our team traveled to other schools, I would go along on the bus to keep everybody in line. He was reading my face. Coming back to you now, isn't it? What is it you think you remember, Billy? I was on the team, he said. When we went to another school, you liked to sit right in the back of the bus like you were supervising, where you could watch everybody, but you really liked it back there because no one could see what you were up to. And you liked me to sit back there with you. When we were coming back from a match, when it was dark, that was when you'd really get going, all grabby hands and shit. Listen to me, and listen real close, I said, trying to keep my voice under control. I have no idea what you're talking about, and whatever it is you're implying, it did not happen. So I remember it all wrong, he said, smiling. Yes, Billy, you do, I said. I was rattled, but I held my anger in check. If Billy had been abused when he was at Lodge, I felt an obligation to get more information. Look, I'm not saying it didn't happen to you. I'm saying it wasn't me. But if it did happen, it was wrong, very wrong. You've every right, even after all this time, to have whoever it was held accountable. If you want, I'll look into whatever services are available for someone in your position. Legal, counseling, whatever. I'll speak to my principal. I could set up a meeting between the two of you. He nodded slowly. But he had this sly grin on his face that wouldn't go away. If what he was alleging happened, it was most likely Anson Reynolds who did it. Maybe this was something Anson had done before or after his leave. Or maybe it was someone else who'd filled in for him. I hadn't been the only one. One thing I knew for certain was that Anson, if he was the offender, was never going to answer for this. He was dead. He died about 4 years ago. But again, how did you get something like this wrong, even if it was dark coming home on the bus at night? I mean, come on, somebody puts their hand down your pants, you tend to remember who it was. And on top of that, I always sat at the front of the bus. You make it sound like you really care, he said. Believe it or not, Billy, I do. But at the same time, I don't like being accused of something I haven't done. I wish you nothing but the best in dealing with this. You're this big hero now, aren't you? Saved everybody from the crazy bomber? What would they think if they knew the truth? But they'd forget all that hero shit in a minute if they knew you're a fucking perv. But they'd forget real fast. I don't have any more to say about this, Billy. Lots of people coming forward these days, he said. For a long time they were too embarrassed, but now they're encouraged to unburden themselves, you know? That it's nothing to be ashamed about, that it's not their fault. That's kind of where I am now. I'm thinking of, unburdening myself. All that's true. What you're saying was done to you, it's wrong. Unbelievably wrong. When people in authority abuse the power they hold over others, take advantage, listen, as far as I'm concerned, there's no punishment too harsh for them. The damage they do is incalculable. So I'm prepared right now to find you help, a counseling service. I'll call the police if you want. Yeah, he said slowly. The police. They'd be good to talk to. But the thing is, I wanted to come to you before I went to them because I was thinking maybe we could work something out. Those last 3 words hung in the air for a moment. Work something out, I said. That's right, that we could come to some kind of arrangement. I see, I said. So what it comes down to, Billy, is you're a blackmailer. Better a blackmailer than a kid diddler, he said. He dug a ratty tissue out of his pocket and wiped his nose. 10 grand, $10,000. You come up with that and it's like I come down with a case of amnesia. I'll forget it ever happened. You're crazy, I said. I was searching for an explanation. Maybe Anson had done it. And when this guy decided the time had come to blackmail him, he'd learned Anson was dead. He'd already spent the money in his head and decided to go after someone else. I'm cutting you some slack because I know teachers get paid real shitty. If it was anybody else, I'd ask twice that. I'll give you, till Tuesday. Because it's almost the weekend and the banks are closed and shit. So, you come up with the money by Tuesday, we can meet at the food court in the Post Mall, 5 o'clock. Cash, I don't want a check. Billy, you've got the wrong guy. Tuesday, he said. That grin still on his face, he gave me a thumbs up, walked a short ways down the sidewalk, got behind the wheel of a white pickup truck, cancered with rust, and drove off. Jesus Christ, I thought. I can't go through something like this again.
13. How was your day, sweetie pie? God, Herb hated it when she called him that. Thank God no one else ever heard it. What grown man wants his mother calling him sweetie pie? But hey, add it to the list of annoying things he had learned to live with. Almost didn't even notice anymore. When you've been sharing quarters with your mother for 53 years, not counting the time he was away at college, it was a little late in the game to start complaining about pet names. Especially now, what with her in decline and all. Margaret Willow was where she always was when Herb got home from work, sitting in her recliner with all the buttons, up, down, vibrate, built into the armrest. She still had trouble figuring out the TV remote, usually because she wasn't pressing the buttons hard enough with her feeble fingers. But she'd mastered everything the chair would do. She could tilt it back, lean it forward, even have it massage her legs or back. And when she wanted to get up, the chair would lift her up part way. Herb imagined if it had a faster setting, she'd be shot out of the chair like a Bond villain being ejected through the roof of 007's Aston Martin. The television, volume high enough to rattle windows, was tuned to a station that ran reruns of crime dramas from the 70s and 80s. Any hour of the day you could catch a Murder, She Wrote, or a Hawaii Five-0, or a Matlock, or a Barnaby Jones, and it didn't matter how many times she might have seen an episode, Margaret wouldn't remember it. It had not always been that way. She was losing her memory, short-term and long. Margaret didn't watch the news anymore, wasn't computer-savvy, and Herb had canceled newspaper delivery to the door more than a year ago. So she was blissfully unaware that 4 days earlier someone had come to his place of work with plans to blow him up. Martians could have landed in Darien, and Margaret wouldn't have known about it. At least not until one of them walked into the living room, took her remote from her, and turned off Columbo. Herb knew she'd have been upset had she known. The real challenge had been acting like nothing had happened. That panic attack at school was not the first. At least he didn't have to fake being happy or cheerful at home, because Herb was never happy or cheerful. "Fine, Mother," he said in answer to her question about how his day had been. He came through the front door with a takeout bag in one hand and his school briefcase in the other. "What's new here?" "McGarrett is chasing this guy who has a rooster and who choked a little girl to death when he stole a fish from a koi pond," she said. "I brought Chinese." She smiled. "Oh, wonderful. I hadn't quite figured out what to do for dinner tonight." His mother hadn't figured out what to do for dinner since the second Bush was in the White House. "Don't forget extra soy sauce for the rice." "Okay, Mother." He set the briefcase on the kitchen table and the takeout bag on the counter. He got out 2 plates, took out the containers, pried off the lids, and spooned out the food. Takeout was a treat. Most nights he came home and made dinner for the 2 of them, just as he had for the last 22 years, ever since his father came down for breakfast one morning, prepared himself a bowl of shredded wheat, and dropped dead. Herb had never lived on his own. He'd never married, never had a girlfriend, and after his father passed, he wasn't about to leave Mother to fend for herself. It was a safe, comfortable existence living here. His parents had already paid off the mortgage on the house, so it was certainly an economical existence, too. Despite her declining mental faculties, Margaret still did the laundry. She could load a washing machine and put in the right amount of detergent like there was some muscle memory at play. Herb had offered to take on that job, but she insisted on doing it. If it made her happy, what the hell? And there wasn't anything laundry-related that might trigger a catastrophe so long as he remembered to clear the lint filter. But he wanted to keep her away from the stove, didn't want her vacuuming the stairs on unsteady legs. Herb brought her dinner to her in the recliner, setting it on a board placed across the arms. He took a nearby chair so they could eat together. "How was school today?" Margaret asked, nearly shouting to be heard over the television.
Herb shrugged. People don't like me. Margaret's face fell.
Don't say that. Of course people like you. You're a wonderful boy.
She bit into a chicken ball.
I don't understand why you would say a thing like that. You're the nicest boy any mother could have.
She popped the rest of the chicken ball into her mouth, chewed a couple of times, and started to cough. Herb waited to see whether she'd resolve the problem on her own or if he'd have to jump up and Heimlich her. She stopped coughing, speared another chicken ball with her fork, and went at it. The phone rang. It sat on a small table next to Margaret's chair. "I'll get it, Mother," Herb said, but she was already on it. They'd hung on to a landline because Margaret wasn't good with cell phones. She couldn't figure them out and forgot to charge them. Herb had to remind her constantly to hang up on spam calls. He'd made sure she had no access to credit cards so she wouldn't become a victim.
"Hello?" she said. "I'm sorry, what did you say?"
"Mother," Herb said, now on his feet, holding his hand out for the phone.
"Oh, yes, just a moment."
She looked up at Herb and said,
"It's for you."
She lowered her voice to a whisper.
"It's a lady."
Margaret, even at this late stage, never gave up hope that Herb would find someone. He took the receiver from her, motioning for her to turn down the television volume, and said into the phone, "Yes?"
"Oh, hello," said the woman. "I wasn't sure this was the right number, but there's only a couple willows in the book. Is this the teacher?"
He could barely hear her. Margaret hadn't yet quieted the television. "Yes, hang on, I'm going to take this on the other line." He put down the receiver and told his mother he was going to continue the call in the kitchen. When he got there and picked up the receiver on the wall-mounted extension, he shouted, "Hang up now!" He listened, heard the click, closed the door between the kitchen and the living room, and said, "Sorry."
"Was that Mrs. Willow?"
"That's my mother. Who is this?"
"This is Violet Canaan, Andrew Canaan's mother. He says you and Andrew were talking today?"
Well, well, he thought. Yes, we were.
"I thought, before I take this any further, I would talk to you, since Andrew brought up something I wasn't aware of, and I wanted to confirm it with you before I talked to Mr. Boyle or the principal."
Herb smiled inwardly. "Go ahead."
"This book Andrew's been told to read. Is it okay if I talk to you about this? Is that appropriate? I didn't want to bother Mr. Boyle, at least not yet, because he's been through quite an ordeal and we're all grateful for what he did."
"He sure is something, isn't he?"
"But this book has made Andrew uncomfortable, and I've started reading parts of it, and I really don't know how anyone could justify putting it on the curriculum. Not only does it deal with very distressing subject matter, but it's very ungrammatical in places. I suppose the author did that deliberately for some literary effect, but if we're trying to teach students proper spelling and sentence structure, this certainly doesn't seem like the way to go about it."
"I hear you," Herb said.
"Andrew said you told him he could opt out of studying it, so if I wrote a note to Mr. Boyle and explained our position, that would take care of it?"
"I think it would," Herb said, and then thought about what he wanted to say next. "Unless you want to take a look at the broader issue."
"The broader issue?"
"Well, let's say you don't want Andrew to read this particular book. What will the next one be? Will it be even more objectionable?" There was a silence at the other end of the call. "Hello?" Herb said.
"I hadn't thought about that."
"I guess, and you don't have to do this if you don't want to, but I guess, if it were me, I might talk to some of the other parents and see what they think. And when you formulated your position as a group, you could decide what to do then. Whether to talk to the teacher in question, I'm speaking generally here, not singling out Mr. Boyle, or whether to take it up with the principal or the school board."
"I see," Violet Canaan said.
"Listen, I'm just tossing out ideas here. It really has to be your decision. And if you don't mind, it's probably best if we keep this conversation between ourselves. The last thing I would want is to be thought of as interfering."
"Oh, I totally understand. Thank you so much."
"Not a problem. Happy to help." He ended the call and went back into the living room. His mother looked at him expectantly.
"Well?"
she asked coyly.
"Who was that?
Just somebody.
A friend?"
Herb smiled. Maybe so, Mother. Maybe so.
14. Richard. This couldn't be happening. I went into the house in a daze, unable to get my head around the situation I found myself in. On Monday, I felt myself perched on the edge of the abyss. Now I felt as though I had fallen in. I felt lightheaded, almost dizzy, like stepping into traffic without looking and having a car whip past you at 60 miles per hour, missing you by inches. I was shell-shocked. I wandered into the kitchen, still too phased to consider my options. I went to the fridge for some vodka and soda and made myself a drink, downed it and made another. I had to settle my nerves before I began to think about how to handle this. $10,000 by Tuesday, 4 days from now. It was ridiculous. Of course I wasn't going to pay this man off. It was unthinkable. Right? I wouldn't do it. Someone I don't remember accuses me of something I didn't do, and I'm supposed to hand over $10,000 to him? Of course not. And when I refused to comply, what would happen? I'd call his bluff. Would he really go public? Would he go to Trent, the police, the media? He'd be running an enormous risk if he did. Wouldn't I then tell the world that he was nothing more than a common blackmailer? Of course I would. And people would believe me. Except, what proof did I have? I didn't have our conversation recorded. There were no witnesses. It had just been the two of us, my word against his. Not only the conversation, but what he was alleging had transpired years earlier. Shit. None of this was as simple as it looked. When it came to an allegation like this, it didn't matter whether there was any truth to it. Once it was out there, once it was public, it could finish you. Even if your accuser could eventually be discredited, charged, tried, and convicted of blackmail, there'd still be those who believed there was something there, some kernel of truth. Just because someone's an extortionist doesn't mean his story is bogus. I could think of half a dozen celebrity cases to prove the point. That guy who made all the funny movies. That congressman from Florida. Convicted in people's minds, even if never in a court of law. And for a teacher, well, the stakes were even higher. The rumors would be enough to end my career. They'd follow me for the rest of my life. Again, shit. This could do more than finish me off. It could destroy Bonnie. It would scar Rachel. How would Bonnie be able to continue overseeing a school, to hold a position with that level of authority, with her husband accused of molesting a student? I could imagine the attacks on her already. If you'd cover up for your husband, you'd cover up for your staff. If you didn't know, you should have, and if you did, you shouldn't be in any job where you're working with kids. Yeah, she'd be finished. Rachel would be teased, ridiculed, tormented. We'd have to move her to another school, or worse. We'd all have to move to another town, start over, find new, different jobs. And what if the accusation prompted an investigation that could remove Rachel from our home? The potential fallout was immeasurable. I was giving myself a nervous breakdown, imagining the various possible scenarios. So then, what if I did pay him? He'd made it sound like he was looking for a one-time payoff, but what was to stop him from coming back for more? I'd have to find a way to get money I didn't have. If at some later date his extortion became known to the police, the big question would be, why did you pay him off if you weren't guilty? If only he could step in front of a bus between now and Tuesday. Maybe, just maybe, if I hadn't dodged a similar bullet 3 years earlier, I'd have told him to fuck off, taken my chances calling his bluff. But there was the issue of Lyle Temple. He was a 13-year-old kid in my 9th grade English class. Small for his age, barely 5 feet tall, freckled, with reddish-brown hair. And he was, whatever this word means these days, gifted. The only one in the class who'd read Moby Dick, and that included the teacher. He devoured books the way his classmates went through pizza. He took oboe lessons. He collected vintage SF Digest magazines like Analog, Galaxy, and Asimov's Science Fiction. He had at least 50 different models of robots for movies and TV shows. He could multiply 3 figures by 2 figures in his head. I once saw him solve a jumbled Rubik's Cube in under a minute. He was quiet and hard to read emotionally, not a demonstrative kid. Lyle was an original, and I had some familiarity with his sense of being an outsider. When I was his age, I didn't feel that I fit in. Few of my contemporaries shared my obsessive, albeit passing, interests in Ed Wood movies, or the architect Frank Lloyd Wright, or real-life sightings of UFOs. But my heart really went out to him when his father, coming back from a business trip in Buffalo, was cut off by a tractor-trailer on the New York Thruway and went into a bridge abutment at 70 miles per hour west of Albany. He died instantly. He was 49. Lyle was off school for more than a week. There was a funeral, of course, which Bonnie and I attended. When he returned, he tried to act as though nothing had happened. He'd never been one to show his feelings. He was quiet before, and he was quiet now. At the end of one class, he came to me as I sat at my desk and asked what assignments he needed to get caught up on. I told him not to worry about them, but he was insistent. I was going through my lesson planner looking for a couple of token things he could do that would make him feel better when he whispered something to me. I heard them say his brains were on the windshield. I put aside my lesson planner and shifted around to face him. He was a dam ready to burst. I'm so sorry, Lyle. Still whispering, he said, It's in my head. It'll take time, I said. You're a strong kid, but holding it together is hard. You may have to let it out sometime. You can't keep everything bottled up. When you get home. His arms went around my neck and he began to sob. Instinctively, I put my arms around him, held him, felt his body shake. My door happened to be open, and it was at that moment that Evan Hale, an 11th grade student, and a true shit if there ever was one, caught sight of my attempt to console Lyle, fired off a couple of quick shots with his phone. Within minutes, he had shared it online with the comment, How to get an A from Mr. Boyle. My face was clearly visible in the shot, but Lyle, visible only from behind, could have been anyone. It was the next morning when I learned how widely the picture had been distributed. It had gone viral, at least within the Lodge High School community. And as it spread, it garnered more salacious comments. Mr. Boyle loves his kids, and Boyle's butt boy, and gives new meaning to sucking up to the teacher were some of the milder ones. It was another student who brought it to my attention the following morning. I was seething with anger, not so much for myself, but for Lyle. What a cruel thing to do to someone who had already been through so much. Trent had me come down to the office, said he was already getting calls from parents wanting to know what the hell was going on. It got cleared up eventually. Lyle himself told Trent what had happened. Evan, tracked down as the culprit, said he was only goofing around, that he didn't know it was Lyle, claimed to not even be aware that Lyle's father had died. He was suspended for a week. The dust settled. The truth came out. That didn't stop people I didn't even know for some time from giving me the side eye. At the grocery store, the gas station. Not everyone got the follow-up memo, which was why I was struggling with what to do now. I could stand fast, let this son of a bitch go public, state my denials, fire back with accusations, but something always sticks, especially when there's a history. I needed to talk to somebody. Bonnie would normally have been the most obvious, logical one, but this shit couldn't have come at a worse time. My personal entanglements, despite the best of intentions, had consistently backfired. That episode with Lyle. That kid who stole my wallet. And most spectacularly, my near-death experience with Mark LeDrew. Add Billy the blackmailer to the list. It wouldn't matter that it wasn't my fault. It'd be one more stupid mess I'd gotten myself into, as far as Bonnie was concerned. And what if, somehow, I was to blame? I certainly hadn't abused this guy in the way he'd alleged. But you'd see 1,000 students in your time and make more than your share of mistakes, had I wrongly accused him of cheating on a test, given him a D when he'd earned a B in some class I couldn't recall. There was another reason not to tell Bonnie, the professional one. Considering her position, was it fair to involve her? Could this blow back on her if this whole mess ever did become public, and she had to admit she'd known about it from the beginning? And really, did I want to have to sit Bonnie down and tell her what someone was alleging I'd done? There was her sister, Marta, a police detective. Could I tell her? Would she believe my side of the story or be more concerned about how this would affect Bonnie? A lawyer, maybe? Or Trent? But I'd be putting him in a tough spot, too. God, what a clusterfuck. Was paying my blackmailer the worst option, except for not paying him? And how would I go about it? Bonnie and I had joint accounts. She kept a close eye on where the money went. A lot of people might think $10,000 doesn't sound like a lot, at least when it comes to blackmail. If this were a movie, or if I were a politician in the real world, any extortionist worth his salt would ask for 100,000, maybe $1 million. But this wasn't the movies, and I wasn't running for office. For regular people, 10 grand was a fair chunk of change, no question, even for Bonnie and me. And we both had good jobs and a house and 2 cars in the driveway. But we just paid off the mortgage on that house, scraping together most of our savings to make it happen. We'd had to redo the roof 5 months earlier when a powerful storm swept through Milford and ripped off half the shingles. And then there was that 3 grand I gave to my cousin Stan without running it past Bonnie first. We were not, at this point in time, awash in cash. Banks don't typically extend loans to blackmail victims. But I did have one idea. The boat. I could sell the boat. I didn't know what it was worth exactly, but surely it would bring 10 grand. I'd kept it in good shape. The 50-horsepower outboard was well maintained. I had all the service receipts. I could do some quick research on its value, post ads online. But how quickly could I sell it? I had a deadline that was only 4 days away. I heard a car pull into the driveway. Bonnie. I'd been so preoccupied I'd forgotten to go for Rachel. I came charging out the front door before Bonnie had her seatbelt unbuckled. She had the door half open as I raised a hand and walked past. "Hey, hold up," she said. "Just going for Rach. I'm sorry, I got your text and never got back to you. I had a bitch of a day." She looked, as she sometimes liked to say of me when I'd had a rough one, like she'd been ridden hard and put away wet. Her face sagged. Her eyes were dark. I opened the door the rest of the way for her. Getting out seemed to take every ounce of strength she had. "What happened?" I asked. "Allison." It was all she had to say. I knew the backstory. Her mother died. Overdose. Marta came to the school. We had to get the girl's aunt to come down from Hartford. "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry." I took her into my arms. She shook her head slowly. "What some of these kids have to deal with. Fuck." "I know," I said. She gave me an apologetic look. "I'm sorry. Your text, first day back. How'd it go?" I couldn't for a moment recall why I'd texted her. It had been about the LeDrews' decision to sue me. If there was any upside to being blackmailed, it had made me forget Mark LeDrew's parents considered me somehow culpable in the death of their son. "Great," I said. "Just great. I just wanted to let you know everything went just fine."
15. The bar was called, quite simply, Jim's. And it was the bar where Cherise Fowler was last seen alive. Marta Harper was attempting to track her movements in the hours, even days, before her death in the hopes of finding out where she bought the fentanyl, and God knows what other drugs in her system that had killed her. She went up to the bar, flashed her badge to the portly man behind the counter with the towel thrown over his shoulder, just like a bartender in the movies would do it, and said,
"Need to ask you a few questions."
"Sure," he said.
"You here last night?"
"Yeah, I was on. I'm always on. I stand here and serve drinks all day and all night, go home and sleep for 5 hours, and then come back and do it all over again. Stop me if I'm making you jealous. This about that girl what died in the alley?"
Yeah. You Jim?
I'm Jim. Marta's eyebrows went up.
The Jim?
The man smiled. Sorry, I don't do autographs. Bought the place 9 years ago. Worked in construction and wrecked my back, so I decided to try something different. Now, standing all day, my back's worse than ever, and I eat Advils like M&Ms.
Nice spot, Marta said. What happened to that poor girl? That's not on me. Didn't say it was.
She only had 4 drinks last night, which is probably less than her usual. Can I get you something?
How about a Coke?
Nothing stronger.
I wish.
Jim got her a drink and placed it in front of her, setting it perfectly on a paper coaster.
How may I be of further assistance to you today, detective? Charisse Fowler a regular?
Off and on. There was a time there, we didn't see her for a few months. She'd gone to dry out or something. Fat lot of good that did. Booze wasn't her biggest problem. Sometimes she was in here, she was high, and when she was, I'd politely encourage her to leave. Once she's sitting over there, and this kid walks in and asks her to come home.
Her daughter?
Yeah, sweet kid. Allison, I think her name was. Jim frowned. What's happening to the kid? Didn't get the sense there was a dad in the picture.
Gonna live with her aunt, I think.
Sad.
What time she come in last night?
About 8:30, I'd say.
She sit at the bar or one of the tables?
She sat right there. He pointed to the stool next to Marta.
Alone?
At first. She had a couple vodka shots, then played with her phone for a while. A couple guys came over, checking on her availability. I couldn't swear to this, but I think she was making some money on the side by providing certain services. I don't encourage that kind of thing. I don't run that kind of place. We get families in here for the food, chicken wings, pizza, mozzarella sticks. I got a half-decent cook in the back, so long as you like fried and greasy.
Sure.
But you know, when it gets a little later and the kids are tucked in their beds counting sheep, you get a different crowd. Some just want to sit and shoot the shit over a beer, and others are here hoping to find some companionship.
So those 2 guys?
Right, them. She gave them the brush off. Had the feeling maybe she was waiting for someone else because she kept looking at the door all the time.
Someone show?
Yeah, around 10, woman.
A woman?
Marta wasn't expecting that somehow.
White, black?
White, 120 pounds or so. Skinny, wiry, 40 maybe. Thing is, she wasn't here all that long. It was kind of busy then, so it wasn't like I had my eye on them all the time.
She seemed like a girlfriend?
Like, just a friend, or like more than a friend?
You tell me.
Didn't get any kind of sex vibe. We're not exactly that kind of bar. Although times have changed. Everybody kind of goes everywhere now. He had that right, Marta thought. There were very few lesbian bars anymore. Jim said, She wasn't even here long. Had a gin and tonic. Charisse left her for a couple of minutes to go to the John, and when she came back, the skinny chick was heading out the door. Didn't wave goodbye or nothing.
Charisse stayed.
Yeah.
Short meeting. You think she went into the bathroom to take something?
Jim said. Didn't exactly follow her in. When she came back, I asked if she wanted another drink, and she just kind of shook her head. She was spacing out, so yeah, maybe she did take something. It was happening pretty fucking fast, pardon my Lithuanian.
How was she acting?
Like a puppet got its strings cut. Lethargic, having a hard time putting a sentence together, all wobbly-like. Finally, she slides off her stool and starts heading for the door, except she's heading in the wrong direction, toward the dartboard. Gonna get a dart in her ear, she's not careful. And then she figures out she's going the wrong way, stops for a second like she's thinking about throwing up, and I'm like, shit, if you're gonna do that, can you make it to the sidewalk? She finds the door, and out she goes, and I started thinking, I hope she didn't drive. And even if she didn't, I was a little worried about whether she'd be able to get a cab or an Uber or anything, and what someone might do to her in that condition, you get me?
I get you.
Marta had already been through Charisse Fowler's phone and checked her emails and texts. She hadn't ordered an Uber. There was one call to her earlier in the evening from a number the detective had not been able to identify. Her guess was a burner phone. So I left the bar here for a second and went outside, but by the time I got there was no sign of her. She must have wandered into the alley as soon as she walked out. Maybe she'd gone in there to puke or something and then passed out. He paused. That's all she wrote.
Did you actually see this woman give her anything? Did Charisse give her money?
Jim shrugged. No idea. Like I said, it was busy around that time.
Anything else you can remember?
He shook his head slowly.
This woman she met with, she ever been in here before? Is she a regular?
Maybe once or twice.
How'd she pay?
Marta was hoping the woman had used a credit card, that there would be a record of her name. Jim shook his head.
Cash. You know, I think she was in here one time with some guy. You think if you saw her again, you could give me a call?
Yeah, sure, he said. You got a card? She did, and she gave him one.
What about the guy she came in with? Remember anything about him?
Like I said, I think it was just once. They sat over at that table, had something to eat. Guy was short, stocky, bald, kind of muscular. But there was something about the two of them.
What was that?
Like she was in charge.
Married?
I don't think so. They talked to each other too much. People have been married. They come in and look at their phones. Marta's eyes scanned upward toward the ceiling. You got cameras? She asked.
16. Richard. Bonnie would have found out about the LeDrew's intention to sue me soon enough. One of her colleagues would probably text to offer sympathies, or she'd spot an item about it when she went scrolling through news on her phone. But it turned out to be Rachel who broke the news for Bonnie at the dinner table. The Drew people are mean, she said. I'm sorry, what? Bonnie said, the words coming out garbled as she chewed a bite of pork chop. What are Drew people? The people whose kid tried to blow up Dad's school, Rachel said, moving some peas around her plate with her fork. The LeDrews, you mean, Bonnie said. Why are they mean? Because they want to take Dad's money. Bonnie looked at me. What's she talking about? Where'd you hear about this? I asked Rachel. Mrs. Tibaldi saw it on the news. Bonnie was still looking at me, awaiting an explanation. It's nothing, I said. A frivolous lawsuit. That's why you texted me, she said, the tumblers falling into place. Why didn't you tell me when I got home? Your day wasn't much better. I figured it could wait. I'll tell you all about it later. I didn't want to get into it in front of Rachel, who looked more than a little troubled. Everything is sad here, she said, moving a pea around her plate with a fork. Sweetheart, what do you mean? Bonnie asked her. I should have thought it was obvious. Everybody's mad about everything, our daughter said. Everybody's mad at Dad and trying to blow him up, and you guys are always mad at each other. That's what I mean. Everybody's mad. That's not true, Bonnie said, a hint of defensiveness in her voice. Rachel said, Remember when I fell on my scooter? When she was 5, we got her a radio flyer scooter, a skateboard-like platform with a tall handlebar that she could grip onto as she powered herself along the sidewalk, one leg on the base, the other pumping away. She'd no doubt tumbled off it a number of times, but Bonnie and I both knew the incident she was referring to. She was propelling herself on the sidewalk, on our side of the street, when some jackass, more intent at looking at his phone than the road, wandered across the street and scraped up against the curb, only a few feet from Rachel. It scared her half to death, and she let go of the scooter and tumbled onto the hard cement of the sidewalk, scraping her elbow and knee. The jackass kept on going. It wasn't my fault, Rachel recollected, eyeing her mother. And you didn't get mad, and you got me chocolate peanut butter ice cream with pretzels. Bonnie managed to smile. I remember. But Daddy almost got blown up, and you didn't get him an ice cream or anything. Bonnie's face fell. She eyed me for a second, then looked away guiltily. I instantly felt badly for her. She didn't deserve that. Some wine glasses that sat close together on an upper shelf began tinkling as they jiggled against each other. Another truck rumbling past. Those goddamn trucks, Bonnie said, then got up from the table and left the room.
I found her upstairs, later, sitting on the edge of our bed, dabbing her eye with a tissue. I sat down next to her. Neither of us spoke for a minute. I finally went first. "That wasn't fair," I said. "She doesn't understand." "Maybe she does," Bonnie said. "All too well." A pause, and then, "I'm sorry." I reached down and took her hand. "Don't apologize. This is what I do. I jump into things I shouldn't, make things more tense around here." Another period of silence. This time Bonnie broke it. "Her teacher called me today." I waited. "We might have sent her back too soon. She described Rachel as sullen." "Sullen? Well, this household underwent a traumatic incident this week. Maybe we're getting off lightly with sullen." "She said it's not new. Rachel is distracted lately, unfocused, not finishing her exercises. She said she seems kind of flat." Bonnie pressed her lips together as though debating whether to say what she was really thinking. "I think it's rubbing off from us." I considered her words. "It's been a little tense lately." I drew in a breath. "I take the blame for that." "That's not what I'm saying." I raised a hand. "No. I've tried to be the good guy once too often, going the extra mile with students and getting bitten in the ass for it, thinking I can solve everyone's problems. You know how they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions? I've been on that road for a while now, and I need to find an exit ramp." "Being kind isn't a failing." "It is when it comes at the expense of those closest to you," Bonnie said. "We're all products of our upbringing." A reference I knew to my parents, who sought perfection in their kids while rarely achieving it themselves. My elder by 8 years sister, Alicia, who left home when I was 10, fled because she'd grown weary of trying without success to please them. Wise enough to know it was hopeless, she fled to Europe, met a man, and never came back. She lived in Brussels. The burden to be flawless fell to me when she left, and I wasn't up to it. All of which made me think we had to be better for Rachel. And that meant I couldn't draw this household into another crisis. I was going to have to find a way to deal with my blackmailer on my own. I suggested Bonnie run herself a hot bath and see if a long soak would relieve some of the day's tensions. She didn't need much persuading. "If I slide under, don't rescue me," she said. That gave me time to do what I needed to do. Before darkness fell, I wanted to take some pictures of the boat. I would need them for any online ad I would post. I had decided somewhere in the back of my mind that I needed to pull that $10,000 together. Did that mean I was going to pay my blackmailer? It meant that I knew I might have to. But it did not mean that I was prepared for him to get away with it. I was trying to come up with a plan. Maybe I was going to have to find out who might really have abused him. Persuade him he had the wrong guy. But if he'd let me, help him determine the identity of the true culprit. Fuck, I just didn't know. There was still enough light to get a few decent snaps. The boat wasn't some fancy cabin cruiser or speedboat, but it still ran me close to $17,000 when I bought it more than 10 years earlier. An 18-footer with a 50-horsepower Mercury outboard motor strapped to the transom. A fishing boat, primarily. But it was fun to take Bonnie and Rachel cruising around Candlewood Lake, up north of Danbury, when we weren't sitting still, trying to hook into some smallmouth bass. The boat and the trailer it sat on were usually left at a marina on the lake. But I'd brought it back home a few weeks ago to give it its annual going over. Clean it out, change the oil on the Merc, that kind of thing. I got out my phone and was preparing to take several shots when someone said, "Hey, Richard." Our neighbor Jack. He'd stepped out front, as he often did just before the sun dropped beyond the horizon, for a smoke. His wife Jill didn't like him to smoke in the house. She didn't like him smoking, period, but she'd given up years ago trying to get him to quit. "Hey, Jack," I said. "How you doing?" "Good," I lied as he started walking over. "Good as can be expected, anyway." I fired off a couple of shots. That caught Jack's attention. He was shrewd enough to put the pieces together. "Selling the boat?" "Thinking about it," I said.
I decided to try out some of the excuses I'd eventually use on Bonnie when and if the boat disappeared from the driveway. We don't get up to the lake as often as we used to. And Rachel, she's not all that interested in fishing. Neither's Bonnie, for that matter. "You've kept it in good shape," he said, taking a walk around it. He took one last long draw on his cigarette, walked to the street and tossed it into a storm drain, and then came back and surveyed the boat again, hands in his pockets. "What are you asking for it?" I'm not sure yet. I was going to go online and see what a rig like this with the trailer's going for. I paid around $17 for everything, but that was 10 years ago, so I'm not sure." He nodded slowly. "Thing is, as it turns out, I've been thinking about getting something like this. I retired this year, and I'm going to have to find some way to fill the time. I used to go fishing with my dad when I was a kid." He smiled, the memory washing over him. "I'd always wanted to do that with my own boys, but somehow it never happened. It was work, work, work for me. Now maybe I could make it up to my grandkids, take them fishing the way my dad took me. I'm hoping to get 10 thou." Jack turned his head slowly to look at me. A pause. "That seems fair. You sure you couldn't get more for it from someone else?" 10,000 now would be preferable than holding out for, say, 12,000 2 weeks from now." "Something to think about," he said. "I'm going to post some ads tonight, see what happens." Jack was thinking, nodding very slowly. He seemed to be on the edge of a decision. "I'd have one request if you didn't find it too out of the ordinary," I said. "What would that be?" "Only if you're interested, and no pressure. But if you are, you think you could pay me in cash?" Jack studied me for a moment, trying to read between the lines. "Cash?" I forced a smile. "I mean, I know a check from you isn't going to bounce or anything." I uttered a short, nervous laugh. "It's just, well, it would be convenient, that's all." I wasn't good at this. Jack asked, "Is everything okay?" I nodded, maybe a little too quickly. "You got my cell number, right?" I asked. He nodded. "Text me if you decide you want it." Jack said a goodbye and went back into his house. I was taking a few more shots when a Honda Civic came to a stop at the foot of the driveway. There was a young guy behind the wheel. "Excuse me," he said. "I'm looking for Randall Street." I walked over to him, pointed. "Head that way, take the second right. It's the next left." "Thanks." He gave me a longer look. "Hey, aren't you that teacher, Mr. Boyle?" I sighed. "Yeah." He extended a hand out the window. There was an envelope in it. I took it without thinking. "You've been served," he said, then powered up the window and drove off.
17. "What are you doing in here?" Billy asked, flipping the lights on in his garage. Lucy spun around. She was standing by the workbench, using the flashlight app on her phone to scan it.
"Hey," she said, "you scared the shit out of me."
"Looking for something?" he asked, stepping through the side access rather than lifting up the broad main door.
"A screwdriver," she said. "One of the cupboard doors is loose. It's a Phillips. Don't you have one of those screwdrivers that has a bunch of different ends?"
"Yeah? But kind of hard to find in the dark, isn't it?"
"I can never find the light switch when I come in here."
It was, to be fair, not close to the door, but still. "If you wanted a screwdriver, you could have asked me to find you one," Billy said.
"I didn't want to bug you," Lucy said. "You were asleep."
And to be fair, again, that was true. He'd nodded off watching television in his basement man cave. She looked away from him and noisily moved about some tools in a red metal box.
"Here we go,"
she said, holding up a screwdriver for him to see. "You got my keys?" he asked. He was thinking about that key to the locker that was on the ring with his other keys.
"No," she said. "I got my own."
Again, true. She had a key to the garage, but not one to the locker. He continued to stand by the door, watching her.
"You're freaking me out," she said. "There a problem?"
"You been out here before without me?"
Billy asked. Yeah, like all the time. I live here with you. Although there are days sometimes when I wonder why.
If you need something out here, ask me. Those are the rules.
Excuse me? Lucy rolled her eyes. Are they written down someplace? Is there a form I fill out if I want a fucking screwdriver?
Billy raised an accusatory finger as he closed the distance between them. She had her back to the workbench. He was half a foot taller and, head bent down, breathed into her face and said, I keep very important shit in here. Still gripping the screwdriver, she said, Well, then you should keep it somewhere else. Because if I need a screwdriver or a hammer or some fucking duct tape, I'm not going to go looking for it in the bathroom. He stared at her long enough that she had to look away. You're being paranoid. Some shit's missing. What shit? The shit I hold for those people. Lucy knew all about his side business, though she stayed well out of it. Don't look at me. You think I'm nuts? Well, it was somebody. The last order was short. But you keep it locked up. She glanced at the locker. That look busted into to you? You don't have to bust into it if you have a key. Show me your keys. What? Your keys. Show me. She shook her head, pulled out a set of keys from her front pocket, and tossed them his way. He snatched them out of the air and examined them. Car key, house key, garage key, and another one. What's this one? He said, holding it up. My locker at the hospital. He still wasn't sure. He moved in closer, his body pressed up against hers. He opened his hand wide and rested it on her shoulder, inches from her neck. You don't have any other key? Her eyes met his defiantly. He felt a sharp, increasing pressure on the left side of his abdomen. The screwdriver. Her voice was no louder than a whisper. You get your fucking hand off me. They both were very still for a moment, before Billy brought his hand away from her neck and took a step back. Lucy lowered the screwdriver. Suppose you start from the beginning, she said. They came to see me. Accused me of skimming some product off the top. He grimaced. They hurt me. Hurt you? He lifted up his sweatshirt. Jesus, she said. The guy did that to you? Billy's face flushed red. The woman, actually. She bite you? No, she... Doesn't matter. So, like, you're not just trying to fake me out here, are you? I mean, did you steal from them? No way. It wasn't me either. Then what are you doing in here with the lights off? She sighed and held up the screwdriver. You don't believe me? Come inside. I'll show you the loose cupboard door. What about Stuart? He's always moping around here. Hasn't got 2 cents to rub together. It was probably him. Saw him already. Says he didn't do it. Said maybe it was somebody closer to home. That left Lucy momentarily speechless. That asshole. He didn't outright accuse you. He was just saying it wasn't him, so, like, who else is left? She shook her head. I don't want him around here anymore. Accusing me of shit? And he creeps me out, looking at me like I'm a popsicle he wants to take a bite of. There was a moment of quiet between them. Lucy put a hand on Billy's arm. So what are you going to do if you can't find who took it? I gotta pay them what the missing shit is worth. Which is? He shrugged. A few thousand. Jesus, so pay them. I don't have it, Luce. I've spent everything they've paid me so far. I put it all into the car. She closed her eyes. My mother was right. What's that supposed to mean? Lucy turned away, not wanting to get into it. So where are you going to get the money? Billy said. I'll come up with something. When he went back into the house, the first thing he did was look for a loose cupboard door that was held on with Phillips screws. He found it. Lucy was telling the truth. Stuart. It had to be Stuart.
18. Richard. Bonnie and I went into the weekend, pretending everything was fine. She tried to put the death of Allison's mother out of mind. I made no mention of the lawsuit, and I continued to keep Bonnie in the dark about the blackmailer. Rachel, however, did not pretend to be anything other than what she was, and that teacher had it right. Sullen. I couldn't count on Jack buying the boat, so I posted the photos, a detailed description, and an asking price of $11,000 on Craigslist. I was finishing up the process on the laptop in the kitchen when Bonnie, wrapped up in a bathrobe after her soak, walked in. Before she could see what was on my screen, I hit the yellow dot in the upper left corner and minimized the page. "What's up?" she asked. Just a dumb video." My phone, which was sitting on the table next to the computer, dinged. A text. I read it quickly. Bonnie wore a "who is it" expression. "Trent," I said, "inviting us for dinner tomorrow, burgers and beer." While I'd known Trent for several years, we'd socialized a little out of school. A few weekday lunches, but we'd never gotten together with our spouses. Bonnie had met Trent a few times through work, what with both of them being principals for the same school board. "What do you think?" Bonnie asked. "He's saying it's been a long week for all of us, and maybe we need to kick back." "What's his wife's name again?" "Melanie. I've met her a couple of times. She's kind of a nervous flibberty-gibbet." Boy, there's a word I haven't heard since God's bike had training wheels. Might do us some good to go. I took a moment. I wasn't thinking so much that this was a chance to unwind as it was an opportunity to pull Trent to one side and tell him about my situation. I had to tell somebody, and he might be my best option. "But only if Rachel can come," Bonnie added. "I want to keep her close right now." I got that. I tapped out a few quick words in reply and waited while the dancing dots did the thing. He says sure, they've got a daughter a couple years older. So, it was settled. We were invited to come at 5. When Bonnie went back upstairs, I finished posting the ad. Then I went hunting online for anything I could find on Billy Finster. There wasn't much, not even when I searched for William Finster. Combing through social media and other sites, I managed to turn up a real estate agent out in Arizona who also handled timeshares, a special effects expert in Hollywood, an expert in unplugging toilets north of the border in Ottawa, and a Billy Finster on Twitter with 2 followers whose mugshot didn't look anything like my blackmailer. There was no local phone listing for a B or W Finster, but that wasn't surprising, since most younger people only had cell phones. When I returned to school Monday, I'd search the office's stockpile of old yearbooks and see what more I could learn about this guy. I was looking for anything that might give me leverage, something that might give me an idea how to handle this, because I definitely needed some points on my side of the board. The next day, Bonnie was behind the wheel. I was up front next to her, and Rachel was in the back, all of us on the way to Trent's house. Rachel was playing some game on her tablet that we had asked her to mute so we wouldn't be driven mad by relentless beeps and explosions. Bonnie glanced my way. "You're pretty quiet today." "I'm fine. Wrapped up in my own thoughts, I guess." "You've been glued to your phone." "I've been checking to see whether there'd been any nibbles on the boat. None so far." "Wasting time's all." "I get why you're stressed, but is there anything else going on you need to talk about?" "Not really." "I've been wondering whether you should go for the counseling." She was aware the board was offering it for those of us impacted by the LeDrew incident. "I'm okay." "You had another nightmare last night. You were kicking your legs like you were fighting off somebody. Do you even remember?" I didn't. "Really, I'm fine." "Okay, then," Bonnie said. And nothing else was said until we reached our destination. Rachel and the Wakely's daughter Amanda, who was 10, hit it off immediately. Amanda, it turned out, was into bugs, an aspiring entomologist. Amanda asked Rachel whether she wanted to come inside to see her beetle collection, which she kept in the garage because her dad didn't want any bugs, alive or dead, in the actual house. Rachel was uncertain at first. Like, really? Beetles? But once she was gone, we didn't see them again until it was time to eat. We sat out back on their deck. We brought a 6-pack of Modelo and some flowers Bonnie spotted at a roadside stand along the way. Melanie went into something of a tizzy trying to find the perfect vase for them. "So nice to finally meet you," Melanie commented several times to Bonnie, as if she'd forgotten she'd already expressed the sentiment. Trent had fired up the barbecue. There was a second one tucked up close to the house, no longer in use. Couldn't control the flame very well, Trent said, so he'd bought another one. While we waited for the new one to get hot enough to start cooking the hamburgers, Melanie invited Bonnie to join her in the kitchen while she pulled together a salad. "You seem preoccupied," Trent said when we were alone. Bonnie wasn't the only one to notice. "Kinda," I said. "What you went through. Something like that doesn't fade away in a few days." "It's not that." Trent waited while I opened a second beer. "Let me bounce something off you. A hypothetical." His brow furrowed. "Okay. This is between us. I haven't discussed this with anyone, not even Bonnie." Trent nodded his understanding of the conditions. "Suppose you had a former student, someone you hadn't come in contact with for several years. Actually, maybe never taught at all, but you might have had some interactions with at the time. And now this kid, an adult, shows up out of nowhere and makes an accusation against you." "An accusation?" "Yeah, a serious one. Life-altering, career-destroying." "Can you even give me an idea of the nature of the accusation?" A pause. "Hypothetically speaking." I hesitated. "Interfering with a student." Trent raised an eyebrow. "Interfering?" "Molesting, sexual abuse, hypothetically speaking." Trent went quiet. He looked at the barbecue's temperature gauge. "Almost time to put these on," he said. He opened the lid, a wave of heat hitting him in the face, and took a brush to scrape down the grill while he thought about what to say next. He put the lid back down and said, "Go on." "Let's say this person offered to keep quiet in return for a substantial sum of money." "How much?" $10,000. Not pocket change." "What do you do?" Thoughtfully, he said, "Whether there's any truth to the accusation might have some bearing on the issue." "Does it matter?" "What do you mean?" "Even if it's unfounded, if it goes public, the person's reputation will be ruined. There will always be people who believe it to be true. And for the record, it's not." He glanced again at the temperature reading. "Why now, after all this time?" Guessing, he saw the news reports about Monday. Memories rekindled, saw an opportunity. I managed a wry smile. "Who am I kidding? This guy's saying I assaulted him when he was on the lodge wrestling team." "The wrestling team," Trent repeated. "I wasn't the coach, but I filled in some when he was away. Anson Reynolds was on that leave." Trent did some recollecting. "His wife was ill." "Right. A few of us picked up the slack. This guy, I told him it wasn't me, that maybe it was somebody else. And Trent, if somebody did do this to that kid, effort should be made to find out who it was. Not just to save my ass, but to do the right thing. Not much can be done if it was Anson. He's dead. Still, be worth maybe asking some questions. I don't like smearing a dead guy more than anyone else does, but if that's what happened..." "I don't see how someone could get that wrong," Trent said. "I mean, if it happened when you were like 5 or 6 or even a little older, you could end up accusing the wrong person, but we're not talking the distant past." I told him I had thought about that too. Maybe it was Anson, and this guy knows it, so he's decided to go after someone else. He wants payback and doesn't care who he gets it from. That's just not right. I couldn't help but laugh. "No kidding, I didn't know whether to tell you, but I don't know that I can solve this on my own. I haven't told Bonnie for, well, a whole bunch of reasons." "Can you just give me a name, Richard?" Trent asked. I hesitated. "I've already compromised you, telling you this much, that I'm the target. Let's say this kid, this man, really is a victim of someone.
His coming after me could be the product of some very fucked up thinking. You're giving him too much benefit of the doubt. Let me think on it. The thing is, like I said, an allegation like this, even baseless, could be devastating. I've already got one strike against me. Trent cocked his head like he knew what I was referring to. The Lyle Temple thing? He said. I was vindicated, but you know there are people out there who still think there was something to it. A new allegation comes along, I guarantee that photo will resurface. Those who vouched for me at the time will start wondering, wait a minute, maybe he really was a little too friendly with that kid. It'll be 2 strikes. You'll have people with pitchforks and torches storming the school. Trent was slowly shaking his head. I want to say you're wrong, but I don't think you are. You try to control the narrative, but you can't, and yet I've thought about talking to Bonnie's sister, but what if she believes the allegation, or at least isn't sure? I'm her sister's husband. Whose interests you really think she's going to care about? Something about this, Trent said, more to himself than to me. Doesn't make any sense. The glass door to the deck slid open. Bonnie and Melanie, a large salad bowl in her hands, emerged from the house. Melanie smiled and said, Haven't you got those burgers on the grill yet? What on earth have you been talking about? Bonnie gave me a look that suggested she was wondering the same thing.
19. Marta had played the security cam video from Jim's bar more times than she could count, trying to get a better look at the woman Charisse Fowler met with, however briefly. Jim had been right about the time Charisse came into the bar, and right again that the woman she'd been waiting for arrived around 10. 5 minutes after, to be exact. Jim's description was pretty on the money as well. She was white, probably no more than 120 pounds. Stringy hair that hung over her face. The camera captured most of the bar's interior, and the fisheye effect, along with grainy resolution, meant that any distinguishing physical features Charisse's friend might have were difficult to assess. If there was even a remote chance this woman might return to the bar Saturday night to make another sale, Marta wanted to be there. She believed she would recognize her even from that shitty video, and presumably Jim would give her a nod if she was the one. When Marta told her wife, Ginny, she would have to duck out early from the function they were attending that evening, Ginny was neither pleased nor surprised. It was a retirement dinner for one of Ginny's co-workers at the insurance company where she worked. The event was to start after 6. I can hang in until 8:30, Marta said. The thing might even be over by then. That's when the coffee gets served and the speeches begin, Ginny said. Marta smiled. Then maybe you'd like to sneak out with me. I'm giving one of the speeches. Oh, well, that does make it awkward. You go. I'll Uber home. Pretend you got a text or something. It wasn't as though Marta hadn't done this kind of thing before. Last year, she postponed their 5th anniversary dinner because there was a tip a gang of smash-and-grab thieves was going to hit a mall jewelry store. 3 of them, all wearing black balaclavas, would rush in, take hammers to the glass cases, scoop up as many goods as they could in 15 seconds, then go tearing back out of the mall where the 4th member of the team was sitting behind the wheel of their nondescript but turbocharged getaway car. Marta was sorry they wore those balaclavas, because she couldn't see the look on their faces when they came running out and their getaway car had nobody behind the wheel, their driver sitting handcuffed in the back of a cruiser. What was different about that takedown from what Marta planned for this evening was that the former had been a well-executed team effort, and tonight was something she was doing on her own time. A small reconnaissance that, if she spotted the person she was looking for, might lead to the bigger fish who were bringing this stuff into the country. The fentanyl boom had been out of control for a long time, and more recently there'd been reports some dealers were lacing the opioid with animal sedative. From what Marta'd learned, you'd be better off dead than taking this shit. Fentanyl laced with xylazine was turning addicts' skin into dead, scaly tissue. Some people were actually losing limbs. The stuff was a fucking horror show. And if you took too much of it at once, you wouldn't have to wait for those ghastly side effects to kick in. Your life would be over before you knew it. As promised, Marta pretended to sense a buzzing from her purse as dessert, some kind of blueberry crumble thing that looked like it had been made with a cement mixer, arrived at the table. Marta pulled out her phone, shielding it with her hand so no one would notice that it was blank, and shook her head with feigned regret. She made whispered apologies to the rest of the table, pushed her chair back, stood up, and slipped away, but not before catching a look from Ginny that said something along the lines of, "You'll pay for this later." She had dressed smartly but simply for the evening, nothing too glitzy glam. Black silk pants and a matching top, simple string of pearls for her neck, strappy shoes with 3-inch heels. She'd have gladly gone face-to-face with a serial killer if it meant she could get out of those shoes, which she did the moment she reached the car. She had packed a comfortable pair of sneakers that she laced up sitting on the driver's seat with the door open. The string of pearls she removed and tucked into the glove compartment. Finally, she pulled a plain, dark blue sweater over her head that covered the silk top. Marta keyed the ignition and drove to Jim's. She found a spot at the curb across from the bar a few minutes after 9. Her hope was that, if her alleged fentanyl dealer did return, she'd come around the same time as she had the other night. She got out of her car, locked it, and went inside, sidling past a couple of young men who'd stepped out of the bar to smoke. Once inside, she discreetly scanned the room. So far, the woman was a no-show. Marta took a seat at the bar. Jim approached, gave her a sly smile, and said quietly, "Back again?" She smiled. "Seen our friend?" He shook his head. "Have not. Usual." Marta nodded, and moments later Jim returned with a Coke over ice and then proceeded to serve other customers. The bar was about half full. There were a few couples, mostly in their 20s, and a group of 4 men in one booth were having a discussion loud enough to be heard from where Marta sat, about whether Marvel superheroes were better than DC. 3 stools down from Marta sat a thin man in his 60s, slowly ripping apart a paper napkin, his beer glass nearly empty. Marta gave him a nod. "Evening," she said. "It is that," he replied. Marta had a feeling she'd seen him before. She struggled to place him, then realized she'd encountered him a few days earlier at Lodge High School. He was the caretaker, the one who hadn't fixed the defective latch on the door Mark LeDrew used to enter the building. She couldn't recall the caretaker's name. She was worried he'd recognize her, say something like, "Hey, aren't you that cop?" But evidently more interested in shredding his napkin, he hadn't given her a second glance. Jim checked in on him. "You want to settle up, Ronnie?" That's it, Marta thought. Ronnie Grant. She'd heard he'd been fired, or suspended pending a hearing. "Think I'll have another?" Ronnie said. "Sure about that?" Jim asked. "Never been more sure about anything," he said. "Because if you drove, I'm going to want your keys." Marta wondered whether Jim was always this mindful of his customers' fitness to get behind the wheel, or if this was for her benefit. "I walked." "Not that it's any of your fucking business," Ronnie said, forming his words carefully, figuring it would make him sound less under the influence, but having the opposite effect. "I'm only a couple of blocks away." "Okie dokie," Jim said. "You need anything, just holla." "How about a job?" Ronnie asked, snorting a laugh before he drained his glass and set it down hard on the counter. Jim fetched him another beer, then turned his attention to Marta. "Let me ask you this," he said. "What?" she said. He tapped her ring finger. "How's your husband feel about you hanging out alone in a bar on Saturday night, even if it's for work?" "I don't have a husband." He glanced down at the ring again. "This for show? Keep guys from bothering you?" "No," she said, waiting to see how long it took him. "Oh, sorry," Jim said. "Your husband passed away." Didn't even make it a question, he was so sure he'd figured it out. Marta didn't want to play with him any longer. "My wife's very much alive, thanks," she said. A slow, self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. "Do I look as dumb as I feel?" "Pretty much," she said. His eyes moved, but his head remained fixed. "Don't look now, but your girl has arrived." Marta took a sip of her Coke. "Alone?" He hummed an affirmative. "Scoping the place out." The newcomer took a seat next to Grant, 2 over from Marta, who continued to nurse her Coke. All she wanted was a really good look at her, then she'd depart, get in her unmarked cruiser, wait for her to leave, and see where she went. If she got into a vehicle, Marta would run the plate. Jim approached the woman. "What's your pleasure?" "Gin and tonic," she said. Marta turned slightly on her stool so she could see her better out of the corner of her eye. When Jim brought her drink, the woman asked, "That girl that was here the other night around?" "Charisse?" "Yeah." Jim snatched up the bills she'd tossed onto the bar. "Not so far." Clearly she hadn't gotten the memo about what had happened to Charisse, Marta thought. If she hadn't come to see anyone else, she probably wasn't staying long. Marta figured she would cut out now, wait outside. She threw a 5 and a couple of singles onto the bar and was about to slip off the stool. "Hey," said the woman. Marta turned. "You talking to me?" "Yeah." The woman was looking at her feet. "What kind of runners is those?" Marta glanced down reflexively like she needed a reminder. "Converse," she said. "What they run you?" "I don't know, $60, $70. The woman nodded. "They look about my size. Comfortable. Casual. You got an interesting sense of style. Sneakers and silk pants. Like putting on a sweatshirt when you're wearing diamond earrings." "Not a fan of heels," Marta said. "If it was me, coming in here alone, looking for some company, I'd have some fuck-me pumps on." Marta flashed a smile, said, "You have a nice evening," and headed for the door. Once outside, she crossed the street, got into her car, and said aloud, "Shit, shit, shit." Charisse's likely supplier, striking up a conversation like that? Had Marta been made? She should have changed into a pair of jeans. Had she sent off some kind of cop vibe? Was she getting sloppy? All these years in the department, and suddenly she felt like some kind of amateur. Well, the night wasn't over yet. She'd hang in, wait for the woman to come out, see if she got into one of the other cars parked on the street, check the plate, see where she went. She waited. And waited. After half an hour, she wondered whether she could have missed her. If the woman had, in fact, suspected Marta was a cop, maybe she'd slipped out the back door. She got out of the car, debating whether to go back into the bar, just take one step in, see if the woman was still there. If she was gone, there was no point sitting out here all night like an idiot. Behind her, someone said, "Bet you thought I'd never finish my drink." Marta had spun around only halfway when something hit her across the side of the head. Everything went black, and down she went. "Thought something was off about you. And then that sad fucker next to me confirmed it. Don't mess with us, darling." But the words were wasted on her. Marta was out cold.
20. Richard. After any social engagement, Bonnie and I would typically start our debrief once we were in the car and driving away. Maybe it would be a comment about how neither of us could eat the undercooked fish, or the kid who was a monster, or how the husband always cut off his wife before she could finish a single sentence. Not to give you the impression that we were the nastiest, most backstabbing couple in history. We would just as often talk about how that was the best chocolate mousse we'd ever tasted, or how she was the funniest person we'd met in a long time, or that we really clicked and should have them over to our place as soon as possible. But we didn't do any of that because Rachel was in the car. It was Rachel, in fact, who was ready to start talking immediately once we were driving away from seeing Trent and Melanie. "Can I get some bugs?" she asked. "Say again," I said, looking over my shoulder at her in the back seat. "Bugs," Rachel said again. "Amanda has all kinds of them, dead ones and live ones. She's going to be a lemondologist." "An entomologist," Bonnie said. "What? You said lemontologist." "That would be someone who studies citrus fruits," I offered. Rachel carried on. "She used to have this glass thing full of dirt where ants lived, but she had to get rid of it because of her dad. Can I get one of those?" I glanced over at Bonnie, who was biting her bottom lip. I could guess what she was thinking. The last thing she'd want would be to discourage our daughter from pursuing a new interest, especially when she'd seemed at loose ends lately. And the second last thing Bonnie would want is a wide variety of insects, living and or dead, taking up residence in our house. "She has dead butterflies," Rachel continued, "with their wings spread out, and they were under glass, held there with pins." Bonnie asked, "How does Amanda's mom like having all those icky bugs in the house?" Rachel adopted a lecturing tone. "Mom, bugs are not icky. They are part of the environment. The world would die without bugs, and her mom is fine with it. It's her dad who hates them. That's why they're in the garage." "Isn't that sexist, Mom? Thinking girls are all scared of bugs and boys aren't?" The kid was on fire today. I had to admit that I was pleased and was betting Bonnie might be too. This might be just what Rachel needed, a new focus. Although, as Bonnie said after Rachel had bolted from the car when we got home, why couldn't Amanda have had a big fucking dollhouse? So later, as we got ready for bed, we debriefed. At least up to a point. I did not share the details of my conversation with Trent. "She was pretty shaken up, maybe even more than Trent," Bonnie said of Melanie. "She put on a good front for you guys, but when I was in the kitchen with her, she was still having a hard time with it. She put dressing on the salad a second time, forgetting she'd already done it." "It was a little on the wet side," I said. "She's terrified that something like what happened Monday could happen again. If not a bomber, then a shooter. It's like a virus, a contagion, spreading through the country. Hardly a week goes by, you don't hear about another one." "Did she know Trent had a gun at school?" "She not only knew about it, she'd encouraged it. And Melanie said some wonderful things about you, how if you hadn't done what you did, it could have been a much bigger tragedy. I think it hit her hard because she knew Mark LeDrew." That was news to me, but it shouldn't have come as a surprise. He'd been a student at her husband's school. They lived in the same town. They hired him one summer to look after their place the year she and Trent rented a house up in Maine for all of July and half of August. She say what he was like? Seemed like a nice kid, but kind of sad. She got the impression maybe it had something to do with his father, who was pretty distant, not very involved. Bonnie paused before saying, "You and Trent seem to have a lot to talk about." I shrugged, like, after what we'd been through, what would you expect? "It's just when we came out, you both had this look." I frowned. "We were talking about what happened, and when you came out, it felt like time to move on to something else." I was in nothing but my boxers. And Bonnie, who had herself just stripped down to her underwear, slipped her arms around me and said, "I know you did what you had to do, and I'm sorry if it seems like I've been punishing you for it. She bit her lip and held back tears. "You're a better person than I am." "That's not true." "You put yourself out there. It's who you are." She held me tighter, then moved her hands around to my butt cheeks, gave them a squeeze, then moved one hand around to the front and down into my boxers, where there was, to my surprise, a stirring. I've been so stressed lately, I wasn't sure I had it in me. "Give me 1 minute," I said, and mimed brushing my teeth. "Don't start without me." As I headed for the bathroom, Bonnie took off what few clothes she still had on and threw back the covers. As I was putting toothpaste on my brush, I heard a ding. Someone got a text. "It's you," Bonnie said from the bedroom. I brushed, spat, rinsed. I was drying my hands when Bonnie appeared in the doorway, my phone in her hand. "What's this?" she asked. She handed me my phone. It was a text from Jack, next door. "Thought it through. We've got a deal. We'll go to the bank Monday. We'll provide funds as requested. Those fish won't know what hit them." What deal? What money? She had one hand on her naked hip. I licked my lips, trying to figure out what to say. The only thing I could think of was the truth. "He's buying the boat," I said. Bonnie blinked, looked at me like she wasn't sure she'd heard that right. "Your boat? Our boat?" "He was interested, and I thought we didn't use it all that much this summer, and it's just sitting in the driveway, so I..." "How much did you sell him the boat for?" $10,000. $10,000? What did we pay for that?" "It doesn't matter. It's a used boat. It's not in perfect condition." "So you decided you would make a decision like that without discussing it?" "Rachel loves that boat. She loves it when we go up to the lake." The only thing I could think of now was a lie. And I had what I thought was a good one. "It's the lawsuit," I said. "I'm probably going to need a lawyer, and they're not cheap." "That's crazy. The school board, the union, they'll have your back." "Yeah, but if they don't, Even if they don't, Jesus, we could have found a way to pay for that without selling the boat." "You're doing it again. Making decisions without..." She was too angry to finish the sentence, but then started up again. "Have you actually spoken to a lawyer yet?" "No." "Picked one out?" "No, I'll start Monday, get recommendations." She looked angry, sympathetic, and flabbergasted all at once. She took a moment to calm herself and said, "You have to talk to the union. Look, I'm not in it anymore, but I know someone. I'll make a call, put him in touch with you." Now that I'd committed myself to a lie about legal representation, I hoped she was right, that my legal costs would be covered, given that I needed the $10,000 for something very different. Bonnie looked at the text again. "What does he mean here, getting funds as requested? What's that?" I asked Jack if he could do it in cash. Bonnie was briefly speechless. Then, "You want him to take out $10,000 in cash?" "I don't know. I guess I didn't want the money going to our account." "Why?" "Look, maybe I wasn't thinking straight. I thought it goes into your account, it looks like income. I don't know. Anyway, he seems okay with it." "So once you get it, you're going to go into a lawyer's office and dump a pile of hundreds onto his desk? He'll think you're a drug dealer or a hitman or something." That almost made me laugh. The hitman. It's not funny. Christ, when it rains, Before she could finish, the phone was ringing. Not the one in my hand, but her own cell on her side of the bed. Jesus, what now? She grabbed her phone, put it to her ear. "Yes." "Ginny, what's... Oh, my God, yes. Okay, I'm coming." Bonnie ended the call, looked at me, and said, "My sister's in the hospital."
21. Lucy Finster was up before her husband. Billy liked to sleep in on Sunday. Well, truth be told, Billy would sleep in every day of the week if he could get away with it. But he didn't have an airport shift today, and Lucy was due at the hospital. She was among those who got the cafeteria prepped for the midday crowd. It wasn't as busy on the weekend. There were still plenty of nurses and support staff and doctors around, although the specialists usually weren't to be found on Saturday or Sunday unless there was a real emergency. The admin people were nowhere to be seen either. But there were usually more visitors on the weekend, people coming to see their sick friends and relatives, and the gift shop did well selling cards and flowers and little pink teddy bears wearing shirts with "Get Well Soon" written on them. Lucy didn't deal much with the public. She was in the back, making tasteless sandwiches by the hundreds, preparing huge vats of thin, bland soups, filling plastic cups with green cubes of Jell-O, pouring gravy from a can over reheated slices of meatloaf. Lucy sometimes thought that if you came to the hospital in perfect health to visit a relative and then had lunch here, you'd be begging to see a doctor. How she hated this job. And the pay was shit, too. Billy didn't like his work any better, but at least lately it had afforded him the opportunity to make some money on the side. Billy's job unloading baggage from planes at one of the state's smaller regional airports had put him in a position to help out what Lucy liked to think of charitably as international business people, although thugs was more apt, which had become abundantly clear after one of them had nearly ripped off Billy's nipple. She hadn't had a face-to-face with them. Billy didn't want her around when they made their pickups. But Lucy had peeked through the curtains and seen the skanky-looking woman and heavy-set guy showing up at the garage to retrieve the shit Billy'd taken off the plane. Billy was picking up a few hundred here and there, sometimes even as much as 1,000. Cash. And it had been coming in on a pretty steady basis for a couple of months now. And what did he do with it? Blew it all for himself, that's what. Bought premium beers to guzzle down with his sicko friend Stuart, who, get this, wanted to show her a video the other day of a guy losing his finger in a hedge trimmer. Billy had loaded up on new tools he supposedly needed to restore that old Camaro. It wasn't fancy tools Billy needed to get that car running. What he needed was expertise. 1,000 years from now, after the polar ice caps had melted and much of the world was sitting underwater, that fucking car would still be up on blocks waiting to be fixed. Every time she needed some extra cash, she had to ask for it. What happened to the notion that whatever funds each of them brought into the house were to be shared? Their paychecks went directly into their joint account, but the cash Billy made on the side? That was all his. Lucy was more steamed than the limp, overcooked broccoli she was dumping into a large metal serving dish. She'd brought the subject up more than once, the unfairness of it all, and Billy always had the same answer. He was taking all the risks with the airport thing, so he was the one who should reap the rewards. Made it sound like he was doing her a favor, that he was keeping her hands clean. "Want to make some extra money?" he said one day. "You're in a hospital. Get your hands on some morphine or something." Like they should become a true husband and wife criminal enterprise. At first, she thought she'd simply help herself to some of the money, find where he stashed it, peel off a few 20s and 50s. She'd hunted through every drawer in the house, atop closet shelves, even in his stash of old porn mags under the couch in the basement that he didn't think she knew about. She even searched the freezer, taking out a Tupperware of frozen spaghetti sauce and running it under hot water to see if maybe the cash had been wrapped in a baggie and secreted in the center of the frozen clump. She'd seen that in a movie once. No luck. That left the garage. And that locker. Billy'd been right about what she'd done in part. She'd taken his ring of keys when he'd nodded off on the couch. They were sitting right there on the coffee table next to the Cheetos. She knew which key it was. He'd had 7 of his high-end beers and was down for the count, so she had time to hit Home Depot and have a copy made before he woke up. Having her own key meant she could get into the locker whenever she wanted, like when she was off work and Billy was at the airport. Which she did the very next day. And it was a good thing she hadn't added it to her own key ring, which Billy checked when he found her in the garage. She'd kept the key tucked away in her underwear drawer. She used the key on the oversized lock that kept the 2 locker doors together and opened it wide. This was not, she learned after a thorough search of every shelf where Billy was keeping his cash, assuming, of course, that he had any of it left. It was, however, where he stashed even more porn, plus a few DVD players still in their original boxes. Some brand new laptops. 6 burner phones. That was an eye-opener. Billy was also selling stuff that had fallen off a truck somewhere. What Lucy didn't find was any money. Maybe Billy was hiding it in his locker at the airport. But she did find what he was holding for his associates. Not that anyone would have known at first glance what it was. Jammed in between two shelves was a small, wheeled, dark blue carry-on bag, the kind a traveler could stow in the overhead compartment of an airplane. She cleared a spot on the workbench and hauled it out for a closer examination. But when she went to open the bag, she found that the two zipper ends had been linked together with a small lock. "Shit," she said to herself. "Shit, shit, shit." Not that the case was impregnable. A good sharp box cutter from Billy's toolkit would open it up. She could saw her way through the canvas. But then it would be obvious the case had been broken into, and while the lock was small, not much bigger than her thumb, it still needed a key. The internet, Lucy thought, has a solution to everything. She opened a browser on her phone and typed "how to break into a carry-on bag," and within seconds there was a 2-minute YouTube video. "Fuck me," Lucy said as she watched. "How could it be that easy?" With the tip of a pen she found on the workbench, she separated the teeth on the zipper just to the left of the locked ends. The zipper parted as easily as walking through a bead curtain. She widened the opening, forcing the joined zippers to one end, and opened the case. Candyland. That was certainly what it looked like. Dozens and dozens of containers, all packed neatly, each one about the size of a box of Junior Mints. The packaging was fun and colorful. Under the word "Flizzies," a cartoon girl was pictured against a wall of round pink candies, popping one into her mouth. A slender, clear acetate window showed the delicious pink treats within. Lucy understood what this shit was, that it was definitely not candy, and knew full well the power these little pills had to make pain go away. Lucy ran into people all the time who were suffering. She worked in a fucking hospital. It could be so easy. She wouldn't be dumb enough to swipe several boxes of Flizzies. That would be noticed for sure. But if she were to take a few candies, from, say, 20 of these packages, who'd notice? It was like taking home a few seashells from the beach. So that's what she did. She gathered close to 200 pills, put them into a Glad freezer bag, put all the boxes back into the case just as she had found them, then followed the YouTube video's instructions on how to reclose the carry-on bag, re-engaging the zipper teeth even as the two zipper ends remained locked together. No one would ever be the wiser. You'd think, she thought, drug smugglers would be a little more careful. What were they teaching criminals these days, anyway? She blamed the schools. Lucy knew pretty much everyone at the hospital and had an idea of the right people to discreetly approach. The truth was, the ones who were really hurting were the overworked staff. They'd all been through so much these last few years, what with the pandemic and all. Everybody was burned out, and many had never snapped back when COVID started to fade away. She did some quick online research and decided $20 a pill was fair. If she could sell them all, that would be a cool $4,000 right there. So fuck you, Billy, and the Camaro you rode in on. She sold out in a couple of weeks. Had a few who came back for more, like that orderly Digby. Short, stocky dude with short black hair, a kind of walking, talking fire hydrant with a fox tattoo on his shoulder, always licking his lips. Reminded her of Heath Ledger when he played Joker in that Batman movie. When Billy discovered her in the garage, she'd been hoping to restock, see if there was a bag in the locker that hadn't been picked up. But when he found her, it was game over. If more stuff went missing, he was going to know for sure it was her. Good thing that loose cupboard door gave her an excuse to be looking for a screwdriver. Did Billy believe her? Lucy hoped so. It made sense to lay it on Stewart. He knew what Billy was doing. He knew where the shit was. Billy wasn't cutting him in, so Stewart had a reason. Lucy was sorry she hadn't saved a few flizzies. She could have found a way to plant them on Stewart, someplace where Billy would find them. The lunch rush was over, and Lucy was hosing down the huge serving dishes that moments earlier had held Salisbury steak and mashed potatoes when Digby sidled up to her and whispered,
"Is the store open?"
She whispered to him.
"Store's closed."
Digby said,
"When should I come back?" "Never,"
she said, setting the tray in the sink.
"We've got one of those supply chain problems. Already had a going out of business sale." "I didn't get the flyer,"
Digby said.
"Can't do it anymore. It's over. Done. Too much heat."
Sounding like some girl in a movie.
"Not what I want to hear,"
he said, moving in close enough that his nose was nearly touching hers. She could feel his hot, fetid breath on her face.
"I'm not interested in any supply chain bullshit. Your store needs to reopen."
And he reached down between her legs and gave her a quick, hard squeeze before flashing a smile and finding his way out. Lucy quivering like the green leftover Jell-O she'd pitched earlier.
22. Richard. Bonnie went alone to the hospital Saturday night. I would have accompanied her, but Rachel couldn't be left on her own, and it was, after all, Bonnie's sister. She promised to text updates on Marta's condition as they became available. What I learned over the next few hours was that Marta had been doing a one-woman stakeout, trying to get a lead on who might have sold fentanyl to the mother of Bonnie's student who had overdosed. Someone had hit her in the head as she stood by her car, and she'd briefly lost consciousness. A couple coming out of Jim's, the bar Marta had been keeping an eye on, saw her and called 911. Marta was awake by the time the ambulance arrived and tried without success to talk them out of taking her to the hospital. Good thing, too. She was diagnosed with a mild concussion. The doctor conducted several neurological tests, and to be on the safe side, Marta was kept until they could do a CT scan much later that evening. Bonnie had stayed at the hospital with Ginny, who was, according to Bonnie, a complete wreck, until the results of the scan were available, which was well after midnight. The scan did not show anything alarming, but the ER staff decided it would be best to keep Marta there at least until the morning. I tried to stay awake until Bonnie got home, waiting up for her in the living room, but when she came through the door shortly before 2, I was out cold in the recliner. The sound of her entry woke me. We had a brief chat, and then we both went to bed. If she was still angry about my selling the boat to Jack, she was too tired to show it. Around 9 Sunday morning, Bonnie texted Ginny for news. Marta was to be discharged around 11, and had asked Ginny to bring her a pair of shoes. The one she'd been wearing when she was assaulted had been stolen right off her feet. Bonnie said she would drop by later. When she went, Rachel and I joined her, stopping along the way to buy flowers and pick up some chocolate croissants from Marta's favorite bakery. She was sitting on the front porch, feet up, sipping on some lemonade and reading a Scott Turow novel when we pulled into the driveway. Marta didn't much want to talk about what had happened to her, at least not in front of all of us. Rachel and I spent some time in the kitchen with Ginny so that the sisters could talk privately. And when Rachel mentioned her newfound interest, Ginny offered to take her on a tour of their backyard garden to see what specimens they might be able to find. That left me alone for a few minutes in the kitchen, affording me time to ponder my current predicament, not that I wasn't already thinking about it all the time. I got out my phone, considered searching hitmen for hire, but instead killed time looking at all the unused apps I had and deleting them. Did I really need to know the value of the Swedish krona against the US dollar? Delete. When was the last time I turned on white noise when trying to get to sleep? Delete. And then I saw voice memos. I'd never used that recording app, wasn't even really aware it had been on my phone all this time, so there seemed little sense in hanging on to it. But in that moment it struck me as worth hanging on to, that maybe it might come in handy. Ginny came rushing in without Rachel, opened a cabinet door below the sink, and was searching through a blue bin of recycled items. She came up with an empty glass jar with a spaghetti sauce label on it, metal lid still screwed on top. With a bottle opener, she made a couple of very small holes in the top, then looked at me and smirked. "I'm not even going to ask," I said. I went out to the front porch and found Bonnie and Marta wrapping up their chat. "If there's anything you need," Bonnie said, "you let me know." Marta smiled. "I will, I promise, but I'm fine, really." We headed home shortly after that. Rachel showed off what she had in the spaghetti jar, a stick-like green insect that was nearly 3 inches long. Jenny had told her it was a European praying mantis, the state insect of Connecticut. "He can stand on his back legs and he puts his hands together like he's praying." I could think of a few things it could pray for. If Bonnie was still angry with me about selling the boat, she was hiding it well. Her sister's situation had put everything else on the back burner. I gave an excellent performance of someone who had things under control, even if below the surface I was pretty much going out of my mind. And any time Bonnie observed that I seemed distracted, not quite there, she attributed it to a holdover from my LeDrew encounter. And before we knew it, it was Monday. Midday, when I had a free moment, I popped into the high school office. There was a counter at the entrance where you could usually find a student in crisis. Couldn't get into their locker, lost a phone, thought they were going to throw up, but the teachers scooted around the end of it like they had special visas. It wasn't often a staff member came in here looking for Trent. He was only the principal. If you really wanted some students' academic records, a contact for a parents group, an on-call dentist who could help a kid who'd fallen and chipped a tooth, you went to Belinda. Her title was head secretary, but that did her a disservice. A better one would be head honcho or field commander, or maybe just chief executive officer. She'd been at the school for the better part of 2 decades, outlasted 5 principals, kind of the way the Queen of England had dealt with 15 prime ministers during her reign before passing on. Belinda, as they like to say, knew where the bodies were buried. Trent was smart enough to know his place. "I work for Belinda," he'd told me more than once. "If there's one person you don't want to cross, it's her. She will gut you like a fish." But he'd made the comment with a wry grin and no shortage of respect and affection. We all loved her. She was tough and firm, and I'd even heard her use a few F-bombs under her breath when things became chaotic, but beneath that thick hide was a woman who would do anything for you. When I came around the corner and caught her eye, she said, "Hey, Richard." "Belinda, how you doing?" It was only my second day back since the incident, so many on staff were still inquiring as to my state of mind, wondering whether I was on the verge of some kind of PTSD attack. "I've been worse," I said. "Good to hear. Trent's out." "Looking for you. You keep all the old yearbooks around here someplace?" "Sure," she said, nodding toward a shelf, then ran along one wall. She got up from her desk. "What year do you want?" "Maybe 2015 through 17? She went to the shelf, scanned the spines, pulled out the 3 books I was looking for, and handed them to me. "Anything else I can do for you?" She didn't ask what I wanted them for, nor had I expected her to. Belinda had enough on her plate without getting the details on matters that were none of her concern. But that didn't mean she didn't know just about everything. "You have any recollection of a kid named Billy Finster?" I asked. Belinda's brain had more memory than a MacBook. She took 2 seconds to retrieve the data, then said, "Yes, bit of a jock, not a great student, always looking for shortcuts, the easy way out. Suspended once for smoking pot in the boys' bathroom. Also some health issues. Missed several weeks one year with mononucleosis, as I recall. We had a wave of it that year. And another year sports injury, shoulder dislocation playing football. Played basketball, was on the wrestling team. Parents are kind of ditzy. Not in the picture all that much." "What was his shoe size?" Belinda's mouth opened as if she expected she would know the answer to that question, then stopped, looked at me, and said, "Wise guy." I smiled. Even though she hadn't asked, I felt I needed a reason to be making inquiries about a former student. "Ran into him the other day. He came up, said hello. I couldn't quite place him, but I knew the name." I held up the books. "Was going to look through these, see if I remember him." Belinda had gone back to her desk and dismissed me with a wave of her hand. Enjoy. I took the books back to my room and started going through them, starting with 2017. Billy Finster wasn't in it anywhere, which led me to think that he'd graduated the previous year. So I went through the 2016 book. I couldn't find a headshot of him as I looked through the graduating class, but spotted a list of those absent when the profile shots were taken. Finster was on it. But I still went through the book looking at pictures of the school's various athletic teams and found him in a couple of those, a blurry face and a cluster of others. I even found a picture taken during one of our wrestling tournaments at an away game. And there I was, standing in the background. There was a second shot of the team, the Lodge High crest emblazoned on an overhead banner, so obviously it had been taken on home turf. This must also have been when the regular wrestling coach was still on leave because he wasn't there, and another Lodge teacher was in his place. Herb Willow. I had no memory that he'd also filled in around that time. Getting Herb to coach any sports activity would be like asking a caveman to oversee a computer studies class. Finally, I went through the 2015 book. That year, Finster had been present when the class photos were taken. He'd changed since then, which was no surprise. The Billy Finster I'd met was fuller in the face, thicker in the neck, and his hair was much shorter than it was back then, when a lot of it was hanging over the left side of his face. A decade could do that to a person, especially after their school athletic career was over. I wished I looked as good today as I had 10 years ago, as I did in that shot of the wrestling tournament. A little less weight and definitely more hair, although even then I didn't have a lot. I wasn't sure if there was a point to this. Maybe I was hoping refreshing my memory of who Finster was when he attended Lodge would provide some further insight into who he was now. I'd struck out there, but that picture of Herb with the wrestling team was something that stuck with me. Trent appeared in my doorway. "Belinda says you came by." "Yeah, but I wasn't looking for you." He held his spot. "Something up?" I said. "Just wondered how it was going after our talk Saturday." "I don't have any news, just figuring out what to do." I told him briefly about Bonnie's sister and how her injury had overtaken other events. He shook his head sympathetically. "One thing after another." "Yeah, and there might be one more." "Christ, what now?" "I had a call from a Violet Canaan," Trent said. "You've got Andrew in your class?" I nodded. "She and a few other parents, it seems, are looking to have a meeting," he said. "About?" Trent sighed. "What you're teaching." My mind raced as I tried to guess what this might be about. It didn't take long. A literary tour through a post-apocalyptic world's not Andrew's idea of a good time. "Go figure," Trent said, and left the room. Slowly, I bent over and touched my forehead to my desk. Kill me now.
23. "Nice shoes," Gerhard said.
You think?
Andrea said, looking down at the Converse runners on her feet.
I was afraid they might pinch, but they're actually maybe a half size too big, but that just gives my toes room to wiggle.
They were leaning up against Gerhard's shiny black Audi, parked in a Home Depot lot, Andrea smoking a Marlboro, Gerhard with his hands in his pockets, looking up into the sun with his shades on. They were waiting to meet one of their local distributors. Once they'd picked up a shipment from Billy, they'd keep some to sell themselves, but also divvy it up among a dozen other area dealers. "That was pretty dumb," he said. She blew smoke out through her nostrils. "Draws attention to us," he said. She drew in some more smoke, then opened her mouth and let it drift out slowly.
Had to send a message.
"Message," he said dismissively. "Like we don't have enough problems. A dead junkie Tijuana on our ass." Andrea hadn't known that Charisse chick had died in the alley until after the cop had left the bar. That sad sack of shit sitting next to her said something about it. Guessed that must be why that cop was sniffing around. Andrea thought there was something off about the woman. that she didn't fit in. But how did this guy know she was a cop? Came to our school, he said, after that kid blew himself up. And then he started moaning about how that was how he lost his janitorial job, like she gave a fuck. Maybe, Andrea thought, that cop had been looking for her. When Jim was busy with some customers on the other side of the room, Andrea slipped out the back. Didn't take long to spot the cop sitting in her car watching the place. She didn't have Gerhard's Audi that night. She had her own Jeep Wrangler, legit plates on the bumper that could lead someone straight to her, parked a short ways up the street. Couldn't be seen getting into that. So Andrea watched the watcher. Took cover behind a tree by the curb, a car length away. When the cop got out of her vehicle, Andrea did her thing. Got the bitch's shoes, too.
You should thank me,
Andrea said. Say again.
Now we know the cops are looking into this. We know now to be extra careful. That calls for reassessment. Look at our risks. Reevaluate.
Gerhard considered the comment. Like?
Alter our routine. Make personnel changes.
Like? He said again.
Billy's a liability. If he didn't steal from us, he was sloppy enough to let someone else do it. Either way, he's gone. Find someone else, use a different airport, start over.
That'll set things back. Andrea blew out more smoke.
Better a setback than have everything go to shit. What if the cop finds her way to him?
He does a retrieval today, Gerhard said. We've got a pickup tonight.
Last time,
Andrea said, stubbing out her cigarette on the hood of the Audi. The fuck? Gerhard said, taking a tissue from his pocket and rubbing the spot. What's wrong with you?
Never call me dumb,
Andrea said.
I'll put the next one out in your eye.
24. Richard. Not long after Trent left, I had a text from someone named Arthur Crone with the Teachers Union, saying he'd had a call from Bonnie and wondered if now was a good time to call. I texted back, yes. I did some checking, he said moments later. You don't have to worry about this lawsuit. It's flimsy to begin with anyway, but we've got your back on this. Won't cost you a penny. Did you already tell Bonnie? I asked. No, she asked me to look into it, and then I went directly to you. You want me to let her know? Leave it with me. And thanks. The moment I was done with Arthur, another text. This one was from Jack. He had been to the bank and had the $10,000 in cash for the boat. I replied with a thumbs-up emoji. When I returned the yearbooks to the office, I asked Belinda if the school had addresses on file for former students. Name? She asked. William Finster, Billy, the one I mentioned earlier that I ran into. She tapped away on her computer. We've got one, but it's old. I'll take it anyway, I said, bringing out a pen and a small pad from my pocket. Belinda gave me an address on Sycamore Drive. I scribbled it down. Uncharacteristically for her, she asked, What are you looking for him for again? I might engage his services, I said. When I ran into him, he mentioned something about doing renovation work. Should have got his number from him at the time. That was enough to satisfy Belinda, I hoped. Now that I had an address, what was I going to do with it? It was likely outdated. And even if it was current, what was the plan? Knock on his door and ask him to reconsider? Sneak Trent's gun out of his desk and shoot Billy through the head? Yeah, there was an idea. Belinda, I said, can I bug you for one other thing? She looked at me expectantly. You still have an address for Anson Reynolds? There's a name I haven't thought of in a while, she said, turning to her computer and tapping away. Not too long after he died, his wife sent us a change of address in case there were any benefits forms or anything to pass on. She sold their house and moved into an apartment. Here we go, on Golden Hill. She wrote an address and phone number on a notepad sheet and handed it to me. What's her name again? Grace. Before she could ask, I offered a reason. This Billy and a couple of his buds were wondering what happened to their coach, didn't know he'd passed, and were thinking of sending his wife a note about, how they had nice memories of him. Isn't that nice? After the last bell went, and as I was heading for the door that would take me out to the parking lot, I passed Herb's room. The door was open, and I glanced in as I walked by. He was sitting at his desk, scrolling through his phone. I stopped, went back, and walked straight in without knocking. I was at his desk, standing in front of him before he raised his head. He reared back slightly, my presence clearly startling him. "Richard," he said. "We need to clear the air, you and I." Herb moved his tongue inside his left cheek. "Okay," he said slowly. "You're pissed I told Trent and the police what Mark LeDrew said about you. That somehow I impugned your professionalism? If you had any, that might be the case. Way I see it is, I did more than save your life. I gave you a heads up. There might be more Mark LeDrews out there. If I were you, I'd be thinking about that, about all the kids I've mocked and humiliated and put down. I'd be looking over my shoulder. What goes around comes around. You might think I've got some score to settle with you, but I don't. I'm only a messenger. Deal with it." I walked out. I decided to pay a visit to Grace Reynolds before I did anything else. If it was her late husband, Anson, who'd abused my blackmailer, that was something I would like to know, and not just to clear myself in his eyes. The truth needed to be exposed to the purifying power of sunlight if it helped those who'd been wronged. I wasn't naive enough to think a conversation with Anson's widow would provide me any real answers. It wasn't like I could flat out ask her if she'd ever suspected he had exploited his students sexually. What I wanted to know, and what she was likely to divulge, were two entirely different things. But I thought, maybe by talking to her, I could get a better sense of who he was and how she felt about him. It didn't seem fair to drop in on her unannounced, so I called first. Told her who I was, that my course load at Lodge High was shifting, that I was going to be taking on some physical education classes for which I was not in the least qualified, and wondered whether it was possible she had saved any of her husband's lesson plans from when he taught. If my story raised any suspicions on her part, it didn't come across on the phone. "Well, you're welcome to drop by, but I don't know what I might have," she said, and then told me where she lived, which of course I already knew. She lived on the first floor of a 3-story apartment building that would have been built in the first half of the last century. A plain red brick structure that backed onto a commuter line. Grace buzzed me in right away and met me at the door to her place. "I put on some coffee," she said. "I should have asked if you liked coffee. Do you like coffee? If you don't, I can make tea. I might even have some beer in the back of the fridge, but it would be pretty old." I said coffee was fine. We sat in a very small and crowded living room. I had the sense that when she downsized from a house to this place, she hadn't wanted to part with much, so the space had enough furniture for 2 living rooms. We engaged in some general small talk as we drank our coffee. The weather we'd been having, how the traffic seemed worse every year. "I didn't have a chance to pull anything out for you," she said, "but I did save some of Anson's school stuff." Considering my cover story, I should have been delighted, but I was also a little worried. I wondered how many boxes of material I'd have to lug out of here to maintain appearances. "I'll show you," she said, putting aside her coffee and leading me down a short hallway. The unit had 2 small bedrooms. The first one we passed was clearly where she slept. A pink chenille bedspread, a dozen throw pillows, a painting of the ocean you might find in any hotel room in America. The door to the second bedroom was closed. "I have to put my shoulder into it," she said, turning the knob and pushing. Something on the other side kept her from opening it wide. Once there was a 2-foot gap, she stepped aside and let me look in. Sweet Mother of God. The room was filled almost to the ceiling with dozens, more likely hundreds, of boxes. Banker boxes, liquor boxes, shoe boxes, even. And other items randomly scattered about like a small fake Christmas tree. A pair of ice skates, drapes rolled up in a heap, more throw pillows without covers. Somewhere in the back I could see handlebars that I was guessing were attached to an exercise bike. "His lessons would be in one of these boxes somewhere," she said. "I labeled some of them, but not all, but you're welcome to have a browse." "Well," I said, "looks like I've got my work cut out for me. Could take a while." "I thought you might say that. I should have told you over the phone, but I guess I was just happy to have someone come see me." I smiled. Why don't we go back and finish our coffee before I get started? When we were back in the living room, Grace said, "You might be the first person from Lodge I've seen since Anson passed." I said, honestly, "I feel badly I never came by to see you. I don't even think I went to the funeral, and for that I apologize." "Oh, don't feel bad about that. There was no funeral." My eyebrows went up. "No? Considering everything, I couldn't do it. Couldn't handle the questions." I wondered what she meant by that. I wasn't even aware that Anson had been sick. It seemed like one day he was there and one day he wasn't. She nodded slowly. "Everyone was pretty good about keeping their promise." "I'm sorry, what do you mean?" "About how Anson passed. It's been long enough that it's easier to talk about now." She sighed, got up, and as she headed for the kitchen, asked, "Can I get you something stronger than coffee?" "I'm okay." I heard a refrigerator open, the sound of some ice cubes being scooped up and dropped into a glass. And when Grace returned, she had a small tumbler filled to the top with something clear. She took a sip and sat back down. "Anson killed himself," she said.
25. It had been one of those days that, when it was over, Bonnie couldn't remember what she'd actually done. She'd found it hard to focus. There were so many different things on her mind that she couldn't zero in on one. She felt sad for Allison Fowler. She was not present at school today, nor would she be again. This morning her absence was explained to Allison's fourth-grade classmates, and her teacher had accepted Bonnie's offer to be present.
"We have sad news today," the teacher began,
doing her best not to be too maudlin.
"Allison has moved to a new school. She has gone to live with her aunt, who doesn't live near here."
She paused.
"Allison's mother died last week. I'm sure Allison would have liked a chance to say goodbye to all of you, but this all happened late on Friday."
"Her mom was a druggie," said a boy sitting near the back of the class. Bonnie and the teacher both shot the boy a look. If their eyes had been laser-equipped, he'd have burst into flames. He got the message and said no more. The teacher continued.
"It's true that Allison's mother was going through some difficult times, but I know we all would want to wish her the very best and hope that she gets through this."
Bonnie stepped in.
"If any of you wish to send a note to Allison, telling her you'll miss her and telling her how sorry you are that her mother has passed on, I will make sure those get to her. Or maybe the class would like to make a large card that everyone could sign."
With that, she excused herself from the classroom. Back in her office, she found her thoughts constantly returning to Marta and Richard. She'd texted with her sister early that morning to see how her recovery was going, and Marta continued to assure her she was fine and likely returning to work later that day. Bonnie fired back a text urging her to take the week off, but knew trying to talk sense into Marta was a lost cause. She doubted Ginny would have any better luck. And then there was Richard. God, the week he'd been through. As if his encounter with Mark LeDrew weren't enough, now those parents were suing. As a principal, she wasn't in the union, but she had contacts there, and she got in touch with Arthur Crone. He promised to look into it and reach out to Richard. Later, she called him back. "Had a good chat with Richard," he said. "He said he'd fill you in." She wanted an answer now. "Are you guys covering him or not?" "I told him not to worry. We've got this." She smiled when she ended the call. He didn't have to sell the boat. Good thing, too, because it was a family boat. Rachel might not have been a huge fishing fan. It was hard for a kid that age to sit still waiting for some dumb perch or pickerel to hit her line. But she loved exploring the lake and knifing her hand into the water as Richard cranked the throttle to full speed. There were good memories attached to that boat, and every reason to believe they would be making more. Bonnie dealt with a few administrative matters through the afternoon, then told her vice principal she'd had enough and was heading home early. She'd get something organized for dinner, then head down and pick up Rachel from Mrs. Tibaldi. As she arrived home, Jack was also pulling into the driveway next door. He waved. Bonnie waved back and approached him as he was getting out of his car. "Hey, Jack," she said. but she couldn't be heard over the loaded dump truck rumbling past. She tried again. "Hey, Jack? Bonnie?
Got a second?"
Sure."
"Richard was telling me he sold you the boat."
Jack nodded. He patted the chest of his suit jacket. "Have the money right here."
"The cash," Bonnie said.
Another nod. "Don't usually go to the bank asking for that much. I think the teller thought I was doing a drug deal or something." He grinned. "Do I give off that kind of vibe?" Bonnie tried to smile, but couldn't quite pull it off.
"I'm really sorry, Jack. I don't like doing this. I know you and Richard had a deal, but—"
He waited.
"This has been a pretty traumatic week for Richard," Bonnie said.
"Of course."
"He's not thinking as clearly about things as he should be."
"I can well imagine."
"He's making decisions he really hasn't thought through. And I think what motivated him to sell the boat is no longer an issue. Don't know if you'd heard, but he's being sued. It's a ridiculous thing. And he thought he'd have to pay the legal costs himself, but it turns out he doesn't have to. That was what he needed the money for."
"Oh, my."
"So in light of that, and I hate to ask, but I wonder if you'd be willing to cancel the deal."
"Of course. It's not a problem."
"I'm really, really sorry about this."
I'm the one who should feel badly. That maybe I was taking advantage of him in a weak moment. That was never my intention, but it seemed like he'd already made up his mind to sell. He patted the cash again. "Maybe we'll go out for dinner." That made Bonnie laugh.
"I know a great little cafe on the Champs-Élysées."
"You have a wonderful evening," Jack said, and continued on into the house. Bonnie gave him one last wave, waited until he was inside, then continued on to the sitters. It was the right thing to do, she told herself. And she was betting that once she told Richard what she'd done, that he didn't need the money for his legal defense, that he could keep his boat, he'd be happy.
26. Richard. On my way to the Sycamore Drive address Belinda had given, I thought about what Grace Reynolds had revealed to me. Her husband, Anson, had been depressed for some time. He'd been good, she said, at not showing it at work, but outside of school he was a man tormented by private demons. She'd urged him to seek help, to talk to someone, anyone, but he said he couldn't bring himself to do that. "You've no idea what was troubling him?" I asked. She had shaken her head sadly. "You read stories all the time about people, like these big celebrities who you think have everything, but they're miserable. There doesn't have to be a reason." Unless there was. When Grace wasn't home, he'd started up the car in the garage with the doors closed and sat behind the wheel until he'd accomplished what he'd set out to do. Before dying, he'd paid off the monthly bills, changed the batteries in all the smoke detectors, and fixed a plug to drain in the kitchen that he'd been meaning to get to. He hadn't, Grace said, wanted her to have to deal with any of the everyday stuff in the days and weeks after his passing. She hadn't wanted the world to know how he'd gone, and the various authorities acceded to her request to say he had passed of heart failure. She didn't even think Trent knew how he had actually died. I thanked her for her time and the coffee, told her I would think about whether I had the time to come back and search through those boxes in the second bedroom for Anson's lesson plans, and caught a glimpse of her knocking back that drink as I was showing myself out. And now I was on Sycamore, the Finster house. It was a modest bungalow with an attached garage. As I did a slow drive-by, I saw that all the drapes were drawn, the grass needed cutting, and there was a for sale sign on the lawn. There were some flyers sticking out of a jammed mailbox by the front door. The place did not look lived in at all. I went to the end of the street, turned around, drove past the house once more, then pulled over to the shoulder and parked. I got out and walked up to the house one door over from the Finster house and rang the bell. A harried-looking woman in her 20s, balancing a baby on her hip, appeared after about 30 seconds. "Yes," she said, opening the screen a foot. "I was looking for the Finsters," I said. "Is that their place next door? Up for sale?" "Yeah, well, it was," she said, shifting the baby to her other hip. "First Mr. Finster died about 3 years back, then Mrs. Finster. But they didn't own the house, they rented. Owner had it on the market a while. Hasn't rented it out to anyone else." "I was looking for Billy," I said.
Billy, she said, and blushed. Him and me actually went out for a while there back in the day, but he got married to someone used to be a friend of mine. The emphasis on used to be suggested this friend might have had something to do with her breaking up with Billy. You know where they live now? Yeah, sure. Finster's house was a small one-story on Worcester, a few blocks from the Housatonic River. Gray siding, black shutters, a separate garage toward the back of the property at the end of the driveway. A small silver Kia was parked on the driveway closer to the street. As I passed, I held up my phone and fired off a few shots. When I reached the top of the street, I made a right onto Windy Hill Road, pulled over, and stopped. I wanted to check the pictures I'd taken, making sure I'd captured decent images of the house and the car and its license plate. I didn't know that I had a use for them, but if I came up with one, I was ahead of the game. I made a loop around the block so I could drive by one more time. I was 3 houses away when I spotted a woman coming out the front door. I pulled over to the side. There were no sidewalks, so I rolled onto the edge of a front yard and stopped. The woman was probably about the same age as Finster. 5'3", slender, blonde hair down to her shoulders. She walked purposefully to the Kia, got in, and when she backed out of the drive, she had the car pointed in my direction. I glanced down as if dealing with my phone. I raised my head once she'd passed and caught a glimpse of the car in my rearview mirror. Billy's wife, I presumed. Maybe the blackmail was all her idea. Anything was possible. Someone rapped hard on the passenger window. A woman, mid-70s, glasses, gray hair pulled back, looking very pissed. I powered down the window. "You're parked on my goddamn grass," she said. I gave her a nod, edged the car's right side back onto the asphalt, and that must have satisfied her because I glanced around and she had disappeared. There didn't seem to be much point in hanging around any longer. I now knew where Billy Finster lived. My phone dinged. I took it out of my pocket and saw that it was from Bonnie. Have some good news. Well, I could use some of that. I was about to reply when I heard the back door on the passenger side open. The car listed slightly as someone dropped into the back seat. As I turned in my seat, the back door slammed shut. It was him. And if I hadn't been so caught off guard, I might have had time to react more quickly to the fist heading straight toward my face. I had just enough time to turn so that I took the hit on my temple immediately to the side of my right eye instead of my nose. I let out a yelp of pain and reared back. "Stalking me?" he asked, and made a sniffing noise. I put my hand on the side of my head. Christ, it hurt. I glanced in the mirror, its letterboxed shape acting like a mask for my attacker, giving me a view of his eyes and nose, which he wiped with a tissue. "Billy, listen," I said, my temple throbbing. "Our arrangements changed," he said. "I was going to give you more time, but I want the money tonight." "Fuck you." "I get the money," he repeated, "or everybody knows. Get ready for some breaking news, asshole, perv teacher, film at 11. "I didn't do it," I said. "I swear it had to be somebody else." Was it fair to the dead to ask if he remembered Anson Reynolds? I had no proof it was him, but a man who felt badly enough to take his own life might have been wanting to punish himself for something he shouldn't have done. "Did you have a teacher named Mr. Reynolds?" I asked. "What?" "Anson Reynolds. Taught gym. Coached wrestling." I had another name in the back of my mind. Or maybe Mr. Willow. He leaned forward so his mouth was close to my ear. "Here's the thing, Mr. Teacher. It really doesn't matter whether it was you or not. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. All I care about right now is my 10 grand. "Christ, Billy, once you expose me with your bullshit," I said, "you're exposed. They'll look into your background. Maybe you pulled this kind of shit before." "Not if it's anonymous," he whispered. "I'll say it was you," I said. "And how will you explain that? Only way you could know it was me would be if you did it." This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. "So you better get my money," he said. I recalled the text Jack had sent. He had the cash. There had to be a way out of this. If I brought him the money, if I had someone with me, someone who could be a witness, someone... You hear me? He said. I hear you. Give me your cell number. I'll be in touch about when and where. I gave him the number, heard him enter it into his phone, then the opening of the back door. Later, asshole, he said, slamming it shut. I was in free fall. Panic welled up inside me. I didn't know what to do other than pay this man and hope to God that was the end of it. I'd been a fool to think knowing where he lived would afford me some advantage. He turned the tables on me, caught me in the act. I drove quickly out of the neighborhood, my tail between my legs. Moments later, I wheeled into a McDonald's parking lot to pull myself together. A glance in the mirror revealed that my right temple was already turning black and blue. My vision was not affected, but my eyelid was slightly swollen. How was I going to explain that when I got home? After about 5 minutes, I pulled back out into traffic and aimed the car for home. Once on our street, I saw Jack's vehicle in his driveway. I'd be able to get the money from him before I went into the house and fixed Bonnie and Rachel. I had my car parked and was heading for Jack's front door when Bonnie came striding out of the house. Hey, she said, I'm glad you're... The second she saw my face, she stopped. Oh, my God, what happened to you? She asked. She reached her hand up as if she were going to touch the right side of my face, but held back. I need to get some ice on it, I said, if it's not too late. What happened? She asked again. Stupidest thing, I said. I'd been rehearsing this in the car. I was making a shortcut through the gym, walked right into the path of a basketball, got whomped good. Kid could really throw. Bonnie looked unconvinced. A ball did that? He's got an arm on him. She examined the bruising more carefully. Looks more like someone took a swing at you. I said a little too brusquely, It's nothing, okay? Bonnie took a step back. What's going on? Talk to me. Nothing. Look, find me an ice pack. I'll be in a minute. What are you going to do? Just going to see Jack for a second. Bonnie's face froze. About that. What? When I texted, when I said I had news. Yeah? You already know, but I talked to Arthur after he talked to you. They'll cover your legal bills. They'll get you a lawyer. The lawsuit's bullshit. And honestly, if they didn't support you and it went public, the blowback would be significant. She made quote marks with her fingers like she was reading a headline. Hero teacher screwed over by union. All good, I guess. That fucking Arthur. I was going to tell Bonnie I was on my own, that I still needed the money. So, you don't need to sell the boat, she smiled. Simple as that. Great, but I made a deal with Jack, and I don't intend to break it. I already have, Bonnie said. For a second there, the world was spinning. What? I talked to him, she said. I explained things. Explained things how? I told him why you thought you needed the money, and now you don't. That selling the boat was a hasty, impulsive decision at a time when you've been under so much stress. He totally understood. He was fine with it. She paused, and then with a hint of attitude said, You're welcome. I'd put both hands atop my head. I turned away from her, pacing. Shit, I said. Shit. I brought my hands down, turned, and faced her, shaking my head from side to side. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done that without talking to me first. Oh, so you're the one who has to be consulted, but not me. Fuck, I said. Did he have the cash? Almost without even realizing it, I'd put my hand on my chest, trying to slow my heart down. Did he have it on him? He said he was going to have it. Yes, he had it, and I told him to keep it. I made a move in the direction of Jack's place, and Bonnie grabbed my arm, stopping me. No, she said. I shook her arm off. You don't know what you've done. I was starting to tremble. I could feel sweat bubbling up on my forehead. If I don't know, then maybe you'd better explain it to me. Maybe you better tell me what the fuck is really going on. I'm handling it, I told her. I've got it under control. Handling what, for God's sake? Are you gambling? You don't even buy scratch tickets. What the hell is it? Suddenly her face fell, imagining the worst. It's not a woman. Tell me it's got nothing to do with another woman. For fuck's sake, Bonnie, I said, exhausted. If you won't tell me what's going on, don't blame me for thinking the worst. I had to get the money. I had to tell Jack that Bonnie didn't know what she was doing. He'd think we were both nuts, but so long as I got the cash, I was confident I could resolve this mess. I didn't know what else to do. "Trust me," I said. But the words barely came out. My breathing was quick and shallow. Something was wrong. Bonnie shook her head. "No, I can't." She raised a finger, pointed it at me. "If you don't tell me why you need that $10,000 right now, right this second, I'm going in that house, packing 2 bags, and Rachel and I are going to a hotel. We're leaving. I'm dead serious. It's up to you. Make a choice. Tell me what's happening, or say goodbye to us." I took 3 wavering steps toward my car, put a hand on the front fender to steady myself, and said, "I think I'm going to pass out."
27. For Lucy, it was becoming a question of who to fear most. Digby, the hospital orderly who wanted more fentanyl and was ready to hurt Lucy if he didn't get it. Billy, if he figured out she'd dipped into the shipment. The pair he was working for, whose idea of a good time was hooking battery clamps to a guy's tits. The cops. So far, Billy appeared to buy her denials that she'd had anything to do with it, but that could change. If and when he knew the truth, would he give her up to the people he worked for? If she stole any more from Billy, it upped the odds he'd catch her. Maybe he'd set up some cameras in the garage. It was a wonder he hadn't done that from the get-go, if only to protect his precious automotive tools. And now, if Billy had even half a brain, and, to be honest, this was often in question, he'd have put a new lock on the cabinet where he kept the drugs, be more careful with the new key. No way she was YouTubing her way into that carry-on bag again. And even if she did dare to, Billy's associates kept pretty close tabs, no pun intended, on the inventory. If he came up short again, what would they do to him? Lucy wasn't sure just who these people fronted for, but it wasn't the Girl Scouts. The flights were coming from south of the border, so it wasn't hard to connect the dots. The cartels, baby. They controlled the drug trade down there, had their own labs making this stuff. So long as the money kept coming in, Billy didn't ask questions. He really didn't want to know. If there was an easy way out of this, Lucy didn't know what it was. Could she chip away at her list of potential threats, cross one off, move on to the next? Digby, for example. Could she make an anonymous tip to the hospital admin? Say he was stealing pharmaceuticals, helping himself to patients' personal belongings, fondling female patients while they slept? It was probably true, anyway. She'd returned from a trip to the grocery store and was sitting at the kitchen table staring into space as she nursed a beer, thinking about how she'd go about ratting out Digby, when she heard Billy's van pull up beside the house. She got up, left the beer on the table, and went outside to meet him. He'd reversed the vehicle up to the garage, gotten out, raised the rear hatch, and was swinging open the garage door when Lucy approached. "Hey," she said. "Hey," he replied. He was unloading boxes and carrying them to the rear of the garage. He had brand new power tools, all in their original packaging. Belt sanders, jigsaws, drills, reciprocating saws. "You gotta be kidding me," Lucy said. "I thought you were all tapped out, no money left." "Didn't buy it," he said, puffing as he made another trip. "Don't tell me you know a guy." It would go with the other goods she'd seen in the locker, she thought. Laptops, DVD players, phones. "I'll pay them off one way or another," he said, more to himself than to Lucy. "I got merchandise. Makes up for the shortfall." "Is this enough?" she asked. "And what makes you think they're even going to want this? What are they supposed to do? Put it up on eBay?" He ignored her. Once he had placed the last load in the garage, he came outside and lowered the door, took 3 deep breaths, and said, "I need a drink." She followed him into the house, where he went straight to the refrigerator and grabbed a beer. He took one long draw, set it on the counter, and then did something that made Lucy's jaw drop. He reached under his jacket and pulled out a gun. He set it on the kitchen table and stared at it for several seconds, panting.
Jesus fucking Christ, Billy. The hell is this?
That's a gun, Lucy. You should get out more.
Why do you have it?
He took another drink. When he put the bottle down, let go of it, his hand was slightly trembling. Insurance, he said. Just need to be ready. He couldn't look her in the eye. He studied the gun on the table in front of him, turned it slowly with his index finger, the barrel briefly pointing at Lucy as it revolved.
Is it loaded?
She asked. Wouldn't be much good if it wasn't.
Where'd you get it?
He rolled his eyes. Lucy, this is America.
What are they going to think? They see you with a gun.
I'm not an idiot. I'll hide it. Someplace I can grab it fast, in case things go sideways. Lucy pictured it. Billy shooting 2 people dead in the garage. Like that would be the end of their problems. What was he going to do with 2 bodies? What did Billy think would happen next? That their bosses wouldn't be wondering what happened to them, wouldn't send someone from Mexico to find them? That Billy wouldn't be the first person they'd want to have a word with? Would he shoot them too? The thing was, there'd been a moment there when they'd first come into the house when she was thinking she should just tell him. Come clean. Tell him it was her, that she dipped into the stash, that she was really, really sorry. But lay some of the blame on him, too, because he'd never been willing to share any of the proceeds, and if he had, maybe she wouldn't have done what she'd done. But she'd tell him she'd find a way to make it right. She'd give him what money she hadn't already spent after selling the stuff to Digby and others. Maybe she could hit up her mom in Utah for some cash. Lucy hadn't talked to her in 6 months, but maybe if she told her she was pregnant, that she needed help setting up a nursery and buying a car seat and a stroller and all that other shit, her mother would be so excited she'd dip into her savings. Even if it did mean that it was Billy who got her pregnant. Lucy's mother had tried to tell her the guy was a loser, but did she listen? Later, when there was no baby, she'd come up with some sob story about losing the kid. Or maybe she'd tell him they should disappear until things cooled down. Go stay with her mom. Couple of drug dealers really going to chase them all the way to Salt Lake City? They might not head off with a fortune, but they'd have enough to buy gas and junk food till they got there. After they arrived, they'd try to figure out a way to get out of this mess. Those ideas and others had been running through her head right up until the moment Billy set that gun on the kitchen table. That gun changed everything. You did not tell your significant other that you'd been stealing from him and putting his life in danger when he had a gun. A loaded gun. You know, Lucy said, changing her tone, trying to be upbeat even if she didn't feel that way. I think they'll love the tools, the laptops, all that stuff. Billy slowly raised his head, fixing his eyes on her, as though he'd had some sudden realization. What did you say? I said, I think they'll go for it. You can buy some time this way. You said laptops. What? Laptops. That's what you said, laptops. I didn't bring in any laptops. You brought in all kinds of shit, she said. I thought maybe there was some laptops in there. It was you, he said. What was me? She said, reaching for her beer, her mouth going dry. How would you know I had laptops if you haven't been in my locker? Come on, she said, smiling nervously. That's crazy talk. Christ! What have you done? He asked her, picking up the gun. You're going to get us both killed.
28. Richard. I didn't pass out. Bonnie helped me into the house and got me as far as the kitchen, where I sat. Rachel, thankfully, was in the backyard and did not see me in distress. Bonnie had her phone out, her finger poised over the screen. What are you doing? I asked. Calling an ambulance, she said matter-of-factly. You're having a heart attack. No, I protested. It's not a heart attack. I licked my lips.
I think it's a panic attack. I'm okay now. She set the phone down, went to a cupboard, and brought out a small plastic container of aspirin. She shook one out into her hand and held it in front of me. Chew this. I did as I was told. Bonnie picked her phone back up and, despite another protest from me, hit 911. 3 seconds later, she was telling a dispatcher our address and that she was worried her husband might be having a heart attack. Yes, she said. I just gave him one. She ended the call. I'm not having a heart attack, I said again. I hope you're right, but we're not taking any chances. I nodded, knowing it was pointless to argue now that the paramedics were on their way. You're going to tell me what's going on, Bonnie said, but not now. While we waited for the ambulance to arrive, Rachel came into the house and could tell immediately that something was wrong. I tried to persuade her it was nothing serious. I was feeling a little off for a minute, I told her, and your mother called an ambulance just to be sure I'm okay. Her face looked like it might break. You can help, I said. You can let us know when the ambulance gets here. She nodded and ran. A couple of minutes later, she screamed, They're here! They're here! She had the front door open before Bonnie could get there and lead them into the kitchen. It was a team of 2, a man and a woman. I'm fine, I said before they'd even said hello. They asked me a slew of questions, checked my blood pressure, conducted an electrocardiograph with some little gadget Rachel watched with a mixture of fear and fascination. What's with the bandages? The female paramedic asked, noticing the ones on my neck and forehead. They're old. And what about this? She was indicating the bruise on my temple and my puffy eyelid. Did you fall when you had your episode? I'd forgotten I'd been hit. No, I didn't fall. I needed a second to remember the lie I'd told Bonnie. I got hit with a basketball. It's fine. When they were finished with their speedy tests, they concluded it was unlikely I'd had a cardiac event. But they advised me to come to the hospital anyway. I'm okay, I insisted. I've been under a lot of stress lately, that's all. Rachel piped up. Dad nearly got killed when the bomb went off. Bonnie added more details. The paramedics nodded. They knew all about the LeDrew incident. We can't force you to come, the woman said. Something's happened to you. Just how serious it is would take further tests. I was adamant, and maybe stupid, but I sent them on their way. Once the house was quiet again and Rachel, still looking somewhat stricken, went to her room after being persuaded I was not going to drop dead, Bonnie went to the freezer for one of the soft ice packs we keep on hand. It may be late for this, but hold it on the side of your head. She handed me the pack and a towel to hold it with so it didn't freeze my hand. I did as I was told while Bonnie made some tea and then sat across the table from me. Let's hear it, she said. And so I told her. Pretty much all of it. Everything that had happened since Finster first approached me on the street Friday out front of our house. How I tried to find out more about him, found his house, him turning the tables on me, striking me. At that point in my story, Bonnie's face flushed red with rage. I explained the anguish I'd been going through about what was the best way to handle this, my fears of what an allegation like this could do not only to me but to Bonnie and Rachel. How, given my history, it was just one more thing. I'd asked Bonnie at the outset to let me get the story out before asking questions. I knew she'd have plenty. I was afraid her first one would be whether the abuse allegation was true, so I decided to beat her to it. Are you going to ask if I did it? She shook her head without hesitation. No, she said, and put her hand on mine and squeezed. Somebody might have, but not you. I'd included Anson Reynolds in my story, the newly revealed information that he had taken his own life. Thank you, I said weakly, taking a sip of the tea with my free hand. The right side of my head had gone numb from the ice pack. You should have told me right away. I've told you why I didn't. Not good enough. I nodded. I took the ice pack away from my head and put it on the table. How's it look? I asked. Bonnie examined me. The swelling might have gone down a titch. Your eyelid looks less swollen. She pressed her lips together angrily. That son of a bitch? Yeah, Bonnie said. Marta got it right. How what happened might affect you. This whole week you've been in shock. You're not thinking clearly. You're not making rational decisions. Look, this would throw anyone for a loop. But for someone who's just gone through what you have, it's over the top.
Maybe it's not irrational to spare us from a scandal, even if it's bullshit.
There's no proof. If he comes forward, we level the extortion accusation, and if he makes an anonymous allegation, no one's going to put any faith in that. Wouldn't be the first time some student tried to smear a teacher who'd given him a bad mark, or suspended him, or just did it out of mischief.
What about Lyle Temple?
Again, she shook her head. That boy himself said what you did was compassion, pure and simple, that you comforted him in a time of need. His father had died. You can ride this out. They might put you on a paid leave, but you'd get through it. We'd all get through it. I don't think you have any choice but to ride this out. If you pay him, you're saying you're guilty, and if you pay him once, he'll come back again and again.
I knew she was right, but it still felt like rolling the dice, doing it her way. I still had a backup plan in the back of my mind, one I didn't want to share. He wants the money tonight.
If he shows up, we call the police, she said emphatically, and we shouldn't wait for that to happen. We need to bring Marta into this. She needs to know. That's how we get ahead of this.
I was less sure about that. You might believe I wouldn't molest some kid, but will she?
Yes, Bonnie said. But I thought it took her about half a second too long to answer. She will. If she has any doubts, I'll make sure she comes around.
The thing is, I said, and this was going to be difficult to admit,
I feel humiliated. I allowed myself to be bullied. I let this fucker intimidate me. It's as if I had only so much courage, or stupidity, depending on how you look at it, in reserve, and used it all up when I faced down Mark LeDrew. And I need time to build it back up.
In what was the only moment of levity that entire day, Bonnie grinned and said,
It's kind of like trying to have sex twice in half an hour.
Thanks for not adding at your age, but yeah, like that. So can you let me think of this till morning, about whether to bring Marta to the rescue?
Bonnie thought about it. Okay. And anyway, I need to find out how she's doing. I hope she wasn't foolish enough to go back to work today.
I'll bet she did.
I'd promised to drop by, and then things got away from me. She glanced at the wall clock. I'm going to order you guys a pizza and pick one up on the way to Marta's.
That made me nervous. Promise me not a word about this to her, not yet anyway.
Bonnie considered my request and nodded. I promise. She picked up her phone, opened an app that would take her to the place we always patronized, and with a couple of taps, placed a repeat of a previous order. As she finished, my own cell rang. I took it out of my pocket and looked at the number. I didn't recognize it. I said, "This might be it." The phone rang a second time. A third. Bonnie looked at me and said nothing. She didn't have to. I knew what she wanted me to do, and she was hoping she'd given me the strength to do it. Fourth ring. Fifth. I picked up. "Hello? Bring the money to—" I said, "Fuck you, I'm not paying. Do what you gotta do, asshole." As I ended the call and put the phone down on the table, Bonnie gave me a smile. She might even have looked proud of me. "I'm going to go upstairs, check on Rach, and then I'm out of here," Bonnie said, and slipped out of the kitchen. I sat there taking deep breaths to keep myself on an even keel. I muted my phone so that if that asshole called back, I wouldn't have to listen to the ring. But a minute later, I saw the screen light up with a text. "You'll be sorry." I turned the phone face down, tried to pretend I hadn't even seen the message. Moments later, Bonnie reappeared long enough to grab her purse and keys. "Pizza's on its way," she said, kissed my forehead gently, and was gone. It arrived 10 minutes later. I got out 2 plates and placed a couple of slices on each. "Rach!" She came running into the kitchen. If she'd been worried earlier about her dad being looked over by a pair of paramedics, she was over it now. There was great healing power in the aroma of cheese and pepperoni. "Can we eat in front of the TV?" she asked. I had no objection. Rachel went on to one of the streaming services and picked How to Train Your Dragon, a movie she'd watched at least 10 times already. My mind was not on the screen. I couldn't stop thinking about that last text I'd received. My blackmailer was half right. He'd said I was going to be sorry. I was already sorry. Sorry that I'd allowed him to manipulate me. Sorry that I hadn't stood up to him. Sorry that I had allowed myself to become a victim. No more. Bonnie had led me to something of a breakthrough.
I wasn't going to take this shit any longer. I had to find a way to take control of my situation on my own. Tonight. And if I failed, then I'd have to accede to Bonnie's wishes and bring Marta into this in the morning. But in the meantime, I felt I needed someone else, someone other than Bonnie and not Marta, to hash this over with. I wanted to talk to Trent, tell him the rest of the story, reveal my blackmailer's identity. I wanted to know if he was aware Anson had taken his own life and whether he thought there was anything to be read into that. I needed to know he'd have my back if and when this all became public. And I had a hell of a favor to ask. I slipped out of the family room and phoned Mrs. Tebaldi. "Hi, Richard," she said, obviously seeing my caller ID. "Mrs. Tebaldi, hey, sorry to bother you. I know it's after hours, but would you be able to take Rachel if I brought her over in a few minutes? A couple of hours or so? Just add it into what we pay you at the end of the month. Bonnie had to go out, and now there's something I have to do." "Bring her over." I thanked her and went back into the family room to break the news to Rachel. "Everything is crazy around here," she said. Once I dropped Rachel off, I texted Bonnie to let her know I'd gone out and that Rachel was at the sitters, just in case she returned home before I did and wondered where we were. I drove straight to Trent's house, parked out front, walked up to the door and rang the bell. It was nearly dark. The curtain fell back an inch, and I saw a sliver of Melanie's face. "Hello, Richard," she said, opening the door and admitting me. "Melanie, sorry for dropping by like this. You looking for Trent?" "I am." "He's not here. Is there something I can help you with?" I sighed. Where is he?" "Something at the school. What did you do to your head?" "It's nothing. Listen, I'll catch up with him later." "I'll tell him you came by." I exited the house, heard her close the door behind me, and got back into my car, and sat. Didn't turn on the engine. Stewed. Maybe it was just as well Trent hadn't been home. I wasn't able to ask him that favor. It would have been a big ask, and he probably would have said no. I wanted him to come with me to Billy Finster's. I had this crazy idea Trent could stay out of sight while I got my blackmailer to admit that there was nothing to his allegations. That if he had been abused, I wasn't his abuser. He had as much as admitted that in our last encounter when he'd said maybe it was me and maybe it wasn't. Trent would be my witness. It would have been wrong to put Trent in that position. It would have been too risky for him, personally and professionally. I heard an incoming text, probably Bonnie acknowledging my earlier message. I got out my phone and had a look. Not Bonnie. "Don't fuck with me. Gonna tell everybody, just you wait. Pay up, asshole." I exited the texting app and stared briefly at the phone screen, at all those other apps, including the ones I'd briefly considered deleting. Voice memos. Maybe I didn't need Trent, after all.
29. Billy, wild-eyed, had snatched the gun up off the table and was pointing it straight at Lucy. "What did you do?" he shouted. "What the fuck did you do?" Still sitting, she had her hands partly raised, palms forward like she was about to be arrested.
"Billy, please put down the gun. You're freaking me out."
The gun did not go down. He kept it trained on her forehead, his arm shaking. "Just tell me what you did," he said, trying to bring some calm to his voice, but he still looked ready to blow her head off.
"It was only a little,"
she said, slowly lowering her hands and placing them palms down on the table.
"A few pills or candies or whatever. I didn't think anyone would notice. There was so much of it."
"How?"
"I took your key, copied it, put it back on your ring,"
she said, shrugging like it was no big deal. "The bag was locked," he said.
"I YouTubed it," she said. "How to open it, zip it back up like it never happened. You should tell your guys it's pretty easy. They might want to try something a little more secure. I got into it like it was nothing. If I could do it, anybody could do it."
Make him think she'd done them all a favor. A little demonstration that would prompt everyone to up their game.
"I can show you if you want."
"God damn it, Lucy! What'd you do with it?"
"Sold it." "Billy, please, I'm begging you, put the gun down."
If you're gonna shoot me and be done with it, but I swear I'm gonna piss myself if you don't put it down. He considered the request a moment, then lowered the gun, pointing it more at the table but hanging on to it just the same. Sold it to who? He asked.
Some patients. Current ones and former ones, and this one guy at work. He became my best customer pretty fast. Thing is, I only dipped into the stash once, and he's already leaning on me for more. I told him it was all over. I swear, I said I couldn't get any more. I'm done. I'm sorry.
Sorry, he said, sneering, the word leaving a bad taste in his mouth. Is that what I should tell them? That you're sorry? She pushed back her chair and stood.
I will. I'll do it. I'll take the blame. I'll tell them you had nothing to do with it, that it was me, that I'll find a way to make it right. I'll hit my mom up for it, make up a story.
Don't you get it? Billy said. Doesn't matter if it was you. It's still my fault. They trusted me with their shit. I'm fucking toast. He started waving the gun around in frustration, pointing it nowhere in particular. Shit, he said under his breath. Then, how many times?
I told you just the once.
She was thinking.
Maybe there's some way we could make them think it was at their end. I'll show you how to get into that carry-on case, then you can show them. Tell them maybe someone on the plane got into it.
But Billy wasn't listening. His eyes had glazed over like he was looking into his own future and didn't like what he saw. And then Lucy said something she'd been holding back.
You should have shared, she said.
I what?
Coming into all this cash but still sending me off to my shit job every day? I mean, not like I would have quit, but it would have been nice if you spent some of that money on me instead of on yourself.
Slowly, he fixed his eyes on her. Just like Stuart. Everyone wants a piece of my action. You both think you're entitled. He pointed the gun at her again. Fuck you!
Okay,
she said, hands in the air once more. She moved slowly over to the counter, not sure whether Billy was going to pull the trigger or not, grabbed her car keys and said, I'm leaving, okay? I'm just going to get out of here for a while. When you've cooled down, text me or call me or whatever, but right now I'm out of here. And she was gone. A moment later, Billy could hear her car start up and drive off. He decided to head out to the garage and see for himself how easy it was to get into the carry-on bag. Taking the gun with him, he unlocked the side door, put the gun on the work table, and used his key to open the locker. Took out the carry-on bag, set it on the bench. Billy found, if not the same video Lucy had watched, one very similar, which illustrated how easy it was to get into a locked bag. Working a pencil between the zipper teeth made a joke out of the small lock that held the two zipper ends together. Fuck me, he said to himself when he realized how simply it could be done. Maybe Lucy was right. He'd demonstrate what he'd learned when Psycho Bitch and Butthead came to call. Not that this made him any less angry with her. She'd landed them in shit up to their eyeballs, and damned if he didn't nearly pull that trigger at one point. Good thing he hadn't. First of all, what a mess it would have made. And what would he have done with her afterward? What would he say when the hospital called and asked why she hadn't shown up for her shift? Maybe he could have said she'd left him. He thought that was probably a tale he could sell because even Billy had enough self-awareness to know he wasn't the Porsche in a lot full of Pintos. And the thing was, he loved her. Sure, in the moment, he could have put a bullet in her head, but he loved her. So, yeah, maybe Andrea and Gerhard could be persuaded that it might, just might, not be his fault. Or at least raise some level of doubt in their minds. And if that kept them from killing him, fine and dandy. If they wanted to get someone else to do what he'd been doing, find another guy at another airport, fine by him. Frankly, Billy'd be glad to see the ass end of them, especially the woman. His nipples still hurt like a motherfucker. He closed the case back up, again following the tips he'd learned from the video, the zipper ends still linked together with the tiny lock. He was about to return it to the locker when he heard a rapping at the side door. Had Lucy come back? Had she forgiven him for waving a gun in her face? The real question was, had he forgiven her for getting them into this mess? He didn't think she'd be back this soon. The pickup was set for tonight, so he shouldn't be surprised if Andrea and Gerhard were here, although it was a little early. They usually showed up after 9, sometimes closer to 10, so Billy didn't bother securing the carry-on bag behind a locked door. He tucked the gun behind his back under his belt. Didn't think his associates would respond well if he opened the door with a gun in his hand. He took a deep breath, wanting to look as relaxed and unruffled as possible. He opened the door. The bulb in the lamp above it had burned out, but it wasn't so dark yet that he couldn't see